play all three of his games on that first round robin, so they give him that again, and it is that last Rakan pick. That Xin Zhao Rakan jungle support duo has been very good. The Xin Zhao jumps forward, the Rakan can follow him in a way that even other supports like Rel and Leona struggle to do so. I think Weibo have a lot of comfort here. They have Xiaohu on Aurora, which is arguably his best champion right now. We've already talked about the jungle support duo. Breathe gets his ambassador, which he had a 10,000 damage team fight on the last time. Unlike get some lane pressure with the Varus. Weibo, comfort. EDG do have a very good burst combo though. And if that doesn't go into a Xin Zhao ultimate, well, that's pretty good for them. So, EDG, Weibo, first game of the day. First of 6 best of ones. To round out Group A here and determine our positioning for our first teams going thrown into Nirvana or into Ascension. I'll pump the volume up a little bit as we get close to our game in Summoner's Rift.
Once again, we're seeing a Gwen pick very aggressively into
First pick.
an ambassador option. In fact, it was quite funny. We found that we literally just drafted top to bot the entire way down. Don't need to switch roles this time around. Just happy to draft straight up.
There they are. So we'll be getting ourselves onto the Rift and into some entertainment. As yeah, EDG 1 and 2, Weibo 2 and 1, looking to kind of flip the score a little bit. Our EDG to even things up.
To make sure that happens, and Weibo, to the Rift we go. We'll hold that narrative for a second or two while the crowds have their way. Some cheeky extra chants in there, getting the crowd to chuckle. Some genuine smiles in the crowd, always fun to see. EDG with the compositional mid-game advantage, at least of statistical modeling.
And yeah, EDG, not a bad composition actually. Good front line, hard to cut down the Gwen as well. I will say, if Weibo ever get themselves onto the Ziggs,
Bad times.
Teamfight does get pretty difficult after that point. Realistically, what's going to happen is Weibo going to throw an ambassador at oh, hang on, Xiao's had to start W actually, because he had to hop away from Arn who spotted him, which means that Angel, knowing that there's no Q or E, can just start wailing through with the Qs and get really good trade for this point in the game. There is no like electrocute trade that can come through onto him at level 1 because Xiao just doesn't have the ability for it. So good good opportunistic kind of moment there for EDG to take the most of that. Angel, of course, as we were saying before, fairly experienced Yone player, and that'll set him up hopefully for early success.
You've got the Sejuani stuff in there as well. It does feel a little bit like we are returning to that compositional style that OMG 2023 really popularized and we started thinking of as theirs in a lot of ways, and we'll add in the Ziggs and Leona, and you see what the combo is. You hit that first bit of CC and absolutely everybody piles in from miles away.
Which is why I do think first item from the Rakan has to be in the Chaos. You need to be able to cleanse that Sejuani ult out of something. Breathe, really good trade there. Going for the electrocute. Now ZDZ looking for that 4Q, flashes over it, and maybe looks for a better trade.
Doesn't look for the better trade, he just ends up having to get away. I'm not sure he had enough Drakehound steps or cooldowns up, so just burns the extra flash. Scary stuff from ZDZ.
He has gone for that electrocute. We saw Flandre playing into Ambassador in one of the other groups from Anyone's Legend, and they went for the electrocute. And that didn't really work out well. I think it was that game actually, but yeah, Breathe, not getting the best out of this. I wonder whether Grasp is just better to just look, say, you're not going to win the trades, but at least you'll sustain through it and be a bit harder to kill. That's been one of our kind of learnings of this. CDZ, good early lane, getting a flash for free.
And important there to a player that was as highly regarded as Breathe. CDZ, you know, slouch per se, but again, the CDG roster in general, we've sometimes had questions about, well, where is the real firepower coming from to really push the envelope? And I think Arn coming back in, theoretically a stable, consistent part of that might be really helpful. And then you have to look at players like Angel, who have at points been really impressive in the LPL, but just never kind of been able to stay in that top tier, that elite tier, consistently over their career, particularly over the last year or two.
Yeah, because Angel's career path has been
Weird.
a lot of EDG's career path, because, you know, Angel, world finalist in 2020 on Suning.
Yeah.
You know, and that was with Bin as his top laner, but make no mistake, Angel was a huge part of that with his Akali, his LeBlanc, his Zip. Xiaohao and ZDZ, of course, focus on the screen right now, are a duo that were meant to be up and coming, particularly Xiaohao. They went on to Weibo. This duo was on Weibo last spring. They only were there for one split, though, because they were replaced by Breathe and Tarzan going into Summer. ZDZ ended up playing on 4 teams in a year. He was also, I believe, he was on FTX briefly. He was on RNG. He was on Weibo. It's actually quite hard to keep track of all. I'm trying to remember exactly.
I know. I need to go. I legitimately need to go look it up. That's how many teams he was on. You know, we were covering most of those games, so it's not like we were out of here not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a wild old time, and I think that will not have helped ZDZ's ability to really get his foothold, his foundation at an LPL level, which can be very difficult. I think particularly as a top laner, where there is a certain caliber of LPL tops at the really, really top end who just make all these poor newbies' lives absolute hell, especially when the junglers are willing to come and play with them. When you play into a Breathe Tarzan as a duo, you tend to suffer.
Yeah. Of course, Tien coming to replace Tarzan into this year, but Tarzan and Breathe made Weibo into a world-class team from one that was struggling in LPL. Of course, Tien feels like if you're going to go top tier jungler for jungler in a regional LPL standard, you have Tien, Kanavi, and Tarzan. Those are the 3 you're really angling for to kind of be your leaders of your teams like that.
We had that conversation just yesterday, saying, look, it does feel like the really elite tier of junglers from LPL has gotten a little thinner than I think I would have liked. Some of our normally outstanding junglers looks a little more fragile, a little more brittle.
And it's not like they don't have the potential to get that far again, because, you know, we have a good understanding of what Shun can do on an international level, as you know, someone who's been multiple international finalists. Xiaohao walking forwards into the mid lane, and running to the E out, and he's safe to do so. Xiaohao pops back. It was worth noting, by the way, Xiaohao, despite that level 1 play not working well for him, up 10-15 CS. Did not expect that from a good level 1 coming through. Would have to watch the POVs to see exactly what happened there. Angel maybe just missing a bunch of CS. Not the best, actually, from Angel, given that level 1 should have set him up for good CS in laning.
Of course, it does sometimes happen as they go to punish him, looking for that CS. Nice combo, forces a flash as the wind became lightning. It nearly grounded itself in Angel's skull.
Yeah, that is not really what you want. Xiaohao will get 2 of the grubs, but not really what we want to see out of this mid laner. We're saying Angel, look, he's a world finalist, a bit of an odd career path from him, not exactly been able to stay at the top level of LPL in recent years. Yes, he did have a 3rd All-Pro team in 24 spring, I want to say. Something like that. But yeah, that's not an awesome moment for him. ZDZ pulling out needlework now.
That's the second one. Can look at the third as well. Huge chunks in Breathe. Not enjoying that at all.
Yeah, ZDC really putting down the hurt. The first pick Gwen, making some good value here. Going to spot out that control ward, and Xiaohao will be on vision. Dragon to be taken from Weibo, so they get the slight edge in the objective early game because they didn't give up the 3 grubs. They gave up just the 2. Interesting note, by the way, Symbiotic Souls is picked up for Wink. Not going for a defensive boots. Just saw that pop up on the bottom side of the screen. Potential dive coming through here. Xiao coming up. Doesn't have ultimate. Will that be enough?
We'll try and keep Breathe alive. Doesn't. Xiao, who was there on a pretty good timer, but I'm sure he'll get much more than maybe the Sejuani here, though, which would be decent. Misses the E. Permafrost comes on through. And Xiao cut apart. It's rabbit for breakfast, baby.
ZDZ gets to just continually auto the way through. And we don't see Sejuani with Gwen as a combo that often, but it's still a melee champion. ZDZ helps the Permafrost come through. And EDG get themselves a huge play on the top side. While this is happening, Xiao has to leave mid lane. So that CS lead he worked hard for in the early game evaporates. Angel gets to bring that back to even and get himself a plate in mid lane too. So EDG pull ahead. What did we say coming into this best of 1? Maybe they can catch Weibo sleeping on the first game of the day. That's often where teams will find themselves lacking a little bit. Good play from EDG early.
Oh, I thought you said it was, can you do a dishwasher change or something? I thought that's
Right,
what you said coming
yeah.
into the series today.
Yeah,
That's
no.
not what you were talking about?
No, you know, we do need to do the laundry and the dishes, but it turns out that they've done the dirty work instead.
Very good.
As Xiaohao using the Sejuani early power to say, look, we can actually be quite bursty here as a duo. And as Xiaohao's trying to get that last skill shot on point, Xiaohao says, look, I'm just going to start sidestepping. Your auto attacks won't kill me. All I have to do is just keep bobbing and weaving, dodge out on the weirding. That's what ends up happening.
It comes at a slight cost because Tien takes most of a red side quadrant there, gets the red buffs. You know, those kinds of things matter a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, you take that as a Sejuani every day of the week. This Gwen is now unbelievably strong, and the mid lane advantage you had is now basically neutralized.
You have an 8.5 minute Riftmaker.
That's insane.
A 9-minute Riftmaker. He still has teleport if he wants to make an impact or not. That's actually the most terrifying thing, because if you start teleporting in with this item, the fight is won. For all intents and purposes, for me, the fight is won. Xiaohao, Wink going up towards topside. Wink has the symbiotic soul, so he can start roaming around the map a little easier. The increased recall speed. Zoning off for the wave. Now, he does have flash. He does have ultimate. Is he likely to die here? No. But he's still losing out on some stuff. The wave's going to slowly crash in, and Breathe needs to be oh so careful. Needs to be very careful to not die on the other side of the map. Weibo, what's the counterplay? Because you'd like to see them make a play if Breathe is forced off, but they're pushing in towards towers, but Ziggs is wave clearing in mid lane. You've got Yone who's safe there as well. EDG can just walk up here and with the 2 grubs, and a very fed Gwen, as we were highlighting before, get to walk in and do something. They're trying to now force onto Yone. This will be the cross map.
Okay, nice unbinding of the soul. Finally gets knocked up. Fate sealed, not to that much avail. Hung will heal himself and get some decent healing. As he does try and get Angel, should finally fall.
The shield! The shield!
Oh my days, the spirit cleave. They will
teleport! It's going quick!
Oh, not quite. Valiant effort. Angel nearly gets 2 people on the way out. It will still cost them the tier 1 top, but Weibo Gaming had to throw everything in the kitchen sink to kill off that Yone.
You know what? I was wondering whether EDG could actually just pull the teleport from ZDZ right now and just say, look, teleport behind those people who are going towards that bot lane turret. He gets himself the first turret of the game. This Gwen is now giga-fed. Absolutely unrealistic levels of fed. Now, Yone very, very, very nearly outplaying the dive. Tower does go down. There was a ward behind them. I wonder whether ZDC could have gone for a teleport. I wonder if that would have been the play with the Riftmaker. So low HP bars from the tower coming down, but choosing not to use it.
The only other thing there is when you've got Breathe and Xiaohu TPs and Grubs being done on the other side, you could potentially have had it turned around on you at Grubs. I mean, then again, you could have saved bot tier 1, so you know, I know.
Well, I think it's less about saving bot tier 1. It's more like, look, you have a full Riftmaker before 10 minutes in, and you've got people who are on like 300 HP each. Let's see if we can throw a needlework into the backside. ZDZ doesn't choose to do that though, but it's 2.3k ahead.
He's so strong.
And you know, Weibo, comfortable composition for them. Every single member, I think if you were going to tell me that they're most comfortable champions of recent form, these would probably be it actually, or either on a career standard or it's pretty close to it. But EDG have a good, coherent composition, and now they have a huge lead on one of their main carries for it. They're going to go down towards this bot turret now. Ziggs starting to go through with that fast fuse passive.
Getting on some wards here. Angel gets knocked up briefly, but they get a couple plates back, and that'll help even out that discrepancy that once again built in mid lane. ZDZ, though, is actually running it Tian over his wall. Lands all 3. The hail of arrows comes on through, but the Glacial Prison after puts Tian in danger. Will have to Crescent Guard to knock the Gwen away. Xiao now looking over the wall. Hung can look for an engage. Gains the corruption onto Xiao. Puts him in danger. Solar Flare comes on through, but that means the Sejuani is now dead. Hung battle dances back out and away. EDG have gone very deep for this. Mega Inferno bomb to try and disengage. Angel now looking for an angle onto Xiaohu. Lands the Spirit Cleave, but won't go too much further than that. Xiaohu does die, and Breathe gets time alone top.
Yeah, a little bit too ambitious there from EDG. Weibo managed to find themselves a big Aurora ultimate in the clump as EDG go too far. They're ahead, but they're not invulnerable. Teleport now towards the top side from ZDZ to stop Breathe getting too much back, but that's still 600 gold of that lead, which he did have over Breathe, evaporated in his own overplay. That's well played by him, so you make sure he didn't auto-attack or mark the Gwen so we can knock them back with that Crescent Guard.
Yeah, and of course, you burned 4 of your 5 ultimates. Anyone who didn't get burned, that was Breathe. You felt like you should have gotten someone there, but I think Arm, Wink, Angel all being a little bit behind the play. It was a 2-man play from Xiaohao and ZDZ, proving a little bit too much there in the grand scheme of things. Eclipse now done for Breathe as well. Can breathe a little bit easier, as it does change the profile ambassador quite a lot, having all those extra shields every time you use an ability, basically.
Yeah, and the percent HP damage obviously doesn't go amiss either. Eclipse, generally, very good item. Well, actually, I say that, you know, weirdly, I was looking at some of Xpetty, who does a lot of, like, statistical analysis on builds. Apparently, Eclipse is one of the more overrated items.
Okay.
Because it's been nerfed so many times because people were using it so much, but, depends on the champion, of course. Some champions use it a lot better. Angel does have flash, does have ult, does have Q3, but he's just gone into the wave. What are they going to do about this?
Starts trying to outplay this. Public execution comes on through. Dodges the win, becomes lightning. Now Angel's in danger here, actually. Needs to be really careful. Fate sealed away. Nicely done. Xiaohao now coming across. Wink in a spot of bother, but can potentially get saved.
No turret.
Says when he comes on down, there is no turret, but the Glacial Prism will deny the continual aggression from Weibo Gaming.
So despite the overall lead from EDG, that's not in the members outside of top lane. They're starting to fall apart a little bit when it comes to these plays. Xiaohao caught out. Not going to be taking too much damage there, but the Krugs do go the other side. Weibo just prodding and poking a little bit, looking to see where they can get some extra cooldowns. They're doing quite well at that so far. Weibo did come in the favorites today. They you know, strong team from last split, despite the fact that they went out in the first round versus BLG. It was the harsh draw from them. That doesn't mean they don't have good players. That doesn't mean they can't be a good team. With Tien coming in, we were worried, okay, how does Weibo look without Tarzan coming into this year? Still look pretty good, honestly. They still look pretty good. Tien regionally, of course, a different beast to many other players. They're doing quite well to just push EDG and say, look, you got that lead in top side, but you got to hold up in the rest of the map.
So, we now hold ourselves on tenterhooks. 44 seconds until a Herald. That could be an interesting moment here, I think. His first item's largely completed across the board. I suppose for supports, we'll count the upgraded boots for that front. Not quite things like lockets as yet. Keep an eye on that build for Hung as well. I know you called out you'd like to see the Kales first on the Rakan. Just a cloth armor and a non-magic mantle. I want to call it a Negatron cloak or something. It's not a Negatron cloak. Nowhere near anything set like said Mikhail's as yet. It's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Dude, it was so... man, it was so broken. Do you remember... so obviously we have Abyssal Mask now. People might forget there used to be an item called Abyssal Rod.
Yeah, I remember
which was a mage item. Gave you AP and it gave you magic resist.
Built it on the moon all the time.
It was so good because it would reduce magic resist to people close to you, but you could build a Negatron in that build path, and it meant that you could just spend, like, you know, 700 gold and you'd like halve enemy mage damages against you because it was so good, like, component. Man, those were the days when you can actually feel like you were building good defensive resist as a
When was the last time that was in the game properly? Like, not
a
in,
long time ago, like season 8 or something. It's been a while, and then they changed it a little after that. Xiaohao will take that Herald. They have the 5 grubs. They get the Herald after that point. They have a Ziggs, so now they can go forwards and have, okay, Ziggs on top of that Herald charge. We did say that earlier into the game. There is a chance that Ziggs is just hard focused onto by Weibo at some point in this game because he's the guy that they can just kind of dunk all their engage onto. But he's done well keeping himself safe, has that Blackfire Torch, and EDG will now want to use that Satchel passive to, well, Satchel active I suppose, to take down that tap in mid lane, potentially for the Herald.
Okay, reset's coming on through. Got about a minute or so until the next Dragon. Sole point for Weibo Gaming. With the Herald and inventory here as well, we imagine the EDG will drop that mid lane as a sort of counterweight to give them a little bit of prior there, force a bit of a split points of pressure on the map between Dragon and then the Herald charging through mid.
Yeah, it just draws the eye elsewhere when you need to be on an important part of the map.
Like for Frodo.
I was going to say that.
I knew it.
Just drops the Herald. Frodo, says Shelly as it charges into enemy battle lines.
Does that make mid-tier 1 the Black Gates of Mordor?
I have a fun fact about that scene, by the way. I've been watching so many random TikToks about Lord of the Rings development of the series and stuff. You know when they did the cavalry scene for the for Mordor because they needed like the blasted earth and stuff? They basically use an artillery firing range for it.
Oh,
the problem
good idea.
But the thing is, there's so much random. There was a chance that there was like unexploded ordnance just on the ground.
Oh yeah.
And the riders did go off the safe zone because they got a little bit
excited.
A little bit excited. So the directors were like, we might see an explosion shortly.
Oh!
Yeah, lightning in a bottle that movie series was. Oh, what a classic.
I think he would have been explosives to the ground, actually.
Herald going into mid lane. Can they kill? I don't think they can kill this in time, and this will go into satchel range now.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't kill it, you can just walk up to the Ziggs and just randomly satchel. This tower is now gone for all intents and purposes. Weibo, now potentially looking to fight for this dragon. If EDG get the dragon, they will get the feats of strength. If a single kill not a kill, if the objective goes to Weibo, they will claim it instead. Dragon for the feats of strength.
Ward in the rat pit, that ward over the wall there. Very valuable stuff for Weibo Gaming. Goes to play Pops. Looking for light to see whether he could pick off Angel or something who has been tasked with holding onto the tier 1 for his own team.
They were really looking to see if they could get Angel to back. He does have that teleport, won't have to use it right now. Dragon potentially being started up. Don't have the... Well, they do have okay objective damage because Ziggs has the burn item with the Blackfire Torch. ZDZ really needs to be over here if they want to rush it. ZDZ wants to be on a flank, so does Angel. Currently just hanging out the side of this plate, just around the red buff, stacking up those Qs.
Looking for an angle, there's Q3. Now Shahu can potentially punish him across the wall. Tien could join him. Angel knows he's in danger, surely. Winning comes onto an Angel now, down very, very low. But Tien as well, not having a great time. Heal has to be popped. Zenith Blade just about flashed away from, turning back towards the Dragon. But they avoid a lot of the R3 damage from ZDZ. Re-engage from Weibo Gaming. Now they're on the Dragon. Angel still low, has had no chance to reset. Tien lands another win, becomes lightning. Shaho wants to go forwards, does not get to do so. Crescent Guard early there to try and deny any engage, and it's just a Dragon secure.
It's there to deny Sejuani jumping forwards, that Crescent Guard, to try and look for that steal. Not a great play from Angel again, who jumps over the wall, but he's spotted out by Xiaohu, who manages to blast him on his return point. ZDZ, though he's powerful, can't do that much when the engage is missing. They managed to get some CC onto Tien. The Solar Flare not comboed up that well, though. I think that Wink was just out of range, so it means that he gets away scot-free. And this is a really good counterplay from Hung to make sure that the rest of the engage doesn't catch out Tien. Loses a lot of HP, but not his life. So Tien and Hung, I think they're quite lucky to get away with that one. I felt like the engage didn't quite land from EDG in the most important moments there. And that Weibo kind of get away with one, I feel like. And as we talked about before, the Crescent Guard used to make sure they can knock back some of that team as the smite comes through.
Yeah. Thank you for phrasing that properly, because that's what I was trying to say, and then just didn't have the words. I was like, the Crescent Guard was really good to deny the Dragon, but the words were not there in the correct order at the time. Well, slightly embarrassing for a play-by-play, but here we are.
So EDG now have 5 grubs. They have the Ziggs, who takes down that turret. But Weibo have Soul Point. Soul Point with that mountain on it. Very early on. We have seen a lot more Dragon Prayer from LPL teams in Split 1 compared to... in Split 2 compared to Split 1. Feels like early Soul has been much more of a win condition for our Chinese teams. Gold still even enough. Gwen still very, very strong. So EDG not out of options just yet, but they do need to be very careful. They've not looked fantastic on looking for the bigger engage in that Dragon and can't continue.
Someone in chat here as well, so Weibo might be playing better as a team, but EDG has my heart, to which someone else said, I am so sorry for your heart. And I don't blame them. There's hope being kindled in this game.
So what you're saying is,
so
what you're saying is they're holding you hostage.
Yeah,
that picture-in-picture was showing the hard trade that the Electrocute and Best can go towards. It takes about a third of the HP from Gwen. Very quick trade, maybe even a little bit more than that. So Breathe, despite being behind, has some trading options. Of course, doesn't want to take extended trades though. Conqueror, Riftmaker, Nash Tooth, all extended trading.
Speaking of extended trading, I'm seeing Xiaohao down here alongside Tien. We might be having some extended fighting as the teleport's coming on play.
So this is just looking to take the tower if at all possible, but Tien has flash, might need to use it.
Does need to, won't bother with the Crescent Guard. No, that wasn't enough. Still getting run at, gets slowed down by the smite. Keep wanting to call it chilling smite, but that's been a long time since that's been properly in the game.
And even though Xiaohao 2 levels down, can still walk out the Shinzao. Needs to get some XP though. Been clearing through his jungle as best he can, but Tien really getting extra value. Xiaohu trading for a tower on the other side. Remember the 5 grubs, the Ziggs very good ability to chunk through those towers as Weibo at least answer well.
And they have to do it with a lot less members. Good work from Xiaohu, who has always been a pretty good map-wide player. Still up a decent chunk of CS, 2 1-on-1 on his Aurora. Going to be very close to this Shadow Flame. The Dark Seal as well. Actually, a very scary point of power here with that extra bit of AP on top of everything else.
Now, the thing is, the Aurora can't deal with the Gwen. You can deal with the Yone and the Ziggs, though. So if you're looking for an overall team fight, you're looking to jump forwards and what have you, a good enough combo onto the backline will do unspeakable things. Jumping over the wall, safe for now, even though he gets hit by that W from the Shinzao. And we do have the Synchronized Souls being completed by Wink now. Does get the Wanderer buff, gets himself a little bit of map pressure. Does mean he takes more damage though, because it doesn't have something like those Merc Treads or the Tabby. Steel Caps, I know.
Case in point, yeah.
Know. But he does get to roam around the play more. I want to see Wink, you know, constantly resetting and looking for plays. That's what you have to do with these effective new Moby boots. Teleport behind, here comes the Gwen.
Tien now in danger, gets hit by a massive combo. Crashing Guard comes on through, but will not allow him to get very far away. Tries to jump onto Arn, knowing he's in danger. But reminder, Atakan is up, and there'll be no one here.
Yeah, that should be it. That should be Atakan going down. EDG, I mean, is there anything else to go towards? It's a minute until Dragon. Do they need to set up for that? I don't know. If you go for the Atakan, do you allow Weibo better setup on the Dragon? They just choose to back off. That's a teleport use. Yeah, the ultimates will largely be back up.
It's double TP. Angel's just TP'd now as well.
Well, Angel's teleported back out onto the map, but that means with 30 seconds until the Dragon, yeah, Tien's going to be down. I actually wonder whether EDG should have delayed the kill onto Tien to make sure he was dead for the actual Dragon spawn. Because now it's going to be up maybe 10 seconds after he comes around. They need to rush this. EDG go for a quick reset. They get themselves the items that they need with the gold available to them. But I wonder whether that's an opportunity missed. They should have done like Lost Ratones did in EMEA Masters Finals and delay the recall, delay the reset just in time for the Dragon, which spawns now. But they're not on it. Gwen needs to be here to rush this. EDG, you need to be so careful here. Where's your setup for this objective?
Chief, Xiaohao there with ZDZ behind might be enough. Xiaohao forced to ult defensively. Actually a pretty big deal there. That's a big ult down.
Yeah, so while we criticize the setup, that is now an important one because the Aurora can get a lot of damage done. And Weibo now, the thing is, Weibo don't have to fight for this Dragon. They don't have to. They have themselves the soul point already. They can give up one and it does go down, but EDG now have to respect the top side of the map. ZDZ doesn't have a teleport, Breathe does, and with the gold lead not having a teleport, Weibo can say, well, we'll take the Atakan. EDG choosing to give this one up and say, we'll go push elsewhere. They do have the Ziggs potentially to play around, but EDG, they feel a little bit lost to me right now. Trying to ult steal the Dragon, the Atakan, they won't do so. Instead, they have to go push in the other lanes, but I don't know if they've done that quick enough.
I don't either. Tier 2 now falling, and again this Gwen is 2.5 items now. It's not getting easier in that matchup. She's 3-0. They'll start the Atakan and get it. So there is that at least for Weibo Gaming, and actually with your 3 Mat Dragons, that's pretty significant.
In terms of like, at least that's Weibo. That's a huge win for Weibo. It's a huge win for them. They get that onto all of their Dragons. They have their neutral objective buff. EDG slow to get themselves towers on the other side. They do get 2 inner towers for this. So it's good monetary advantage from that play, but I wonder whether that is a big mistake. Giving over the blood paddles as well gives them XP and that extra adaptive force too.
Breathe is now a level up on ZDZ.
That'll be why. That'll be why. An extra 33 petals ahead of that can definitely help. Tien does have no flash for the next few seconds, but that'll be up soon enough. EDG, I'm not happy with the macro of that. If you couldn't tell, folks, I'm not happy with that one. As Arn at least gets himself some value from the wider map state. EDG do have a gold lead now though, and we'll see how much that can influence the next minute or two. Ziggs has an actual gold lead over the Varus now too. We haven't talked that much about Light, because it's not really been his game to achieve that much, but Ziggs can be a real pain in the backside if he starts to get that double burn build which Arn built the last time he played this online.
Has in fact got it online pretty much now. He's waiting on a Void Staff completion. Baron's now up. But of course, getting those tier 2s means this Gwen is now really, really scary in a side lane. So yes, you've lost in the Atakan, and that is a big trade. But in terms of your map control, it's now in a pretty good spot, because there's literally 1 turret standing outside of the base for Weibo Gaming, and that's it.
Wink going forwards with those Moby boots, trying to use that move speed advantage to walk at them. It hasn't been disabled just yet. Flashes forward, but a flash away. Hung. Not actually even flashing, it's just the E. Wink's so close on that Zenith blade. Trying to use that, again, the new Mobies, really synchronized souls to get some value. Not to happen there, though. And they'll go looking again.
They will. We've got Dragon in 2.5 minutes, but for now it is just Baron being a consideration as Angel lands a pretty good chunk onto Breathe, who has gone towards those chain-laced crushers.
That's
is the name of the one.
Chain-laced crushers, the increased Mercury treads going in towards this turret. Now that's going to be a Zigzag which goes wide. ZDZ caught out by Xiaohu.
No. I thought this Gwen was supposed to be a bit of a menace for the Aurora. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Xiaohu finds ZDZ on rotation, gets the shutdown. That'll be tier 1 mid, and a run of Baron.
ZDZ does not Zonya's the combo from Aurora. Disrespects the little bunny with a hat. And Gwen just gets blown up. The 3,000 near enough gold lead on the top laner is off the map. He doesn't have teleport. And he doesn't have a life. Weibo going to get themselves the Baron by taking apart the strongest member of EDG.
Towards Baron we go. Wink on Angel, all here. Blue buff used as a
Tien's low. This could actually be a
yes!
play.
Oh my days, Crescent Guard is good. Can't quite get the execute on the Soul Unbound. They have to pull off the Baron. How did he get so low? It must have been Arn poke.
I think it was Arn's poke, and Angel very, very nearly executing the jungler. That could have been a big moment. So Weibo, they get the Gwen away, but some heroics from Angel Arn, it looks like, manages to save the day. So what happens here? This is the play around the bot side, which leads to ZDZ getting caught out by Xiao, who's just sitting in the brush, and not Mr. Rabbit going into the hat, being pulled out of a hat. Instead, it's I'm putting ZDZ into a casket instead. A little bit of a different magic trick, as he just caught out. He does have a Zonius, could have maybe disengaged that, but doesn't see the damage in time. Goes down very easily.
Now it's Aurora at 3-1-1. Gone toward the Verdant Barrier third. I think with your really high burst build, having something that allows you to do it without getting tagged by a Sejuani ult, tagged by a Leona ultimate, I think is probably quite valuable here.
Yeah, it's not that easy to pop the Banshees buff for Sejuani or Gwen. Now, if Yone runs it, yeah, he just kind of E's and W's and that shield's gone, but not likely for the other people. So 30 seconds till another attempt at Mountain Soul for Weibo. EDG need to be very careful about this. They only get to make like one objective mistake in this game now, but or Weibo will tear them apart. Weibo beat them around objectives the last time. It was an Infernal Soul for them last time around in the first round robin.
Oh yes.
Xiaohao walking forward, trying to bully Weibo out of the river. They have a ward onto Arn in that pit itself. See how the setup goes. Angel on one flank, ZDZ hanging around just on the other.
Because ZDZ, he's now got that third item properly completed with his Zhonya's.
Yeah, he had, the thing is, he had that for the Aurora pick earlier. He just chose not to use it, which is the real problem for me. But yes, that could be so huge. Watch out for that stasis.
Shahu goes invisible, goes for the weirding, gets a decent chunk there onto ZDZ.
And now his W's down for no avail. It doesn't do anything that. As Weibo, they were bullied out, but they play it slow. Xiaohu really been the mastermind of Weibo's objective play so far. Been playing on those flanks, trying to chunk out someone important. ZDZ backing off a little, he needs to. If this Gwen gets chunked out before the fight, before that Riftmaker starts taking over, it is a problem. Has the red buff for regen though, and will be full HP before the fight. Dragon going down. We come to a flip for the soul.
Control wards behind for Weibo Gaming, giving them a little bit of safety from flanks. Bit of a knock up onto Hung, but not to that much avail. Again, it's just the Rakan. Unless you full send it, we will get opportunity to come right back out of that CC change to Corruption Land. Onto Wink, but there's an Eclipse down. Over the wall goes ZDZ, throws out the needlework.
Gets it!
Gets it! Steals it away in the flip. The burgers are cooked to perfection. And EDG are left as charbroiled charcoal. As Weibo get to keep hunting for more. Another slow from the rain of arrows. EDG's moment of reigning supreme in this game, such as it was, coming to a very swift and abrupt end.
ZDZ has an awful team fight again, doesn't use the Zhonya's, goes down, does not get to use the gold lead, which EDG worked so hard to give him. Weibo, much better play around the objectives, much better play in the team fights. And Tien, a much better smite key for him too. They have a Mountain Soul, they'll be able to really shrug off a lot of the Ziggs and Yone kind of damage at the start of these fights now if they go towards those more pokey plays. Right here, look at this again. Xiao goes straight onto ZDZ and says, all right, I'm just going to hold you accountable. Look at how little value this Gwen does. Goes onto the objective. Tien gets the smite, gets the knockback, and Xiao manages to absolutely blast the backline, or rather the front, I suppose, in this case. ZDZ gets to do nothing. He doesn't Zonius. He doesn't get a wrangle into the backline. He doesn't get any damage down. This Gwen has not paid back the advantage his team paid for.
Not yet, at least. Of course, it's still a Gwen. It'll still be genuinely terrifying. Void staffs have largely now been completed by most of the AP members of EDG, and nearly there for ZDZ. But it's still going to be difficult to get through all these extra shields.
And, you know, a lot of this game, yes, it's through Tien Smikey. Xiaohu, what a game this guy is playing. Jumps away from the Sejuani ultimate, had that Banshees. Xiaohu smote it away. It would have actually led to a stun if the Civic Shore Scott was on target, but a 2.3k lead in the mid lane now. Xiaohu did so much work on that, back that CC.
Angel gets knocked away. Hung goes on forwards, but gets the battle dance away, and towers begin to fall. And we said, look, EDG, you have to full send it with this comp a little bit to get your damage down. The only range wave clear here is a needlework and Ziggs in general. Ziggs doesn't enjoy Baron minions.
No, no, he doesn't. In fact, this is the reason
Here we
why
go.
it's changed. The teleport comes in. They do catch out Xiaohu.
We'll try and get him out, but there's the Between Worlds. Can look to go across the belt too. Fate Seal does force Xiaohu to a different position, but does get a weirding off. ZDZ goes looking for an angle, and somehow he gets away! The rabbit's out of the hat and puts the whole of EDG into the fire. ZDZ continues to try and trade out. Hippo's going to go down as well. It doesn't end with a bang, folks. It ends with a whimper. Edward Gaming are going to chase the rabbit all over Summoner's Rift and in Looney Tunes style, fumble like Elmer Fudd.
And it feels like a little bit of Wile E. Coyote here as EDG runs face first into a mountain, or a mountain soul. Weibo uses defenses, win the game.
I am a little speechless at the end of that one. They tried the double teleport. I will not take it away from EDG. I appreciate them looking for some way to stop the base breaking irrevocably, but Xiaohu is a little too wily, as my brother did say there. Great escape from him, and again, another fumbled attempt at a pick. We saw a few of those from EDG this game. We'll have to do better than that the next time round, because that one wasn't quite good enough.
Weibo walk away 3-1 now and having a 2-0 over EDG. EDG now very unlikely to make it through into that top two. And they'll be likely fighting off for third and fourth with Team WE, who they did win against in that first round robin. But Weibo, good play to nullify the Gwen. The Gwen getting ahead was a problem. And hi, folks. You might be wondering who we are, because this is an LPL stream, and we are LPL casters, but there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. But we're left with some fan projects around to bring you the LPL nowadays. My name is Nymaera. This is Initialise, and we're brothers. We both cast the LPL for a long time now, and we're part of multiple different streams, trying to bring you the LPL to keep up coverage, keep up archiving, and make sure that you can get the best information, analysis, and storyline archiving, really, on teams like EDG, one of the most historic organizations within League of Legends, and Weibo, of course, one of our more recent highlights in the LPL too. And yeah, if you have enjoyed our content, please drop a like, drop a comment. We're currently streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and on Onivia's highlight channel as well. Weibo, very good game from Xiaohu to carry away from a Gwen that probably should have carried with that gold lead. That Gwen did not actually get that much value, and that will be something which EDG will not be happy with, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Speaking of things that are making me happy, though, has Mecha dropped another amount of Euler subs?
That did happen before we loaded into game. Happened in Champions.
Wow!
So, yeah, Mecha Fanboy dropped 100 gifted subs over on the Twitch channel, which, of course, makes the world.
I might have to name my firstborn Mecha at this rate.
So the thing is, I've already kind of
Mega.
So I actually already, because DFM made Worlds in 2021. If I have children, my first child will be called Ari Hap. Adlers, thank you for the 10 gift sub as well.
Oh my
Folks,
god.
we're gonna watch through the highlights. We'll watch through our MVPs as well. We'll put on some ads on Twitch right now, which, let's be honest, no one's actually gonna get any Twitch ads now because everyone's been gifted a bloody community sub.
subs.
And we'll get ready for our second game of the day. I need to check which our second game is. It should be BLG versus Team WE. Last time around it was quite close. BLG don't really thrive in the first game of the day, and we'll get ready for the second of our 6 best of ones today here in Group A.
Well.
Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for the support, guys. It really does mean a lot. As I said, if you do have that ability to drop a Twitch Prime or whatever, it makes a massive deal because we are, in the end, trying to do this professionally. And with this league being a
we're succeeding at doing it professionally.
Indeed, we are. But with this now being effectively a freelance project between myself and Nymaera and the other coach as well. I mean, shout out to LPL English and the other.
Yeah, Mazel was in chat earlier. Lots of love to him.
Exactly.
And the LPL English crew.
What a champion of the region is Mazel and the LPL English crew. Like, they are lovely humans putting in an insane amount of work.
I have a lot of fond memories of casting. Well, I got to cast 2 LPL finals.
That is wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So all I'm saying is it is now a passion project, effectively. And to those who share that passion or enjoy that passion, it matters a huge deal. If you can throw some support, even if that is as small as just a follow, right? Or if that is
You need to move that away from my direct sight from the...
I didn't know that was out of your direct sight.
Sam, if I look at it through this, I actually can't see that there.
I will put it off. I put it on the mouse mat so it wasn't directly on your table.
No, directly on the table is probably better.
That's fine.
And if you really need Sam, I can give you a give you a
fine.
coaster.
Let me do that. That's
but if I'm reaching over and pressing buttons here, if there's a coffee cup between me and where I need to press buttons to change scenes, we could end up with a coffee-filled computer, which I've learned is not great for electronics.
So they tell me. Yeah.
And hello from Poland. Well, hello from Berlin, Kartoffel, which is Wait, is Kartoffel? No, Kartoffeln is German for potato.
Yes.
Well, that Kartoffeln is good here. Look, I'm not normally a potato fan, but German potatoes are pretty damn good.
You say that? Sometimes feels like the way you play, you know?
Hey, you're speaking to a very experienced arena player here, folks.
That's true,
I would consider myself one of EUS best arena players. Did reach the top rank in EUS in the last set.
Yeah, and the thing is, I throw these insults out now. I'm aware they don't really stick because you just look and go, yeah, well, I hit top 1 in a very competitive mode in there, and you go, okay.
Oh, EDG wings from Croatia. Well, okay, cool. So it's lots of different locations.
But I thought I just saw you in China, mate. What are you doing? What are you doing? You chat all the way Croatia.
Sorry, that might be really confusing. So in our Twitch chat, there is a user called EDG Wink, which it is a little bit confusing if we say, oh wow, EDG Wink, but they're from Croatia. No, the player Wink is not from Croatia. They are still from China.
Oh, Harlem Globetrotter of supports there. Hello from calm, cold, and cozy Denmark. That sounds quite lovely, honestly.
Idaho potatoes for the win. Huh. I didn't know that Idaho had good potatoes. I'll have to check them out at some point.
I can see
I'd say, look, I'm not a big fan of, like, obviously, we're British by birth and we lived there for a very long time. Not the biggest fan, yeah, you can change the number. I'm not the biggest fan of potatoes over in the UK. They're okay, but they're not my thing.
I still vividly remember getting a jacket potato and a steak.
Oh yeah,
in the States, and the
it probably
steak
would feed a family of 4.
Like, I kid you not, the steak was hanging over the edge of the plate, and the jacket potato we split between 4 people.
Yeah.
I have never seen so much potato and steak in my life. Like, it was genuinely enough for 4 meals. I don't know what to do. Like the scale, the sheer scale of food is just so different. So an Idaho potato fills me with a certain amount of trepidation, purely off this memory of the sort of American football-sized potato I had that was on a plate.
Hello from Southeast Asia. Well, hello to you too. I mean, I've traveled around a decent amount of Southeast Asia actually. Who's our MVP? I reckon it's got to be Xiaohu, right? Yeah, that was a really good game from Xiaohu. Yeah, we went to Thailand in January, so we got to visit Thailand for the first time. Beautiful country. Been to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos once in a big trip in 2014. In terms of going into, like, I guess
the Philippines, that was amazing too.
I've never been to the Philippines. Been to Malaysia. Been to Singapore. Of course, that's kind of going down to, like,
I'm still gonna drag you to Japan one day.
I've never been to Japan. I have been to China though. Of course, went there for 2023 summer finals. I got to, I went to Beijing airport and then flew off to Xi'an. It was very strange being a tall, visibly Western person on a regional Chinese flight, which are typically only taken by people flying between the different regions of China. I got a lot of strange looks actually. It was cool. It was a very different experience. It was very cool to kind of like have that kind of cultural experience for me because I really enjoyed my time in China. The food and the place is absolutely wonderful. The weather was very, very warm.
It would be
mid-40s the entire time. And the hot pot in Xi'an was so good. And the barbecue too. Oh, so good.
Do we both speak Chinese Mandarin? Sadly, not. Well, I wouldn't mind learning.
I know a couple
language.
of. I know xie is thank you, and I know laban is boss. So you always say xie to your laban.
Okay.
It was Jason was our boss out there. Yeah.
I speak some Japanese because I lived in Japan for a while. But like,
you were in Japan 1 year ago. That was beautiful. What time of year were you there? Though? Were you there for
very different?
Yeah, it's very different all times of year. Fun facts I just learned: Malaysia and China are top 5 importers of Idaho potatoes. Right?
Oh, this is great. I'm loving this extra bit of info. Who's the Idaho potato enjoyer? Is Tao of Jest?
Kartoffel and Tao of Jest.
Now, wonderful.
So a little while ago there was someone in the Twitch chat who, of course, we remember a great amount, is our Wisconsin cheese fiend.
Oh yeah. Where are they?
I don't know.
Are they safe? Are they all right?
Tell me, where is Padme? Are they safe? Are they all right?
Where are the Wisconsin cheese caves?
Yeah, right. So we're getting ready for our second. So there'll be an interview on stage. I'm gonna run out some Twitch ads right now, just so we don't have that later. I'm gonna get myself a coffee and sit and chat with chat.
Don't get yourself that coffee. I shall look.
Hey, Harold, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Harold.
Compliment for Harold. The only thing which I'd enjoy more than an Idaho potato right now is the company of Harold Hamham. What a man he is. What a friend he is. Yeah. Idaho potatoes are great, but truly does it compare to Herald of the Ham variety?
Very few people compare to Harold. The lovely dude. Buyer of donuts. Give her a great hug. Harold is a great hugger.
The considerable commander, the grand general. That's what he called me. He was thinking of things like different ways to say big boss.
Big boss. The considerable commander. That's a good one. I like that one.
I need to get myself
Bombard General.
Bombardier General. Okay, I gotta go have 7 of coffee.
There we go. All right. I'm keeping an eye on all of you, chat. Do we live together? Yes, we do. I live in the other room. Makes life very easy. I wake up, bring my chair in here, sit down, and go, "Hey, Alex." It's pretty cool. Knows his way around that champion just fine. Alistair locked in alongside the Silas for WE. They've got themselves a pretty good brawly front line now with the Sejuani and Alistair by themselves.
Right, so WE, potent top side. I will say that my problem here is your top side is good in isolation, but I think it loses to BLGs. Your bot lane's good in isolation, but I think it loses to BLGs. Based on nameplates, based on champions. Now, Ezreal, okay, it's very good AD carry right now, but Kai'Sa is very fine playing into that. The Rel is very fine playing into the rest of your team. So, in terms of draft, I think BLG walk away with a lot of comfort, a lot of power to fight at all points of the game.
And Skarner.
And also Skarner. Now, Wei is not the best Skarner player within the LPL by any means, but it's still BLG and WE struggling. 0-3 from the first round robin. They lose here. They are no, actually, if they lose here, I'm pretty sure they are guaranteed into. Oh no, that's not true. There is a chance they could tiebreak with Weibo and get like a 3-way tie for or 2-way tie for second. There are some chances around that. But they would be on death's door. And WE, given their level of play, there is a real worry for them going into fourth, going into the Nirvana group in our next stage, and having their LPL future at risk. Reminder, folks, if you're one of the bottom 2 teams this split, so not only losing in this stage, but losing in the next stage amongst the bottom teams as well, your year ends. It ends in July. That is absolutely terrifying. So Team WE will need to find themselves a burst of form. They had some bright moments. They were okay at setting up vision from ahead and playing around creative flank opportunities. That is not enough to make me confident about this team, especially when they've got so many adversaries to go through.
Slightly worrying portent there, but gameplay still to go. Let's listen to the crowd, as I'm sure they are being very vocal as always.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Hold down nerve here a little bit. As you can see when WE's comp spikes in the mid game at that 20-minute mark. 1 to 2 items, level 11s, that kind of break point. And you can see why Silas, Sejuani, Ambessa, all of these champions great at that moment in time.
The thing is, they spike at, 1 item or so, 1 to 2 items. But then my problem is, I don't actually think that WE's comp overtakes them. I actually think they lose at most stages of the game. I think they lose the DPS check. I think that Ambessa struggles into the Renekton. Yeah, I think you get late enough, maybe the Renekton falls off in usefulness, but then you have, Kai'Sa, Aurora, insane late game carries when they get towards that point. So WE, they need to find earlier answers. They need to blunt this power spike early from BLG and see if they can somehow get ahead of the curve by snowballing in a way that you can sometimes do against BLG.
Worth noting, Cube's gone for the grasp on the Ambessa as well, not the Conqueror and Electrocute as we saw last game. Going for something a little bit more defensive, something they might be able to sustain and kind of just mitigate what can be a pretty rough lane into Renekton early on.
On gets himself the Aftershock this time though. He basically gets a less valuable Aftershock from Vampire and uses his own. Still losing the early trade, you kind of expect that with the Ezreal Q range getting some extra poke in. Doesn't quite manage to cancel it out as Vampire, and it means that single target Q comes over. This is not a bad level 1 from Elkanon, but they will be losing the race to level 2. They need to be a little careful of that all in coming around the XP mark.
Okay. Starts to go full tilt as on. There's a cool sound effect when they do that. Actually, no, it's not because it's got the crash sound. It's just the mounting up that's making that noise. I apologize. Sorry, I saw the effects, but oh, they've gone full tilt. That's the E. It's like, no, it's a W start. What am I talking about?
Yeah, they're level 1.
Yeah,
we've just seen them use that.
I know, genuinely. Like, wait, no, that's wrong.
That is just a mistake.
I'm spreading misinformation on the internet, Alex.
Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. So, Ward was spotted from W because they've got a couple of hits onto that with the Scry's Bloom, I suppose, there. But, hey, does go down. Ward. Knight doing well in the early laning phase and mid lane, as you kind of expect from him. Well, it's okay double combo from Vampire, but doesn't mean he's going to potentially get a full passive back from the Kai'Sa. Not the nicest thing ever. As Knight, one of the reasons why BLG were, you know, are in some ways back to being favored for this split. Standard lanes, man. Lane swaps, BLG learned to be good at lane swaps. I think initially they struggled a little bit. I think MSI last year was a
learning curve.
A learning curve for sure. But standard lanes for BLG are very, very, very good. They are freaks of nature in standard lanes because Knight and Bin rather are just not human. They're just not human when it comes to that. Taiyo and Vampire doing okay in the 2v2 down here, though, as we're speaking about those standard lanes. They'll have to overcome this a little bit, but eventually it does feel like the Kai'Sa and the Rel will do incredible things. But yeah, standard lanes for BLG is a welcome sign for BLG fans.
Just feel like that. And they're going to have to back away. Actually has good poking from Taeyun. Comes on through. Be an early reset here and a wave drop. Can sometimes be that way with Ezreal into the Kai'Sa.
There's rage here on Bin as they go into turret. The cube does need to reset, does need to get rid of this wave, and indeed will do. Have that flash. Not enough HP on Bin to juggle aggro between the two of them.
Yeah, can't quite pull it off, and back goes Elk on the Kai'Sa for the early call, especially with Sejuani around. Just said, look, I'll sack half the wave here. Right, well done, Taeyun. You earned the HP lead. I'll give you that, and it's tier V cull now.
All right, so did say, hey, you know, the Kai'Sa and Rel probably loses out to the Alistar and the Ezreal in terms of laning phase. You kind of expect that because Ezreal is not okay in laning phase right now, but eventually that Kai'Sa and the Rel will be able to overtake them. Losing that early wave, not the best thing ever, but it's not the end of the world either. Bin, good CS lead up here on top side. We have seen a lot of Renekton bans against our LPL top laners in the first few days. It feels like we're starting to respect that one again.
Good Ruthless Predator heal and a chunk onto Cube at the same time and clearing the wave. Max value from an empowered Q for Bin.
Yeah, and he gets it again. Turns out Renekton with empowered Q is very double plus unfun. Karis, you did not want to take that by ID. That's a little scary there. Yeah. Passive's going to get popped from the Aurora.
Taking a bit of turret aggro, sorry, not turret aggro, minion aggro here, but Karis has to flash away, doesn't even bother,
kills him
and just dies.
Knight gets a solo kill for first blood. Karis connects a chain which leads him to his own shackles of death. Knight gets a Dark Seal kill as well. Two stacks on that. Knight just says, all right, okay, laning phase is now over. Karis, put up a shut up.
8 extra AP. Wave lost. No teleport for Karis. Knight gets to reset. It's all pretty brutal stuff. At least Monkey holds the wave just outside of turret range. So there's that as a small silver lining. But honestly, Knight just got to walk at him in auto.
Yeah, Karis, yeah, massively did not want to land that chain. Headbutt pulled into the wall. Ignite goes on to Vampire. Passive goes on to him from Elk as well. See how, you know, it's not a completely free lane hit.
Mount up comes on from Taeyun. I think understandably had to arcane shift away. The end there, just in case Rel started to look for that W cooldown coming back. Remember, Karis still has the flash, waves around. Could look for another angle here. Remember, Knight has got the level 6, goes between worlds with the slow one to Karis, who drags him away from danger, goes between his own worlds and managed to get out of there. It's a multiverse in the mid lane. Flash away from the upheaval keeps Karis alive this time around.
He has to flash away from the Q of the Aurora as well. Didn't use that flash last time. Died for it. Not particularly happy though, having to use that flash, having to use that ultimate. Knight's still full HP, so it's not even like you trade HP for HP and Knight has to recall as well. He has to stick in lane, push another one in there. And what this means is that Monkey and Vampire have to look at Karis and go, well, that's a problem. It feels a little bit bad because, you know, you've done well in the bot lane laning phase. You'd like to think that would lead to a big change. Just hasn't been the case. Vampire does have flash, might be able to force it out of Knight, but realistically, he's just here to keep Karis alive.
Can't even claim that last minion there. Feels pretty rough. And Knight now in a great spot in this game. There go the grubs as well that Wade kind of earns as virtue of coming in for that gank mid lane. Monkey and Ballister. Vampire's Alistair.
I am Ballister.
Ballister.
I am here to drink your milk.
No, don't talk about steaks.
Oh, God.
I thought that was quite good.
Okay, Dragon being contested. BLG already took the grubs. They're looking to contest both early picks. They don't need this. They already got themselves the grubs. They don't need to overpush this. They're doing well enough. And they will give up the contest as the Ezreal ult hits multiple members of Team BLG over here. They'll go back to base and reset the map. Holy crap, I just realized, by the way, while we're talking about, you know, bot lane going largely well for WE, the solo kill in mid lane.
Oh, God.
That is already almost a 30 CS lead in top side for Bin. I don't know what the wave's going to be like. I assume there's a little bit more to be picked up from there, but that is not what you want. Wei could go for Ult Flash or something like that. Karis instead taking the Impale from Wei.
Suddenly Alistair's so glad that Skarner can be not that scary into him. Hang on, there's a bit of damage. On in danger.
He's going to die here, even if he flashes away. I think he does die. Is there going to be a flash follow, Taehyun?
The body block. It's nicely done from Taehyun.
Does the rarely seen E flash. You E way into the distance, you flash to make up the difference. Gets the kill with the auto attack. Taehyun, not bad laning phase from the Ezreal so far. He's been really good on his skill shot accuracy. A lot of this laning phase has been from just really slick Ezreal skill shots. And what did we say? You can destabilize Elkanon by pressuring them early and to get an early 2v3. It's a little bit later than maybe I would have wanted, but still, gets a kill onto On. And that's important because we know how unstable he can be if he falls behind the game.
Monkey gets the nice reset after having got that kill and prevents a red buff still here. I think Wei took a little bit too long clearing through the jungle. Did Raptors first, and so he's forced to flash out. Burning that SM on the Skarner can be pretty rough when you're looking for the Impales.
You have solo lane is ready to roam to you. I'm surprised that he chooses to flash out there. But yeah, overstays a little more, knows that Vampire's likely behind him, roaming around with the jungle. WE though, still behind in those solo lanes, which is a bit of a problem because WE don't look good when they're behind a game. And BLG, this is largely, we have assumed that their first game of the day is the one where they're most vulnerable. They haven't quite woken up. We saw that there were some yawns on stage as, and there's a big one towards Bin. Gonna get a teleport from Knight. He might just be alone here on 1v3.
Fading it.
Yeah, he knows he's dead. He just wants to play it instead.
Yeah, he's going for the wave. And BLG overplaying lanes. We've seen this once or twice before.
Yeah, really.
Kill donated to Taehyun.
I have to say, the map movements of Monkey and Vampire have been pretty good so far. Managing to catch up Wei in the jungle. Bin overstaying on top side. I was just saying, he chooses not to use flash, teleport, or ult to try and do any kind of outplay. Realizes he's dead to rights, and W get themselves a freebie there as Taehyun had switched up very early for the grubs, actually. It's over a minute until they spawn, which is not the timing you normally see bot lanes heading up there. So, but you still saw Cube on bot side. You should have really known that was going to happen.
You'd think, but alas, not been the case so far. Knight stepping on forwards, needs to be aware there's quite a lot of potential danger coming towards him. Flashes out of the Glacier Prison, and every lane now being ganked by Vampire and Monkey, and relatively successfully.
But the problem is now you've just shown everyone Cube does have flash, does have ult. We'll use that ultimate.
He's actually going to, I think, be able to Drake down step large. Wei gets shoved into the wall. There's the Impale out. They're going to crash on down. Should surely fall here, you would imagine. Between worlds goes Knight. Gets the kill onto Cube. Does Elk. Now the fight continues. Vampire goes in. Double pulverize. Is solid. WE playing out well. Permafrost comes on through. But a drive into the wall means that they still get Sejuani. Knight goes down, but at what cost? Karis steals the dominance. Going to potentially use it here to try and clear out the wave. Best he can, but gets stunned under the turret there. The Magnet Storm comes on through, and Wei picks up Silas. They kill off the bunny rabbit, but at what damn cost?
And this is the thing, you know, you can say, oh wow, WE, it looks like they're really committing to this fight. They're realistically never winning this play, and BLG throw them under the ground. Cube dies, loses a full wave. How many did they lose? A full three people there. 3 for 1, all things said and done. Knight can teleport towards the top side. Yeah, he loses some Dark Steel stacks, which picks them up from the assists afterwards to WE. The thing about grouping up Monkey and Vampire for all of these plays is that they're showing too easily on the map, and BLG are still present in all lanes. Yeah, they're losing a kill or two here or there, but they're okay playing through 3 lanes and then making their own big play after the Alistair and the Sejuani have shown themselves. Good passive from Elk. Elk gets a lot of value here. This is a big worry. If Elk gets a lot of gold, Elk is going to do some monstrous things later. His Kaiser is one of his very best champions. Lethal Tempo managed to get stacked up here. Big fight, picture-in-picture, has been once again caught out in not a great situation. Okay.
Well, it gets a fair amount of damage done with the Eclipse, but can't get to another Q. And goes down regardless.
He has no cooldowns left, and what is happening from Bin? Like, what is happening here? Left alone on the map, BLG, their vision is just not really there. They're letting WE get very easy plays across the map.
Now in the mid lane, still pretty scary here. On the Kaiser at least. Still a gold lead over to Taehyun because of the 2 kills we picked up earlier, but it's now way back in it. Got the collector Cull cashing in about 20 on CS, and all the while BLG are top side, looking to run at this turret, and so Bin's death going to be in trade for a lot of plates and that first turret. Karis potentially be forced to burn that stolen between worlds, and will do so.
It's a big ult to be taken away. Karis, that's his best damaging ult here from BLG's team composition. 6 grubs to BLG mean that, while again, been not really judging the map well, BLG not judging the map well in a number of isolated scenarios now, doesn't always mean the world. Because WE, if they are not present in all lanes wave clearing, BLG are hitting a tower. BLG very good at this and just saying, look, you have to be very quick to answer us. With the grubs, they will be taking value across the map. They take that top lane out of turret, they'll get themselves that first one of the game. They get themselves another rejected, they get the piece of strength as well. But they're very happy to just say, look, we might lose a kill here or there.
Nice supercharge to go invisible and prevent the auto coming on through. Taeyu now potentially in danger. Forces a flash as On goes flying on forward with the Magnet Storm. Vampire steps in with his own ultimate to try and save people's lives. Another good supercharge from Elk to dodge out the two-shot barrage. And nice little play from BLG to earn a summoner or two.
I mean, it would have been nice if you just cashed the bloody Ezreal. On just tries to hands check him. But his summoner... for summoner that. And once again, BLG very quick to just say, let's just go to multiple lanes, let's push all the lanes and use our 6 grubs and potentially look for a bigger play. Cube doesn't have a flash, and that could be a problem.
Public execution interrupts Ixtal impact. Vampire coming on down. But remember, Vampire doesn't have the ult. Big weirding gets a huge chunk or headbutt into the wall, into the pulverize, denying a lot of this. Way trying to body block his Monkey, now looking to come on in. Flash over for Winter's Wrath. And the Sejuani passive now onto the Skarner will donate another kill. You have to imagine Vampire secures it with the headbutt.
Really good play from jungle supported WE. They're moving across the map better. They're making sure that the vision isn't there from BLG. BLG lazy in their first game of the day. We're saying, oh, you know, they can farm up, push in multiple waves, and that's okay if you're actually hitting the towers. I guess Bin is doing that on the top side. So yeah, you know, this could end up being okay with the 6 grub push up here. Cube, no ultimate, no flash. Bin not going to be able to take away the full turret though. Felt like BLG weren't quite pushing up their lanes quickly enough to get as much value out of this as they would have liked.
Yeah, not quite. The gold lead still actually in BLG's favor, which is kind of hilarious. Vampire, for all we put him on the fraud section of the fraud wall the other day, is actually having a pretty good game here. All things said and done, it is worth shouting out. Very solid run from him, even if it has come at some opportunity cost.
This is the thing, right? We're constantly kind of warring between these two things. BLG giving up too many easy plays towards WE, but the fact that it doesn't matter as much as it seems, because it's the dopamine kills for WE, but if they're getting pushed into multiple lanes, it feels kind of crap. You can see right there some damage onto the top lane and damage onto the mid lane, outer as well. Knight doing quite well in terms of getting his overall gold lead to. Karis is not that powerful. Vampire does have flash, and also he's not under that much threat. Herald coming up in 40 seconds. W, I think they need that Herald because they are not getting any tower pressure themselves, and that's a big old problem.
And of course, the solo lane still very strong. Elk a little bit behind in the CS, but having picked up a kill, cashed in the cull, is in a pretty decent spot here in general. We're seeing an opportunity for the Herald setup, but I wonder whether they actually would rather play for this tier 1 bot. We don't need the Herald that much. We're happy to give that one up and play for a turret ourselves.
The thing about BLG is whenever a play happens now because of the 6 grubs, and this has been the case since they had them, is W goes to group up somewhere on the map, BLG split instead and to go to aim at turrets and use 6 grubs to say we will just destroy the map. Now, the dopamine is going for WE, they're getting objectives, they're getting kills, that feels good and it looks good. But the tangible advantage from it is actually less than what BLG are doing, farming 3 lanes, pushing turrets at the same time.
It will be.
Knight gets himself a turret here with this. Just we see Karis uses that ultimate, which was just taken from Way. They're not going to be able to push up for the mid lane as BLG see the Herald going down. They'll know this is going down. It's on a ward there as well. Can they get anything on mid lane? If they get mid lane here, WE are in big trouble.
Taeyun gets shunted into a wall, into the suppression of the Impale. Dies in very short order. Nice gank from Way.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're saying. The dopamine from WE feels good, but actually what's the actual result of it? Well, now they've lost 3 turrets. They end up losing that mid lane. The 6 grubs has kind of become a breaking point now. WE, good early game. I'm definitely a big fan of these roams from jungle support. They get good value. But what end now? This is the thing. I'm sure many people will walk away from this game thinking, wow, WE, good early game. The problem is, strategically, BLG said, we can give up kills, we'll kill you with the grubs.
They've still got 2 dragons, there is that, but this is just the start of this play, because clearly Taeyu Forced to arcane shift by On's attack means it's
No
a
flash
really
either.
nice angle from way after.
And no flash. Of course, at this level, you've only got like 2 points in your E or something like that. As yeah, Elk gets to fly forwards, they get themselves another tower, and this game now becomes very hard for WE because you don't have your outer ring of turrets. That means it's harder to put down your vision, it's harder to defend vision being put down onto your side too. Dragon's now spawning. W would love this for Soul Point, but I don't think they have the position to really take this now.
Actually, suddenly Elk back in a gold lead on this Kai'Sa, and we said, look, come mid-game, Kai'Sa starts to have a much better time into the Ezreal, because Ezreal can't keep far enough away. His vaunted range means a hell of a lot less when Elk can just follow him for miles with the R, and then again with the E afterwards. It's very difficult to keep out of range, out of threat from a mid-game Kai'Sa. Teleports begin to fly on through. It could be Soul Point for WE, and they feel like they're going to have to fight this. They drop the Herald mid. They are going to be grouping up in force.
There they are. Bin does have a teleport. Does he have an angle for it? He's got himself level 12 too. We'll see what items he comes in with. Herald does not kill the mid lane. And WE don't really get what they came for.
Oh boy, Vampire taken very low. Forced to flash. Didn't want to burn the ultimate. Eats an upheaval. That's pretty ugly stuff. They don't get the turret. Burn some pretty key summoners of their own there.
Yeah, the dopamine's wearing off. The dopamine's wearing off. They had the good flashy moments earlier, but now BLG, they've got their items. We said, hey, they'll have a really good mid-game spike. Yeah, they have 2 items on the Kai'Sa. They have 2 items on Eclipse Shojin Renekton, not even going towards something a little bit more tanky with the Sundered Sky or something like that. BLG, very, very happy with their point in the game now. They delay that Soul Point, and sadly for WE, they can't do what BLG were doing earlier and saying, oh, we'll just play through side lanes and kill these turrets quickly because they have 0 grubs. They might take this outer turret eventually, but because of those no grubs, they can't actually take this on that wave, and it delays them again. BLG can push in the rest of the map.
Oh man, and the Skarner has just proven to be very problematic again, hasn't it? There's been 1 death on the Skarner, and that was after an attempt to save Knight in what they thought was a 2v2 until other people started turning up. All the while, it still costs them a lot mid, still costs them a lot top, and BLG now in a very comfortable position. They've broken the dragon stacking, they've got 6 grubs there. Laners are in very solid positions coming into a mid-game power spike. It will likely be very challenging, I think, for WE to manage in response. At least Taeyun has got that Muramana transformation. The Ezreal, if he can land a few skill shots, will hurt against the right people. But that's a small blessing,
I don't really see how WE makes this game about the Ezreal now, because it feels like, particularly with Aurora always being able to reach the Ezreal, if Ezreal's within Q range, Aurora's in ult range, and that's a problem. If you are walking up and get CC'd, Kai'Sa flies onto you as well. And Kai'Sa with 2 items, Kraken Slayer Rageblade with a ton of AD, attack speed, and kind of ability to assassinate. They'll end your career there too. So WE, difficult game for them to strategically approach now. How do you make this about your powerful members? Catch people out? They've tried to do that against BLG. BLG being cross-mapping well. They need to get clean picks somehow.
Probably just need to wait a little bit on, say, Karis getting a second item, and that might give you something. They're going to try and turn this around. The Impale lands onto Monkey.
It's a Skarner! It's a Skarner!
Storm after, shoved in the wall his way, does the back away. Karis looking for an
It's a
angle.
Skarner!
Can't quite get him even with the Ignite, and as Alex says, it is a Skarner! He doesn't die like that. Flash for the Shattering Strike. The 3-man Pulverize means Jack fucking all at this point of the game. BLG get 2.
Why do you go onto the level 12 Skarner with Heartsteel? This is a problem for WE. They can't kill him off quickly enough. Atacama will go down, and it's the Ruinous variety. So those 6 grubs become more like 7 and a bit. BLG just got themselves a huge advantage through WE thinking they can kill the tankiest person on the map.
And that answer was decidedly no. And now they get Ruinous Atakan with 6 grubs, which make it more like 8. You've managed to pick up all of those blood petals. There's a public execution that just goes miles wide. I mean, WE, whoops elite today.
What do you do about that, man? W said, oh, how do you make it about the Ezreal? How do you make it about your powerful members? Not by hitting the person you can't kill in a good time span. That's just not how it works. The BLG get themselves the Ruinous Atakan, it'll buff up all their dragons, and it'll buff up their soul if they get that too, and it'll buff up their grubs. No, Monkey misses the Q, but even if that hits, this is not the target! Elk is free hitting with the lethal tempo! On buys time too as well, and yes, a stolen Skarner. It doesn't even matter if Wei does die here, because Elk still has ult, he can still fly forward and probably get 2 in return anyway. Bin's coming down. At best, this is a generous 1-for-1. It doesn't even end up being like that. Vampire goes down too. Big mistake by the engaged department of WE.
The Department of Engage is looking woefully underfunded right now for WE. They just can't find the right angles, the right targets. The Skarner at this point with the unending despair as well. He's just better in the longer fights. And Skarner, with as much HP and resist he has, is inevitably going to be in a longer fight. You've not got anti-tank builds right now.
And particularly because unending despair scales off your HP, and you have the Heartsteel, which is a great block of HP anyway. You get value out of this as the second item, and yes, if you go into melee range, you probably are going to get 1 or 2 procs of that extra shielding coming through. WE, now what do you do? Because if you leave anything unattended for any meaningful amount of time, it's effectively tower gone, objective gone, what have you. Dragon's going to spawn in a minute. W don't have threat of soul because they lost that dragon earlier. And BLG, you know, we said, a little bit sloppy in the first game of the day, and I think that's true again in this one, but WE, if they lose this, 0-4, they are very likely locked into at least bottom 2. They'll be fighting against the EDG to maybe see if they can fight through for a 3rd place for the play-ins towards Ascend and Nirvana. This is not where they want to be.
Ult goes on to the Kai'Sa. That's pretty good. But wait, Way's there. Into the ult from Elk, who manages to Killer Instinct away from the attempted dive. Now Knight coming for an angle between worlds he goes. And it's to the other side that Monkey finds themselves. Sejuani dead for 40 seconds. Taeyun backing away fast they can on, mounts up, goes at full tilt, lands a shattering strike onto Taeyun, who just about stays alive this time around. They lose the top side, they lose the bot lane in the form of Vampire. Karis and Taeyun alone stand as BLG counter the attempt on Elk's life with lethal force.
Now they choose the right target this time, but even then they can't finish the kill. Barrier, ults, under tower, BLG pouncing quickly. WE have not found good engages. Yes, they were good at roaming across the map and finding creative angles, but when it comes to any kind of bigger fight, they've just lost their heads a little bit. What happens here? You know, Karis is not within follow-up range. Skarner tries to jump forwards, and it's a good CC combo, but realistically, where's your damage? Where's your damage? Taeyun ease forwards and doesn't get anything in, but the barrier, the ult, the follow-up was not there. This has been a problem for WE in teamfights. The engage goes forwards, and they don't actually have the damage in range to follow up and get the kill finalized.
And the Observer's slow-mo cube missing the CC target with Public Execution. How long it was CC for, couldn't get into range, misses Public Execution, and Elk got to supercharge away.
And the thing is, this is another one of those plays where I think, look, even if you kill Elk, it's bad that you don't get him, but even if you kill Elk, Bin and Knight probably still end the fight. Because you've gone that far, you've used flashes, you've used ults, and you have a 2-item set of solo laners running you down. I think that, especially when you're under turret too, I think the extra damage would have been through there. Maybe it would have been an even fight at best then, but you've used more cooldowns. Now, of course, this is worst case scenario. You don't end up finalizing that kill. You end up dying anyway. You're giving up whole swathes of your map. Give up the dragon afterwards too as well, which is, of course, buffed up by Ruinous Atkan. Always have to keep that in mind. BLG, very, very happy now with their place in this game. And as I've said multiple times throughout the early game, the dopamine just continues to wear off for WE.
And honestly, when you're looking at a comp like BLG as well, double Cloud Dragons, very valuable here. Suddenly, this Kai'Sa, this Rel, hell, the Skarner and Renekton running at you at Mach 5, just get an extra level of hypersonic speed to be catching up to what has been a relatively melee-focused or like comp from WE. It's very difficult to space safely now as this squad, hell, even Taeyun on this Ezreal, is going to struggle to keep the distance required to be putting out good DPS.
Yep, you only have 1 E. Now the thing is, if you get towards Shojin and Serylda's, yeah, sure, you'll do unspeakable things. You're never going to get that at this point. No. At this point, you're not. You know, Atkan's already down, you don't get to fight around that. Baron is up. BLG will likely be going towards that objective now, if only to just start another fight.
Death stats just completed by Renekton. No pansy GAs or anything like that. It's raw damage.
This
times
is
of healing.
real League of Legends.
Yeah, nearly at a Void Staff for Knight. You've got the Nash's Tooth in from Elk, who's converting his build over to having the third upgrade as well. Will be a very well-rounded Kai'Sa at this point.
As you can see, that WL upgrade is fully operational by the time your friend's alive.
With fire when ready.
It's like a million Ezreals cried out at once and was suddenly silenced. Well, it turns out Anyone's Legend aren't playing this game, but don't know whether W can find themselves a new hope. Feels a little bit unlikely. Baron started up, off of Vision now. W did start against, see it getting started up. BLG likely looking for the fight, not the finish though.
keep an eye on this. Of course, BLG, after being humbled in split 1, will be looking to ensure their Empire in the LPL strikes back with lethal force here. Very, very good squad. Looking to prove that they are still right at the top of the tables.
BLG, they've been running a bit hot and cold, but this game's been looking pretty good as they try to finish off this play, as Karis has to jump away.
You're right at the red buff. No, move away from that.
So stupid. You did not just say at the red buff. For 80-80 is on hot.
Well, we don't know whether this is the end or not, really, when it comes to...
Shut up! That is so bad! That is so bad. Why do I let you come on this? Hey, Jesus. It's been slowing down a little bit. Not sure I'll be making out of this castle run in 12 passes. WE. Reclaiming a bit of vision. Dragon sporting in a minute. I can't believe you, Sam.
I mean, look, it's every time I see the top lane on screen, he's the best bin I've ever seen, you know?
No! How are you finding these? Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
My head's, just not in the game, it's up in Cloud City right now.
Oh, man. You've graduated from being an apprentice. You can consider yourself a Jedi Knight now.
I'm actually sitting down as well, so I think I have a seat on this casting council, which is great news.
And we give you the rank. You are on this council, but we do not give you the rank of master.
My midichlorian
it's outrageous.
Is far too high.
It's outrageous. It's unfair.
Insithdius says it's got Insithdius to Mecha. I see you.
Hang on a second. Was wondering whether Sidron was still in that brush. Not to be. Dragon spawning now. Reset's coming through. Knight wants to reset. Probably get himself a Void Staff and get himself all tooled up for let's play onto the Dragon.
Well, they're not going to be around, and that was your wampa. WWE can once again not contest
I
an
really
objective.
apologize for anyone who's not at all invested within the Star Wars franchise and various very, very questionable engages. Here we go.
Right at the back end, looking to go out against Silas, who
that's
pretty scary. They do get the decent ult back and way. Pretty scary. They're going to turn this one around. Wait, this might be actually a moment for W to come back on in. Dueling like the fates themselves depend on it. They will maul their way to a 1-for-1 right now, but again, it was just too much. Revenge of BLG's Sith as they make sure to punish WE's temerity in stepping on forwards and looking for a play in mid.
Yeah, WE feel like they have an advantage for a second, but Way has a shield and he's safe. Twice the pride, double the fault. WE cannot get themselves a kill because they focus the front line again. They cannot be affording to do this. They need to kill the carries, and yes, they get dopamine onto the front line, but it's not the targets they want. BLG will get themselves the Baron. Does look a little bit like an Exegorth, but this time they will be winning that fight against the giant space worm.
I don't really have a Millennium Falcon pun ready for this. I'm sorry. I should have done.
Man. WE, they have, that was another fight where, look, on the surface of it, I'm sure a lot of the initial, gut reactions, ooh, this is a good fight for WE, but look who the damage is onto. It's onto a Skarner. It's onto the Rel. That isn't the targets he needs to be hitting. Elf fully stacking up his lethal tempo. It's a 3-item Nash's Tooth. Cube has to try and hit his ultimate unassisted onto a supercharging Kai'Sa. Yeah, about that. And again, you get 90% of the health away from Skarner. Why is it the Skarner taking the damage in the first place? You cannot be allowing Elf to just free hits the Kai'Sa. That is the easiest fight of his life.
I'm looking also like Karis here, who after the laning phase had a really tough time. He's down, 45 CS, 0-3-1. Has at least got to a couple items, but he's just really feeling quite toothed, I suppose, for a Silas. You could call him Django Fett Unchained.
What?
Just doesn't have chains to work with, does he? He
that
really
is...
feel like he's armed with dangerous.
Wow. Weirdly enough, Samuel Jackson kind of plays into both of those references. Oh man, who gets this purple lightsaber on BLG's team? So BLG walking in towards the base now at this point. 6 scrubs, Baron buff, buffed up by the Ruinous Atachan. It's a tough time for WE.
It very much is. It's the dark times for WE indeed, as maybe they need someone to find us farmer across the galaxy as Monkey on the Sejuani. He's forced to back away. Not on one of those dune lizards this time around. It's looking a little bit greener than Tatooine. We'll back away.
Yeah, it's like an old grumpy Star Wars man at Christmas. There you go. Bah! Humbug.
Why? It's March! It's March, man! That's a reach at the best of times.
It is the only reference I can think of. There's a teleport ready to jump to hyperspace behind BLG. That could be an option for Karras coming into the backline. Does he have an ult to steal? No, he doesn't. The teleport's coming in.
Right.
One last jump to light speed.
Many bottoms died to put down this wall, but Karras in the backside has got to do something. But he's looking a little bit like it's Order 66. They finally pick off the Skarner, so they do get a little bit of value, but it's not that much value in the grand scheme of things.
It will end up blocking the Baron buff, but it's only one kill. And again, it's a one dopamine kill. It stops the Baron buff, but it's not really... well, these aren't the fights you're looking for. To try and mind trick their way into something. WE just haven't been able to find a kill onto the carries. This Kai'Sa has a Zhonya's. It hasn't been killed so far, and they haven't killed Knight for a long time now either. BLG, they're happy to give up a kill or two onto this front line if it saves the backline, which is exactly what they've been doing. WE might be able to angle around the dragon, but that's also a soul being hovered over for BLG.
Silas has got an arm guard to work with. He's got 2 items. There's at least this. You're at 3.5 for Taeyun. If you can get a decent fight where you do actually catch someone critical, like Knight or Elk, and blow them up before they use quite a lot of their tools to go to safety, maybe that's your way back in. It also has to be a really good hijacked ult from Karras, I think guaranteed.
You know, we have the Master Yi Anakin skin, that one. I really need a Tauntaun Rider Sejuani, because I thought they smelled bad on the outside. Monkey trying to get away from this one, but doesn't have a flash. They might be making a shelter for the night.
And Monkey will go down. They're dead to right. In goes the Magnet Storm onto Cube and Vampire. The front line just not tanky anymore. They'll get a stolen Impale, but I don't think that will matter in the grand scheme at all. Darth invading the base now. There's nothing left to be done. Inhibitors fall. Game's over. This time the Empire wins.
BLG started off with a Han solo kill, and they'll end it off with a hell of a spaceship battle at the end of it. BLG cleanly ending this game. WE had the dopamine, BLG had the substance.
There'll be some few things to pick up in terms of over-shoving for multiple lanes at once and having a crash.
Stops the Xin Zhao running in. You could go for Jax as well. Goes for the Poppy, switches over to that jungle. And we have our team compositions. BLG have some of the most space-denying ultimates you can think of. Renata ult, Rumble ult, Aurora, 2 lines in a circle. Just dunk on the battlefield. On the other side, Weibo, very strong with the Gwen. Good early pressure with the Xin Zhao to help out too. And a competitive bot lane into the Kalista Renata. I will say though, BLG, their composition makes more sense to me. Weibo, they have one big bit of engage with the Nico. Outside of that, it's individual plays, really. Individual Gwen advantages, individual Xin Zhao advantages, individual Jhin picks. Weibo, lock in. What a difficult team composition, folks. Not everyone wants to do the same thing all the time. BLG walk away with something a little bit more coherent. Second game of the day, BLG. Weibo already had a chance to wake up a little, shake off the sleepiness, and get onto the stage in form. As Sam walks back in with a coffee at just the right time. Sam, it's the big one of the day. BLG versus Weibo. Draft is completed. I think we're ready to get ourselves into our heavyweight fight of the day.
This is going to be pretty exciting. I think BLG, for all we saw good stuff from them in their first game, there were moments where you wondered, against a better team, whether some of those early overextensions could have cost them significantly more on the map. Weibo Gaming on the top. Got themselves the Gwen. Feels like a pick of the moment, that one. On the other side, though, I'm seeing that Rumble in for Bin. They already feel pretty scared, and that bot lane as well. Jhin Nico versus the Kalista Renata. I feel like there's a lot of setup down there for junglers to get involved. Onto the Rift we go, though. I'll take a brief pause while the crowds have a word.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
OMG chant at the end of it as well. Gotta love it. There goes Weibo Gaming into the blue side jungle of BLG. No one face checks quite yet. BLG were kind of around, actually going for an invade of their own here, so this might get quite interesting.
全军
Ships in the
出击
night. Tian coming across now. We might well have a contest. Light, Xiaohu down towards the bottom side, Hung on the other side of this. It's a known quantity. It'll be a 3v4 as the collapse begins to come on in. Take that back. Tian decided against it, sticking around by his Raptors. Hung looking for a decent angle here, but it actually ends up being a pretty rough chunk onto Elkun on as they try to get towards the lane. Knight now in a bit of a weird spot himself. It'll be Tian starting up on the Raptors. Not wanting to start this fight. Doesn't leave over. Had the wind becomes lightning, I think we'd rather just finish this camp and be done with it rather than get involved in any level 1 shenanigans. Barrier just got popped by Elk alongside the heal. It was traded back by Hung.
Yeah, we did say competitive bot lane. Nico, one of the most lane dominant supports because of, you know, the weird poke engage mage hybrid they can be. He's still against a Kalista Renata, and this is the best bot lane that Elkanon have. They are very, very good at Kalista Renata. Back in 2024 spring, so good on the 23 spring as well. Felt like this was the duo alongside, you know, a champion that could run down to their lane early on, level 3. It was how they became the best team in the LPL. Yeah, good handshake into level 2, great damage. And now suddenly you can't play the lane.
Yeah.
Suddenly you can't play the lane. All it takes is one slip up. It is so cutthroat here. That might not look like, well, it looks pretty big, but it doesn't always feel like it. That's the kind of mistake which means your bot lane can't fight anymore. It's competitive. Light and Hung trying to do their best against it, but you are always at a bit of a disadvantage versus the Kalista and the Renata.
That level 1 invade looked a little bit dicey for a second or two there, but it turned into not too much trouble in the end. Tian on the Grom, picking that one up in short order as Wei hasn't gone for any level 3 shenanigans on Poppy, which you sometimes see.
Oh yes, full build Poppy. Hit level 3, you're good to go. Let's go kill the Nexus, folks.
Level 3 and a red buff is all Poppy ever needed, really, wasn't it? It's nice.
Ooh, level 3 to level 2 drops forward.
That's a flash out of the seismic shove. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, it's because Xiaohu knew he could walk up knowing that Tian was just behind him. So actually that play is won by Tian, pathing just a little bit closer. Knight blowing that flash. You can say many things about Knight, but he's not timid in lane. Sometimes a little too over-aggressive, but right here, trying to angle for another early play. Wait, level 4. Tian, not even close on that point. Feels like Tian, by answering into mid lane, means that actually Wei gets himself an angle here. Needs to be careful though, Light's roaming over.
He is. Wei has to flash away. Nice roam from Light.
Yeah, but Wei misuses his W. Should be able to block that out. Doesn't get the reaction, so Knight drawing the attention of Tian into mid lane should have given Wei a better angle. Misuses that. However, Light roaming away from bot lane means he's now in a bit of trouble when it comes to losing a bit of XP.
Yeah.
He's now almost a full level down on Elk. Well, the half level for now. So you can see this push and pull, the early pressure. Yes, there are summoners blown by Wei and Knight, but you can see the opportunities that were made by their early pressure all the same.
Still, I think Weibo can potentially look around for that. Tian also path really interesting, right? Started on his Raptors, went over to blue side, came back again to kind of both be there early on for the bot lane and to be there later as Wei would have turned up on the Poppy as well. Helps defend against what would have been a pretty nasty invade from Wei after. So, working out okay there for Tian. Could have gone a lot worse there. Breathe. Skips and slashes away. That'll be the end of the play for now. Could get hit there with the Tangle Barbs. And Wei Hex flashes into the jungle. And again, it's Poppy, right? Burning Flash. Not the end of the world. It just unlocks the ultimate summoner for you in Hex Flash. Of course now, Bin. Just looking for a bit of a shove on against this Gwen. That does feel like it's been, as we've said, just this kind of new age top laner that everyone's back on for the moment. Even into things like the Rumble feels like that can be a worthy option. Throw down the exhaust into the Rumble. Actually really nasty for Bin. Gets hit with the double snip. Gonna have to flash away from the Gwen.
Wow, Bin locking in that Rumble. Of course, Breathe chose this Gwen over it. Big mistake there by Gwen and by Bin in the laning phase.
The power of the exhaust there. Suddenly Rumble's in melee range. Slow down. The Flame Spitter doesn't hurt anywhere near as much. And I can sort of see the angle there. Gwen does have that ability to still run the teleport and run a combat summoner as well. Isn't locked into a flash as a lot of champions are. Give you room to do things like run an ignite or in this case an exhaust. Get a lot of value there into the Rumble who just sort of has to flash away, and that's a big cooldown to burn. Especially into something like the Gwen, which can then start to run at you just a little bit later on with things like that. I was going to call it a threaded volley, but that's Talia Q. Needlework, there you go. similar line skill shots, even of a slightly different potency. Over towards the dragon we go. As Bin, remember, no flash. Has to be a bit wary here. The tangle barbs come on through. Nice S key to prevent too much there from Bin. It just stops in place. It doesn't take too much damage. A little bit of a chunk coming on through from this bot lane of Jin and Nico. Allows for Tien to head over towards these grubs. Breathe is still around, by the way. Hasn't gone towards bot lane to pick up that wave. So he's just here and keeping an eye on things. Actually, might be looking at a potential dive with that needlework. Bin needs to be wary here. We'll get level 6 off another minion, I think. So this has to be done pretty fast, or we're going to see the level 6 come on through, and the equalizer will allow for some serious turnaround pain. Clears the wave, but will die doing it. The barrier comes on through and keeps Light alive. Clutch barrier. Nice dive. Weibo Gaming on the board.
Weibo really getting some value out of this early game, and it's going on to Bin on the Rumble. Yes, he'll have team fight value, but we know what Gwen can do with an individual advantage.
Big deal. And again, does mean that this Gwen is not around the bot lane to pick up the wave. Does actually mean that you are still sacking a bit of pressure on the other side here. You still get value on that dive. The Jin and Nico can return towards that bot lane and feel pretty okay about it, even if they have given up a plate or two here towards this Kalista. Breathe gets beyond the turret, eats an Electro Harpoon though. Has to be a bit wary because in terms of items, there's a Fated Ashes to nothing in the inventory of Gwen, so it's still pretty nasty.
So, right, BLG, they have themselves their bot side advantage. Top lane, Bin, as he's often found himself, on the weak side of the map in more recent iterations of BLG, just looking to soak up that pressure, have a little bit more value, buy the space and time that this Kalista Renata used to just absolutely pop off.
What end is Jin once again roaming towards this Rumble, just sacking bot lane entirely. They're going top again.
They are, but they have to at this point. You can't enter the side of the map now that the Kalista Renata have managed to start rolling on Bin. Doesn't have an ultimate to wave clear. There's going to be a wave hitting tower. They don't have a teleport to do this. Bin is just looking to get some XP. Yeah, it's going to be a dead Rumble. Not much else they can do about that.
And Breathe will be donated it, I think. It'll be Nico trying to pick it up with the Blooming Burst. The kill still secured nonetheless. All the while, though, just elking on just to continue to attack this turret.
Going for the tower rush. Four people on top side. Grub's definitely helping out, and the tower debuff going to be off there. BLG trading sides of the map. It's not a lane swap, but it's about the closest thing you can get to it.
Poor old Bin is the one who suffers for it. We'll note again that Light is still roughly even with Elk, which is kind of crazy despite everything. So on this reset can theoretically look to either go mid and now allow Xiaohu to play out those side lanes from this perspective, or potentially match up against this Kalista again, because you can see in the gold totals, Light and Elk pretty evenly matched here. It's a few hundred gold apart of that.
Okay, so Weibo. Bold early plans, trying something different. Knight does have ult, and he will be able to get out, he does.
Just about. Deadly Flourish not quite in time, and Knight escapes with the use of his ultimate.
Right, so ult for ult. Very hard to catch off Aurora. This is one of the reasons why Aurora is so popular within LPL pro mid lane. It's very, very safe. You can play balls, use that ult to get out to safety. I know it's not always had the best competitive results across the rest of the world, and at first stand it was a contentious pick as well, and I think it was proven to be true. I mean, top esports couldn't make that work. They had a lot of issues with it, but you know, regionally, LPL Aurora has been very, very good. I'm not going to deny that.
Goes like, especially with the comps it's played into, Aurora into these low HP, often quite low range comps, gets a lot of value with that ultimate in particular. Knight goes looking for a steal on the big Krug. Don't think he quite secured it there. 10 CS up though, and actually Tien needs to be really wary here. Wei and Knight looking to set a trap, and Tien very cautious with the pathing. Correct way to path. Sometimes junglers, even if it's your jungle, it's not safe. Back away, take a safer route. It'll cost you 5 seconds, but sometimes it's a lot better than getting jumped by a poppy by your own raptors. Light eats a lot of damage there. 20% HP they're left on as a big old chunk comes on through from a Kalista and a Aurora. Grub spawning in 20 seconds, I think will be our next port of call. The Jin a little bit later on. That's okay. I'm going to hold on to this as I have been left with the task of solo casting. It is me, Alex, has now suddenly got really cool additional things to be doing. And that means I am now tasked with holding on to the stream as it is. I'm running from here. As we're on this one. Big chunk topside. You have to deal with me, guys. Look at this. It's just me. fully evolved Alex. Oh, don't tell you that. Alex could be a fully evolved Sam. He was the second edition. It's only fun to bully Alex when he's here. It's not quite the same otherwise. As we see the grubs started out here. By the side of gaming. I don't know why I decided to do it like that, but I did. I'm having some fun now that Alex isn't here to hold me back. Unrestrained. Dangerous. I need an adult, says Ocean Sword would be true. I clearly do too. I'm not a responsible member of society. But we're now in a pretty phenomenal position, all things said and done, for Weibo Gaming in some ways, right? You've gotten the little look in at those 6 grubs. You've got the Gwen that's ahead. You've managed to get a couple of those early kills. You've got about a 500 gold lead. That's a pretty good stop. I think phenomenal may have been a bit of an exaggeration. Again, BLG still got 2 dragons, still in a pretty good position this game. But I am going to need to see, in this mid-game with your Rumble Callista, an attempt to start pulling the trigger a bit more consistently. Or I am looking at this comp from Weibo going and going, look, I like the range. I like the scaling. Yeah, your Nico can get a little bit dicey as the game goes on. Can sometimes be quite easy to catch out by various members of BLG. But you do start to get to this point where you're not going to be able to match the Gwen quite as easy in the side lane. The ability to throw a lot of damage out onto a relatively squishy composition in the form of BLG could get pretty dicey here. So this will need to be a kind of moment in the game where we do see BLG start to try and pull ahead a little bit, or I think it gets a bit tricky for them, potentially. Not a good responsible member of society. Thank God he spends his time at home. Enjoy it, FTW is not wrong. Ow. That one is true. And I don't really know how to respond to that one. Oh, hang on. TP's come back. It's going to get spicy. Well. Flash from Knight. Oh, out from Xiao, and that wall to block off is beautiful. Flashing from Wei, slow from the equalizer. Tien throws down the crescent guard, the heal comes on through the hostile takeover. Sends them all berserk. And in come BLG. I asked them to pull the trigger, and they headshot the mid jungle of Weibo Gaming. I honestly thought Xiao Hu had pulled a miracle out of a hat there with a very, very astute Weaver's wall. But BLG can keep diving further. Light gets a bit of a chunky mid, but that is it. 2 great kills onto Elk on the Callista. They head on to the tier 2, and they are so good at converting kills into map pressure. BLG at their finest right now. Knight in potential danger. Weirding away from the Pop Blossom. Nice angle there from Knight while he was invisible from going across the veil. Okay, we now hold our nerves. We look at a game that has gotten BLG silently in the lead now, and it's in the right places. This Callista, very, very scary. We already saw the Jhin very early leaving that lane and saying, look, we're going to play lane swap effectively. Knight got attempted to be jumped on. Mr. Wind becomes lightning, and they, because of that escape with the flash, the turnaround is very, very fast. Rumble comes on down. This Weaver's wall looks pretty good, but Tien is still quite a ways out is the thing. And Wei with that incredible burst of speed from the Nimbus Cloak having flashed over, and a wonderful, wonderful hostile takeover from On. Such a great angle means that they still get the catch. You can't do much better than that. They get the tier 2 afterwards. All the while, Knight's in mid lane, dodges the deadly flourish, weirdings away from the Hex, Rocket Belt. That's the name. It's Hex Flash is the wrong time. Rocket Belt from Hung, who's looking for a big Pop Blossom combo himself. Really, really astute stuff from Knight, who has his dancing shoes on for sure. And they're only brown bags at the minute. That's not Dior he's got in inventory. Okay, We hold our nerve. I keep saying that's my phrase at the moment, guys. There's a lot of nerves that apparently need to be held. Basically, when I get distracted by something else, I need a way back into the game. That's what's going on for the record. I'll let you in behind the curtain. Elk. That's a decent juggler onto Tien. You really want to play for this tier 1 bot side. Bin, though. Even down a couple levels, still be able to clear this wave. Nice little shove from Xiaohu, though. Who, down a fair amount of CS on this Aurora now, because he's been playing with his team quite a lot, and that's well and good with Zetalia. Still be a bit wary of actually not being involved in any kills despite all those roams, and still being down 20 CS is pretty scary. Actually, it's more like 30 at this point. Knight's been having a quietly really good game, and I don't even think Xiaohu's necessarily played poorly. I think he's just been with his team quite a lot, and Knight has still managed to get involved and get a lot of individual value. That's pretty good stuff. Now, BLG just knows where they're at any given time. Better that too, I agree. Good jungle tracking, good prep, I agree. It's good read of what Weibo Gaming wants to be done, and I'll give some concurrence to that wonderful equalizer. Tien still running down it. The Crescent Guard buys some time, stops him from burning down too much. But between worlds goes Knight! Just about survives. But wait, the bailout comes on through. Tien doesn't fall. They've gone too far. Bin now in danger. The curtain's called. Light looking for the final shot. Can't quite do it. They lose Hung, but Knight is a big trade. Elk's now in danger. Went to the lane. And a handshake on Breed will knock him alive. Now Light looking for something. And suddenly Weibo Gaming punished really hard. What looked like a really good engage from Knight and Bin after those equalizers between worlds. Found a great angle. End up punished in short order. We said BLG was squishy. Oh, yes, they are. Breathe, though, still very healthy. Gets a decent snip, but on being around, flashes on forwards. A 2v1 with a bailout is not what you win. And Knight, sorry, Bin says, I'll have that. Ironically, it's On who picks it up, but I think a final auto. We hold our nerves. Get it again. I got distracted. Tien's in danger. Oh, my God. Knight just blows him up. They got the Hextech Dragon, but they can look for a bit more. Bin now in danger, and suddenly what looked really good for Weibo Gaming after Bin and On punish one side. Knight comes back in with a teleport. It's all right back in BLG's favors. Weibo Gaming just can't claim a clean win. Equalizer. Oh my God, Bin's just running at this Nico. He's dead. Can't shame change out of the grave. Bin is on it today. My days. Had a rough laning phase, and then he goes, well, I guess I just run at people now. What Leandries does to a mother lover. There we go. That's the term we'll use today. Oh, Hung went looking. Actually got a really good double root. It actually prevents Elkanon from being involved and finding a good hostile takeover that might otherwise have turned things around. Then they start getting the kills. It's a really great curtain call angle. Elk did get Hung. That's why he was so deep. But then a flash for the exhaust, or flash for Xiao going in for some of those autos. Breathe getting the exhaust down felt pretty good. But then Bin, on a ward, Breathe thought he could punish. Doesn't really get a great snip. And then On walks on over. Flash on forward. There is no exhaust anymore. And with a bailout on top of Bin anyway, unlikely to win out in the extended trades. Let's be real. Teleports come back on, and Xiaohu uses the Weaver's Wall, but it's too little too late. And the hostile takeover, after all this time, was still available. Light just about survives. Tien, though, eats a weirding from across the wall, and Knight hits him with the sawn-off bunny shotgun. And the rabbit realize it is indeed hunting season for the rabbits. Really, really good stuff. BLG, even when it feels like Weibo are actually trying to match the macro, making some cool proactive moves of their own, are still getting counterpunched just that bit harder. So, we were hoping this was going to be a great game. It's been pretty exciting so far. I am glad to see that Weibo Gaming aren't rolling over and dying. I'm glad to see we've seen some pretty creative moves. However, BLG right now, when we asked them to start stepping up in the mid-game, have done so. Light has survived. The hostile takeover hits everyone but Light, though. And Wei ends up going a bit deep. Trigger pulled, and the punish is good. Weibo Gaming not going quietly into the Knight, that is for sure. Knight eats a lot of damage. The needlework finally burned out. Herald has been taken and is now going to be used in the mid lane, where BLG having overplayed for that tier 1 mid. able to return the favor by getting a kill in the tier 1 of their own, and actually get a second charge with the 6 grubs. They've got an absolute murder of mites to go on forward. That infestation looks grim as hell. Look, greedy-ass gameplay. There's a little bit of that. There's been a lot of people trying to get as much as they can from the small windows they're seeing, and the other team being good enough to say, that's way too far. Not really too much to say about it. That's way too far. Out comes a wonderful keeper's verdict, and it looked pretty good, but it's not quite a stun into the wall. Light gets to barrier, gets to walk away, the hostile takeover doesn't hit him, and your target just about survives. Breathe then turns up. Bin isn't here. He's pushing out topside. Did he get that tier 1? No, he didn't. Just got to shove on in. So it ends up being a very weird state of affairs. Light now on this Jhin, 3-0-1, Collector Infedge into a comp with no true tank. Poppy's gone Sundered Sky. It's not going to be tanky on this Poppy for a long, long time. It's not top lane Poppy that tends to buy a lot of things like the Sunfire and your Frozen Hearts and all those kind of items early. Goes to the initial burst rate, and that's fine. It is. But what it does mean is this Jhin will have a lot of targets who will suffer into Collector Infedge for the foreseeable future. If you go... I mean, you could justify a rapid fire for the sake of it. If you go Lord Doms next, you will effectively eviscerate any champion in this game for pretty much the entirety of it from this point. Light has to be public enemy number 1 for a lot of these, and that's without talking about the Gwen, who with the Riftmaker done, with the Nashers done, can also be really, really nasty. Of course, your Callista is still strong. Of course, the Aurora is still strong. Bin is not exactly weak here either. It's not like BLG out of tools. I just want to point out that Weibo Gaming can certainly throw some pretty lethal punches here as well. And that means this next dragon fight, I think, will be pivotal. The last fight already felt very back and forth. What looked like a really good start for Weibo was swiftly turned around by BLG. As everyone was fighting over these dragons. Weibo did get the dragon and stopped Soul Point. Weibo on dragon again. Would love the second Hextech Dragon Bin. Looking to find an angle to come on over. Everyone's available. Couple decent control would splitting the pit kind of in half there. Comes the Weaver's Wall. Should mean there's no real way onto the dragon. Breathe steps on forwards and BLG don't feel comfortable enough to step up and contest, and a nice Weaver's Wall denies the easy contest. 2 dragons for Weibo Gaming. As I kind of said before, I think I favor their scaling. I don't think it's quite as easy as that. Everyone's squishy enough that the Aurora, the Rumble, always going to have targets aplenty to blow up. The tier 2 now under siege, and BLG have been very good for wave control and the shoves onto these tier 2 structures. And despite having the 6 grubs, I haven't seen the same level of threat from Weibo. Despite having champions like the Gwen, they back away largely to safety. Xiaohu now coming on up. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. Good Weibo Gaming setup. I agree. I agree. Came at the cost of that tier 2. I think on the whole you'll take it. Double little Hextech Dragons, that attack speed, that ability haste. When you're looking at Gwens, you really want to be going through as many of those cooldowns as possible. And as many snips as you can get out, you feel really good about. Talia Jhin, also very pleased about getting a lot of casts off. An attack speed on Gwen, oh my god. Say less. Atakan picked up with no contest from BLG. Holy moly. I think that probably deserved a bit more hype from him. Not gonna lie, I took a more chill route, but make no mistake, that was significant. 6 grubs, 2 dragons, and a scaling comp. Inevitable, really, when you've got the Gwen. And I think compositionally as well, the Jhin going to be very, very deadly. That is effectively giving you another Hextech Dragon's worth of stats. It's giving you 2 extra grubs. It's just giving you a hell of a lot extra blood petals. Look at the level suddenly. This Jhin right back up to even without. Breathe. A really good position versus Bin now as well. Really, really good stuff. I feel that should have been a contest from BLG. Yes, I get you. You didn't really felt like you were set up that well. You got a few wards in River, but not that much more. But I don't know. You got that control ward in Tribrush. I think you could have come and contested that. And it's bold not to do so. I wonder whether those 2 moments there we saw, quiet as they were, uncontested really as they were, might actually signal the ascendancy of Weibo in this game. Not done yet. BLG very rarely go quietly into the night. But that is a very uncharacteristic lack of threat from BLG around critical parts of the map. 2 items now completed pretty much wherever you look. Not in the jungle, I will note, for Wei, who's going towards what I think will be an unending despair here. It could be Locket too. I'm not the best with tank itemization. Not gonna lie to you guys. So who knows? I could just be chatting straight up ish. Certainly looked like that from the first stand from LPL in representatives. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great look from first stand. I won't lie to you all. I was disappointed, but I think most LPL fans were. Wasn't what we were expecting. BLG washed? I hate that. I don't think that's fair. This game, though, I think it is fair to say, not a great last 5 minutes. Not a great last 5 minutes. What the hell did BLG doing? GG last? That one I'll agree with. Do you think Tien potentially gonna have a better game from here? We'll see. I think he's in a bit of an odd position this game for Weibo Gaming. He's kind of tasked with being sole... Okay, it's a bit of a lie, because this is... When we last saw Gwen be truly meta, it was often with Xin Zhao. Because you could effectively fake frontline with your ultimate on Xin Zhao and your hallowed mist as Breathe into a very short-range composition from BLG. So your kind of double Thunderdomes fake frontline because of the way they work. Say, okay, you can't hurt me unless you come into range with me. And if Xin Zhao and Gwen together have got those Thunderdomes up and you're entering it as like a Callista or a Poppy, you kind of just cry and die. So you've kind of have got pseudo frontline in a very conditional sense. In the way that Lissandra used to do it with her ult and Zhonya's. Hang on, Weibo find a really good angle, but it's largely onto On, who gets pulled back with the Fate's Call. Curtain Call comes on through, though, and oh my god! Gwen does a lot of damage. The turnaround, though, is pretty solid here, but it's not enough, and Light gets a double. They picked off the mid and bot lane. They don't kill Hung. They can turn on to Baron. And that pseudo frontline I was talking about proves way too scary, especially with how much damn damage it does. Gwen Shin's out. Really obnoxious, and all the while, Light, now at 5-0-2, has the rapid fire, building towards a Bloodthirster. He is going to absolutely crap out damage on, trying to deal with the wards. Wei now spotted coming out of the bush, means that Tien knows to go forward, heads on in. The hostile takeover is pretty mediocre. It catches Hung alone. Pop Blossom comes on through onto Knight and Elk. All the while, look where Breathe and Tien come in from. They absolutely corral Knight and Elk and On and break the ankles. We wondered whether those two objectives being given over for effectively free would end up being a turning point. If it wasn't then, I think it is now. 3 Hextech Dragons. Ruinous Atacom. 6 Grubs. Baron. A Partridge and a fucking Pear Tree. They are on real strong. Pop Blossom comes on through as a defensive measure and Wei dies. Flash for the hostile takeover is good, but it only kills off the Nico, who isn't all that valuable at this point in the game. Bree teleports to the backline, but it's split well apart. Knight gets bailed out. It's not enough. TM flashes on forward, so the Whimper comes lightning, looking for the 3 talent strike, and Breathe cleans up the rest. The handshake is absolutely unaccepted as Breathe has a firmer one. Weibo Gaming will take BLG down, will match them in game score. Look to try and contest for first place in the group here in the LPL in this group. A fantastic mid-game scaling comes into fruition and BLG's unwillingness. What a good dive combo, and if you can pull it off, it's great. I just worry, is Skarner Rumble beatable? You've got some tools to do it here. I think the Galio can help keep people alive against things like the Rumble engage. Ambessa, Kai'Sa, Lilia, all very capable of moving around and making it hard for Skarner to find easy engage, especially with a limited amount of setup for the big multi-man ults. But I think if Monkey is on it, this is going to be doing a really big deal. Oh, you're right. Thank you. I did indeed put a typo in. Weibo Gaming, not Wade WDG. I appreciate you. Let's try that again, shall we? comp itself, if you just ignore what WE had, you say, that's a great comp. You have got some solid anti-tank options. Skarner tends to build HP, not resist for quite a while, and Lilia is one of your premier anti-tank junglers out there. Xiaohao definitely in a position to just run over this game. But he'll have to be against a very, very potent duo that's been so problematic for so much of this year and just before as well. Let the crowd start yelling.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Two very long-standing organizations, even in a group like this, with the BLGs and Weibo fans buying out a fair number of the seats as well. WE and EDG fans still around and welcome to go. BO3 tiebreakers, right? It's a best of one, I'm afraid. Okay. Righty then. What are we expecting out of this early game? Lilia's going to want to start on her Raptors. Will be a known quantity. It does feel like a lot of junglers are doing this now. Keeps your red buff alive for longer. Slightly slower clear, but still very good. On here on the Kaiser. Again, a new member to EDG's roster for this split. Paired with Wink for a very long time. Had to deal with Vampire. And on the other side, in fact, that was his old pairing. And a lot of questions about how much Arm was macro controlling Vampire. Again, the mechanics, like the hands on Vampire, not been so much of a question. It's been some of the decision making, some of the macro moves been problematic, as this is a really good invade. Oh, Monkey. Hang on, doesn't get hit by the blooming blows. Wait. Can he charge into the wall? Doesn't know. Has a smite. This could get really ugly. Oh my god, Xiaohao. If he loses this, it's going to be a nightmare. Smite is early. And Monkey steals the red. What a wraparound invade. Monkey absolutely crumbles the early clear. Of course, he's going to go look through and fight over the blue buff as well, isn't he? Oh my god. Has got Smite right back up again. They're going to know he's here. Walked on through. Here comes Wink and Arm, but Vampire and Taeyun looking to come and contest this. Fighting over the Gromp. They really want to play with the lane prio they have. Double AD carries getting a lot of value. Angel now roaming on over. Monkey pulls away from the Gromp. Going to drive back into his own jungler side. Look, the defense was good enough. We'll pack away. We'll delay his own clear a fair amount here as a result. But can now clear bot to top, pick up that Scuttle Crab, feel pretty happy about the mess he's caused of Xiaohao's clear. Doesn't get as much value as I think he might have been hoping for. Are we going to see an invade onto red from Xiaohao? Maybe a fight over the Scuttle Crab instead. Double buffs versus none right now for Xiaohao makes it pretty tricky. Forces a flash away from the Lilia as Vampire goes looking. We'll get the Scuttle Crab. Just continue to delay Xiaohao's ability to take camps again. Monkey still going to be a couple camps behind here. Hasn't actually finished off that much of his own jungle yet. I'm just going to say, look, I'm not done. I'm going to keep fighting. I've got red buff. You don't. We can play this without you having flash. This gets tricky. Monkey still has flash. Can look to be really, really obnoxious. Wink now in danger. Gets a Shattering Strike. Needs to flash over the wall. Means the Dreadsign hits onto the wall. And Vampire now in danger because he didn't get his Aftershock off. Needs to start backing away. Looking for the Blooming Blows. Doesn't quite have the flash, remember, because he used it earlier. Xiaohao is going to be helping get the kill now onto Arn. And WE, the game plan was cool. Be aggressive on the invades. But they give up the kill. And EDG defend well there. Critically so. And ironically, Xiaohao's now in the gold league. WE were full sending on these invades. So, like, I appreciate the aggression. I appreciate the use of the lane priority, but wow. The Berkey is saying, yeah, holy shit, correct. Basically, what the heck is that? WTF. Very aggro indeed. Now what do we even look at from here? Like, the early aggression from the Skarner looked good in some ways. It hasn't really led to meaningful advantages against Xiao. He got his flash, and that's all well and good, but Monkey also burned his now. Vampire went looking for plays, kind of fumbled by having Wink be able to flash out, got himself in danger. I love WE's draft, like, they can win once. Theoretically, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Sano. I like WE's draft too. I think it was a very bold call from EDG to give up what they did. It's not that the EDG's draft is bad in isolation. It's very on theme, into some of the tanky stuff. You've got good options. You can play really well into the anti-dive with the Galio to come and punish your Skarner and Nautilus. Like, all of that stuff holds true. I just then look at WE's draft and go, well, Taeyun's on real comfort here in the Ezreal. We saw him have a really good game on just earlier today. You've got Skarner, Rumble with double AD carries to follow up. I mean, that is such a nasty composition. It feels like so many of the S tier must-ban champions out and available, particularly because of the combination they have together. It's risky is putting it mildly. I'd prefer if they didn't win, says EDG Wink, please and thank you. Now, going by your name and the players on screen currently, I suspect you may be a touch biased. Why did they put the Galio mid, though? You know what? Actually, a really fair answer. Galio has been the premier answer into Rumble like this entire time, and I suppose eventually you can still shift the Galio up into the Ambassador, but the early lane is still what it is, and Ambassador down 15 on CS is kind of suffering here. I mean, ZDZ on the Ambassador, it's a big playmaking tool. You wanted the Ambassador in the draft, so hey. But yeah, I agree. Part of why you're doing what you're doing is to get a Galio into the Rumble. You would have thought. I hadn't considered that, and you're absolutely right. I mean, still compositionally makes sense, but I agree. It's another one of those ones where you go, well, look at what you're playing it into. Surely you want the Galio top, no? But then, did you want the Ambassador in the comp? Ambassador mid, not great right now. Would have suffered into Corki. We saw Cube draft it into it. Top lane held the Corki that way, so it's not a great matchup. So, there you go. Okay. We now wait for second set of grubs. First set claimed by WE. Smartest plat player in the world, said Sano. Holy spam. It's fine. Won't there be tiebreakers anyway for first? Yes, there will be now. Unless BLG have still got one more game to play. Weibo have still got one more game to play. Hang on. No, wait. Actually, do they? Where are we at? Oh, no. Schedule screwing with my brain. So, at this point, WE are in a relatively okay position. Waiting on second set of grubs. Arn is at least getting solo gold down bot lane. Ambessa getting a hard time. I feel like we've seen Ambessa have a hard time in general over the last few days. I think people still want to make use of her, and like, you see what she brings as a champion. Hell, we did see the insane 9k damage teamfight. Like, it's not like we've been seeing Ambessa always lose. But it feels like there are more answers into her. I'm not sure she's as blind pick as she once was. Honestly, I feel like Gwen is kind of replacing her as the blind pick top laner of choice. Oh. What do you mean you were young? The game's only 2-3 years old right now. Mecca, my brother in Christ. I think the game is in season 15. It's been playing officially for 15 years. There was a beta before that. It's quite an old game now, is League of Legends. Holy moly. I think League might literally have been alive for over half my life, which is kind of wild. I'm just saying. Feast under 11 minutes. Yep. Turret, 3 objectives, no contest from EDG. Ooh, boy. It's been a very quiet game on the whole. And 6 grubs and a dragon, plus first turret topside, is nasty stuff. Ooh, Equalizer comes on down. ZDZ turns it around with a public execution, but probably needs to think about running away. It's a lot of damage. Ult for ult in the grand scheme of things, but Cube's still the one with the shove. It's a long, long, long time. Hook. W, I mean, what do you even say at this point? Kill for kill. Ambassador dies, Rumble dies. Kill for the Lilia is nice, but the turret falls bot. W just quietly getting further and further ahead. Not too much more to be done at this point. They'll lose a dragon here, I think, as well. And like, going 1-for-1 in this scenario is just not enough. Especially when the Rumble picks up the kill. Like, Lilia getting kills is nice. That is possibly your out as the game goes on, but I think this platform from the early game is going to be really, really, really challenging for EDG from now. And we said there was going to be some draft issues. Because again, we said, look, ignore what WE's comp is for a second. Look at the EDG's comp and you go, yeah, makes sense. Cool comp. Then you look at WE's comp and you go, oh my god, what did you give up to get this comp? Nymaera is dead. There is only Initialise. Yes, there is. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate you, Ivan. Or VN. Sorry, I apologize. Okay. So, what do EDG do now that they are down 2 dragons, 6 grubs, 1,500 gold to Scar Rumble? With double Trinity Force, double item carries incoming with a Corki and an Ezreal. Aside from Prey, WE mess up, you probably need to have really really astute wards around the next dragon. You need really, really great wards to stuff the Skarner combo. If the Skarner goes in, messes it up, and you turn it around, then you get to play the game. Do that, and then maybe have Rel, Kai'Sa, and Ambessa jump on the Ezreal, jump on the Corki. If you can nuke them, and the Skarner doesn't get good value with the ultimate, there's your value. Maybe a moment like this between fights as well could be good. They jump onto Vampire, in comes the Kai'Sa. They're going to try and look for a combo. The Galio well weighted, and Wink stays alive. This is the combo we were hoping for. Edward Gaming, wonderful combo. Wonderful combo. But what you get a Herald off this. That might do it. 3 kills onto Arn as well. You needed that on your Kai'Sa. Big moment. Big moment. Okay, literally when we were asking for it, it's like, okay, can you stuff the Skarner engage? Done. Can you then dive onto the backline? Done. You get the Skarner, you get Karras, you get a lot of summoners. Great stuff, you get Herald afterwards. It is a small step back on the road to recovery, but the gold lead is gone at least. And your Kai'Sa gets the gold. Critical stuff. Lilia is involved. That's nice. So, how does this start? It's a horrible dredge line from Vampire going wide, and then ZDZ from off vision steps into the backline, Magnet Storm after, and yes, you get the Skarner up, but it's onto the Rel that's burned her combo, and the shield is enough to keep her alive. Then Karras has to flash, and the whole of EDG can run forwards once the front line, who have used all their stuff in Monkey and Vampire, are dead and gone. Nice stuff. Fnatic could do much worse. Oh no. I don't know. Fnatic have hurt a lot of fans over the years. It's true. Well. Right. Gold lead now over to EDG. They've got Herald to work with. A minute to what would be soul point. If they get another fight around that, probably leads into out of card, or at least good setup for it. That then gets interesting, doesn't it? Did I hear Fnatic pause? Should you be online? I'm hoping not. We've had a distinct lack of pauses today. That's why we're doing 0-4. Just can't get a home play for Soul. They need to throw. Yeah. Yeah, that one was silly. I kind of agree, GG Last. That one was rough. They had all the tools in the world at that point. They had everything going for them. They might still win this game, right? Their comp plays from a 900 gold deficit just fine. It's just very disappointing that they are given this incredible foundation for the game, from draft, from early objectives and gold leads, to throw it away like that. That's very sad, very frustrating. Test, you are a sub. You probably got gifted one of the many, many gift subs that have been given out today. Thank one of Mecha Fanboy, or, of course, the side of the Edlast, who also gave out a load of community subs. We are actually 1 sub away from 500 subs, by the way, here on the channel. So if anybody has it in their heart who hasn't been gifted one of the insane amounts of community subs, fancies dropping us up to bring us up to 500 subs. I'm just saying, you could be rounding our numbers out really nicely here, guys. I'm just, you know, just if you felt like it. We're going to focus on the dragon right now. Now is the time for dragon fights. So, EDG here. ZDZ on a flank will be spotted. Good ward in that bush behind the red buff. No one really there to stop it, though. Down to 4,000 HP. Xiaohao goes on in, looking for Lilting Lullaby. Gets it on the front line. Not the best target. Gets to burn the flash from it. Dragon secured. And soul point for WE. Into the backline we go. ZDZ gets in there. But the suppression comes on through. Magnet Storm. Brutal stuff though. And on into the backside gets Taehyun. You think it's all over? It is now. Xiao Hao shows them exactly how it is done. Quadra kill for Lilia. Fear the deer. Holy moly. The Skarner ult hits no one valuable. They get ZDZ alone. Xiao Hao, without flash, without ult, finds an insane amount of damage off a glorious combo from Wink. EDG Wink, you in chat? Your boy found a Magnet Tempest. That was magic. Kai'Sa 404. Enemy lane is not found. You've got this Lily Hicks. The thing is, it starts off with the smite skewer from WE, and for me, a bit of a perplexing look in for the play from Xiao Hao. Just misses Taehyun and Karis. If he'd caught both of them there, it might be a very different story. The Lilting Lullaby not that valuable. Smite fight, very, very close. I think that was nearly pixel perfect. In goes EDZ, and everyone from WE turns onto him. But Vampire is left alone, and suddenly they all group up to chase the Ambessa, and Wink finds 4. On into the backside, finds a really good angle onto the Ezreal, so he's not left free firing while Xiao Hao murders him. Wait, though. EDG late on the reset, give up Atakan. It's the GA version. And actually, I think this is the one that you can play against a bit more freely. Very potent spike in power, but it doesn't give you the ability to shove waves for free. If you have done a good enough job of controlling waves, you can still mitigate this. If you don't get turrets off this WE, I still wonder. True shot barrage, minimal. Ambessa left to shove out the mid lane waves. There's no real turrets under threat at the bot side either. So, what do you get done for WE? You get a steal of camps on the red side jungle. It's not even that much to take, because Xiao Hao's already cleaned up. This is Lilia. At 2.5 items, she's stopping off from the arm guard and going straight towards the Rift Maker because of all the goals she's been able to build up. She clears camps in seconds flat. So, we are now in a position where EDG, we were saying, oh god, this comp, not sure about it. Oh man, this early lead, not sure about it. And then 2 absolutely immaculate team fights in a row bring them into a decent gold lead. They're still going to have to deal with the fact they're down Soul Point, they're down Atakan. It's not done yet. The flash has been there. The gold leads are on exceptional points of power. Lilia and Kai'Sa, with a Galio Ambassa backing them up. That's really, really good news. Even the Zeke's convergence here from the Rel, I think, when you're looking for the big Wombai, I think makes sense. And you can see how Lilia is supposed to be dealt with here as an answer into a nerfed Skarner. However, you are still now against 2-item WE with the Muramana transformations. Triforce Muramana has been a spike as old as League on Corki and Ezreal. You've got 2 items on the Rumble. You are still very, very scary this game. You did get Soul Point for all the fight after and the flash that came in. The substance, the underlying bit of it is you did win the smite fight. You are at Soul Point. Infernal Soul for a Rumble plus Corki plus Ezreal is still game winning. Theoretically, 50 seconds to what could still decide the game. I just don't trust WE to take it home. That's the problem. And EDG still not exactly taken their teamfight leads into meaningful objectives. How much will it haunt them coming into this fight? Lilia, 2 items, plus arm guard, plus a 10-stack Dark Seal. That is 40 extra AP, an extra 700 gold worth of stats. So she's effectively 2.8k ahead of this Skarner. Exactly, Roberto. In chat saying WE scaling front to back. Plus they got all those drakes. Exactly. It's not that easy. ZDZ being jumped on. The Galio won't burn before the dragon. Hang on. Arm coming in. Wait. What happens here? Equalizer. Not fantastic. Into the back line is Angel and Wink. Karis, though, untouched. Flashes on in. Still takes the Corki with him. Wink needs to run away, but Taeyun, for once, unhurt. Drives Xiao into the wall, who goes golden. Wink and Angel need to get a lot of damage. Flash for the knock-up. Taeyun's dead. Oh, no. WE, you think you've burned everything you need to catch out ZDZ. Call a really frustrating Galliot that wouldn't be there for the soul fight and still lose it. Arn takes Karis with him. And then you try to drive the deer into the wall and she gets to Zhonya's. ZDZ is here as one of the few face-checking options. Is spotted out by a Scryer's Bloom. Monkey goes looking for him. Flash public execution for that extra little bit of move speed. And they jump on him. They put everybody here to try and kill off ZDZ. And they do kill him. And Cube now turns up. And the equalizer is okay. It gets Xiao Hao. And that's kind of it. Arn actually also, in fairness, chunked. But then Arn takes Karis with him. Finally falls. But he's already killed off Vamp. And then you're in a 3v4. Where Xiao Hao gets a lot of value. Wink. Force a really ugly step forward from Taeyun. Angel. What a flash ground pound. Justice punch knock-up with a wonderful Zhonya's from that Lilia. I mean, heroics. Heroics. 4K fight from the Lilia. 4K fight just enough from Arn. 3.5K fight from a bloody Galio. Oh, wow. I am slightly speechless. That gets you a dragon. But you have to keep doing this, EDG. It, once again, hasn't earned you Baron. You've still only got 2 turrets in this game. Your Lilia is now at 3 items plus 10 stack Dark Seal. Your Galio doing all right on the stacks as well. Your Kai'Sa picked up a Terminus at this point. Increasingly hard to manage. And I think into Corki Ezreal, Kai'Sa at this point becomes a bit of an X factor here into the AD carries that want to play the way they do. Arn can really threaten the Ezreal and the Corki. And you do have to be scared of that. And I think for WE, if you do not kill off one of Arn or Xiao Hao immediately, you don't win these team fights. Monkey, like, the combo from WE is great, but it has to land onto key members. If you don't get them, you've killed off what? An Ambessa who's really here as an annoyance, a threat, not the true carry at this point. Starting up Baron. Monkey gets a big engage, but there's no real equalizer. Finally comes on through, but it's very late. Wink and Arn taken very low, but into the backline goes ZDZ! Arn pulls the trigger. Killer Instinct down. You lose your jungler. Ambessa is traded. Karis has to leave, though. No TP. You've got no smite available for 40 seconds. Can you reset and look again? I don't know. Maybe this is an angle, but the health bars are pretty low here, and a lot of ults burned. Maybe not feeling quite secure enough to try and turn back to the Baron. This game is certainly entertaining. I don't know about the level of quality of points. In fairness to EDG, Xiao Hao Arn really have been quite good. Wink as well. Very impressive engages. Like it's not like there's been entirely flawed. We have seen good stuff. This is an interesting one. Where is the equalizer? You've held them in place forever. Now it comes in. The burn is good, but Xiao gets to go golden. ZDZ lands onto Monkey. The Galio ult comes in. The Kai'Sa comes in. The re-engage is solid. You do kill off the Ambessa, but in a lot of ways, your damage is done. You killed the jungler. It's what you wanted to do. They don't get to turn onto the Baron, though. They don't really get to get value out of that smite being off the board. And I think that has been more EDG's issue for me. We've seen good team fighting from this squad. The wave control, the macro stuff, taking these fights and turning them into objectives has been significantly poorer. And I think that has been really hamstringing EDG's ability to turn a lot of these fights into something more. I think for WE's side, it's the other way around. Actually, solid early moves. Again, Monkey, in particular, making things happen. You have seen Vampire in that first game of the day pairing up well, but it has been the mid-game team fights, the mid-game decision-making around objectives has been poor, even if the early foundation has been solid for a couple games in a row now. And at the end of the day, you've drafted the comp that needs to team fight. If you can't team fight, it's going to be problematic. Monkey just got hit with a Squall Seed. ZDZ on a flank, but on vision. Here we go again. Can drive into the pit. Taken away. Baron secured. EDG now don't necessarily need to fight. Vampire flashed out and just gets deleted. Cube loses the 1v1 with ZDZ and has to back away. Sleep onto Monkey. Squall Seed comes on through. The Equalizer now follows. Splits EDG kind of apart here as Arn taken down to a 3rd HP. And I think EDG at this point needs to back away. That is a very deep teleport from Angel, but gets to clear out the wave. The Swell Seed comes flying on through. We've got Infernal Dragon up. That's why they feel like they need to come and contest. They were slow to reset. But look how many ults were burned. Skarner ult, Equalizer, Depth Charge. Big ults burned, but then on the other side, you've got Arn's ult, and that's it. Cubes, though, saying, I don't want to come fight this. He's playing for topside. Monkey has got Flash. Could look to steal this. Half his HP bar is missing. So we need to see how this goes. Monkey, how aggressively do you want to play this? You can afford to give this up, WE. You're still on Soul Point. But 2 Infernal Dragons now secure, plus Baron. EDG now got the opportunity to really pressure the side of WE. Tier 2 falls. Tier 3 now under threat. They do get that tier 2 top, try and trade that out. But oh my days, WE, I mean, we have to talk about it again. Remember how this early game looked. Remember how the draft looked. And you would be understandably perplexed to see the game state now. You've got 3.5 items on your Ezreal, 3 on the Corki. You've got 3 items on this Rumble. You still have a combo here. I just worry how you do it now into a 4-item Kai'Sa, a 4-item Lilia, where actually your ability to kill these targets within the duration of your burst is just not as easy anymore. They're really, really scary. The carries from EDG have got so much safety and so much bloody threat. Two more games to go. BLG, EDG, and WE Weibo Gaming. In a lot of ways, it feels like this is the game for both of these squads to pick up the wins. They EDG win this, they guarantee they are in the 3rd place scenario. I think with Weibo winning earlier, they can no longer contest the 2nd. However, we are now in a position. Why do I say that? Weibo won the 1st game of the day, won against BLG. Yeah, no, absolutely. I take it back. EDG win this game, they guarantee 3rd. They guarantee that they do get to play for a spot in the Ascension group. Lose this and it gets a lot more interesting. Because let's be real, your games after this against the 2 best teams in the group, winning those matches is unlikely at this point. These teams still have too many issues to work out, I think, to have a realistic chance of beating Weibo or BLG. For WE, losing this guarantees you are 4th place, guarantees you are going into Nirvana group, where you are at risk of just ending your season in July. Because Weibo won their 1st match against, I forget now, one of EDG or WE. It's been early today. It was EDG, 1st game of the day. Because they beat BLG, they have gone to 4-2. EDG, even if they win this game, and even if they were somehow to beat BLG, would only go to 3-3. They wouldn't reach the break point for 2nd place. To clarify. WE, backs against the bloody wall, aren't they? The Baron didn't break the base. That's your silver lining. You are still at Soul Point. That's a better silver lining. a team fight win into an Infernal Dragon still potentially wins you this game. It's just not looking easy. And thank you, by the way, Fairy Tale, for giving out a community sub. Thank you, Tower of Jester, as well, for getting involved. We have managed to get ourselves to 501 subscribers, guys. We are the 501st in truth. Welcome to Vader's Fist here on the channel, and for bringing us over 500 subscribers. That is a hell of a breakpoint, guys. We've got a bit of a slower point before we hit the dragon fight, so time to celebrate that before we use the equivalent of party poppers with the fight to come. That's really, really awesome, guys. We do our best here to help support the LPL community, and having that moment is cool. We even get to watch fiestas like this, eh? Angel on a flank is going to be spotted. Karis will throw out a frost bomb that just doesn't hurt the same way anymore. ZDZ not on vision, though. Hang on, Karis needs to be really careful. Here we go. Watch the angle. They've got really good angles for Angel and ZDZ to get to the back line. Public execution! On goes diving in. They get a lot of damage down. Massive shield around into the Zhonya's front line down. Damage is there. They do finally bring down Angel. But look at the health bars. Taeyun, Cube, and Karis got nowhere to go. You lost Wink, in fairness. Missed him going down despite finding the angle. But the thing is, the smite is alive from EDG. It is not for WE. They want to TP in regardless. They're double TPing in regardless. Doesn't matter. They get the kill. Not sure about that TP in. Baron's up. Maybe they feel like they have to contest. Can they rush it? You've got double carries, and as a rumble, you might be able to, you know. Infinity Edge done for Karis. Have a look again. Because basically ZDZ is on a flank, unspotted. Angel tries to go looking on in. Massive engage, but it doesn't catch, for once, the backline at all. Winker immediately dies for it. Vampire flashes on out, and he's the one hit by the public execution. ZDZ kills him. Arn can't quite get the procs on Karis or Taeyun. Cleanse burn, flash burns. They get out. Angel does finally fall. Even the Akathian Rain After doesn't quite get it. Critical moments though. Karis down flash, Taeyun down flash. Arn also down the flash. Not a lot of sustain available here in general in that safety. Head over towards the Baron. Vampire is just not tanky at this point. And the Skarner being behind the curve isn't tanky into this comp. Kai'Sa is a good tank killer. Lilia is a phenomenal tank killer. Honestly, the Galio, the Ambassador, not bad either. In some ways, they can get through a few rotations. The Skarner and the Nautilus just not anywhere near raid boss status. At least Karis and Taeyun already serious breakpoint. Soul Point was secured by EDG though. They now have 3 Infernal Dragons. Oh my days. Okay. Baron starts again. Monkey no flash. Still look to come on in. He's won a smite fight already this game. Watch CDZ on the flank angle. The wards aren't fantastic again from WE. Got themselves a Banshee's Veil. Release the Verdant's barrier from Xiaohao. Popped there by the public execution coming in. No, that was unexpected. They come into the backlines. Cube knocked up. Gets down the Equalizer. Trying to trade onto ZDZ, who was trying on the other side to get value as Arn dies. They pull the trigger and the turnaround is fantastic. Swellsea comes on through. ZDZ needs to keep hopping. Flashes away. They lose their AD carry. And suddenly WE can turn towards the Baron. Health bars low. Teleports available from Angel and from ZDZ. Xiaohao can get in. They are TPing into the pit. Karis needs to be very, very scared. Xiaohao immediately eviscerated though. Oh my days, they've lost the team fight. ZDZ trying to find something. It's a double for the side of Karis. They get one back, but they don't get the Baron. Arn dies. I need to see the replay. He must have just dived on in and got eviscerated by the double AD carries. WE might just have done it. We might be on to another tiebreaker today. Oh my god. In goes CDC. It's on to Karis, but he gets out. At which point, the Equalizer and the suppression just catches on. Finally, he's brought on top of an Equalizer courtesy of a Skarner ult. Finally, he doesn't get to play the game properly. WE only needed one. That might have done it. Are you not entertained? They TP back in thinking they can play it, but Karis again just gets to stay alive. It's not properly threatened. Q flashes out. And you only kill off one at the back end of it. Okay. Dragon in a minute and a half. We go again. GA just picked up by On. Huge break point for him. But these AD carries now from WE are a lot harder to deal with from WE. You've got a GA on Taehyun, who's at max build. You've got the upgraded, whatever the Ionian boots are. Don't know that name, sorry. Merc Treads upgraded as well. Not upgraded, but not quite the Chain Crusher. But you've got that kind of stat increase from the Feats of Strength. You've got max build there as well. Immortal Shield Bow, Lord Doms, Infedge. This Corki hits like a truck as well. You have to kill them. Death Cap just got done for the Galio. This game has gone back and forth and back and forth. W back with a gold lead again. Both teams on soul point. Baron's going to allow WE to shove out and have setup around the dragon. I genuinely do not know what's going to happen with this team fight. Feels like if Taehyun and Karis aren't brought low, it's problematic. On the other side, if Arn and Xiaohao get a long fight, it's going to be really rough for WE. Hang on, Lilting Lullaby available. They pull it. Cleanse immediately from Taehyun. Going to be down that critical summoner. Wink though, there, reload. That equalizer sucked. They're going to catch out and immediately destroy Arn. GA pops, will have a flash. Oh my god, Wink nearly dies. ZDC in the backside, looking on to Vampire, can't quite find the values. Arn needs to go back. The damage from the double AD carries is foul. I mean, Arn's health bar, it evaporated. How on earth did he just die? Wow. He gets out and alive. The GA does its work, but, I mean, what do you do? You are down 2 members, and the resets will be allowed to come on through for WE. They're going to try and push it. Can they end here? They can certainly get an inhibitor. They're going to look for it. Oh my days, WE, their first game against a team that it looks like they had just fumbled against. The comp looked strong. The early game was strong, and the mid-game team fights look disastrous. Suddenly, the items come on through. EDG want to try and fight for the soul regardless. They didn't end. They didn't set up around Dragon. The health bars aren't great from WE here. Remember, no flash on Monkey. 5 seconds on the Impale. 3 seconds on ZDZ, who has a teleport and a ward to go to. There's the ward in the pit. Be a very aggressive one nonetheless. Taehyun, not a great spot himself. Xiaohao's around. Zonya's available. They're called the back of the pit. Taken by the Ezreal. Soul secured. EDG want to try and catch them on the reset if they can. The health bar's going to reset through. You've got a Rumble, a max build pair of AD carries with Infernal Soul. If WE cannot win from this game state, I don't know how they win a game ever. I want you to watch Arn's health bar here. He is 95% HP right now. Maybe 90. Locky Shield comes on through. The equalizer misses him. Monkey, flash, reads the flash from Arn for the Impale. And that is less than a second to death. He will get out here. Wink. Wink, can you miss him? He's gone. Got no chance to steal the resist because he just died. Got no chance to get Aftershock up. He just died. He's gone for the Zeke's build. He doesn't have a locket. His ability, well, he does have the locket now, I suppose, but, you know, was not that tanky in a lot of ways. Great for the mid-game, but at this point, later on, he just dies. Rel notoriously squishy until she gets resists from stealing them courtesy of a passive, but you can mold break all you want. Might be looking at a second tiebreaker this game. Baron up in 15 seconds. WE with command of the map. with what feels like an inassailable advantage. Xiaohao full build himself. Swells just come on through wing. Eats a lot of damage. Just about alive. True shot barrage goes wide. Equalizer onto Arn again. Not great from Cube. These equalizers haven't been fantastic. Goes looking on in. Looting Lullaby available. Taejun gets McHale'd, but they can still look for the engage regardless on the front line. Galio comes flying on through. They kill off one. It's support for support. Massive taunt. Taejun down to his GA. Karras goes looking on him. Flashing forwards. Nearly dies. Does. ZDZ gets him. Taejun trying to get as much value as he can. He's alive. The Ambessa cannot do it all. GA's cleanses McHale's. It takes them all. But WE in 45 minutes. Infernal Soul somehow, some way, finally win a game. It is nothing clean. It is nothing simple or easy. But they will sure enough guarantee a tiebreaker unless something insane happens in these last two games. And at this point, I just don't know. 1 and 4 for both squads. A really long-time friend of mine, Alex's. You might recognize him from the chat as well.
Yeah.
This is who he really is.
Yeah, this is the man behind the mask, I guess. But hi, Harold. I'm Harold, the former coach in the Italian first and second division. Now back to being a color caster in the English second division. So.
Hell yeah. Well, there we go. Color commentator, coach going on in. Here's our draft. I need to update our title as well. I didn't get a chance to do that. BLG versus I tell you what, can you just type in BLG for me? Thank you.
My first ever LPL cast, and it's a BLG.
I know. Versus EDG, who just had a horrifying loss.
I mean, I do think EDG are kind of like, ever since they won their world championship, they've kind of been in a major slump. Like they haven't been able to lock down major talent that they could work with. They've rotated through rosters. They've locked down. They had JJ for a really long time. Pretty much the linchpin of that roster. And you could tell whenever he wasn't having a good game, nobody was playing well. And when he was having a good game, he had support called Vampire that would run down his games. But, you know.
So be here. And again, that JJ now has gone off to other places and looking pretty good, honestly. Had a really good showing of it on a Sejuani the other day. Very impressive on that one. And we are ready now.
So draft.
For our game 2, yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about it too much. So these are the drafts of this, and BLG very mid-game heavy, and they've got a Skarner. On the other side, Zyra to try and match it again from EDG. I don't know, this is risky. We'll let the crowd speak, and then you can break it down, because this is some very different drafts again.
Yeah, we want to put on so we can tell him that.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
There we go, EDG here in force. Very frustrated with the loss they just gave over.
Yeah, I mean, EDG are kind of like in this nowhere place, like we were saying. Like they are really just trying to find footing, trying to get pieces that can work together. But like ZDZ, when he was on NIP, in my head, one of the premier top laners that were really on the edge of making the last jump to becoming a household name.
Yeah.
He's been really good. I feel like he's been cursed with a lot of mediocre rosters. His best run was on the NAP roster in 2024, I think, when they had Wei and then
Leyen is the correct pronunciation, because again, one of those ones where the pinyin translation to English isn't always as obvious as you think it is. At least versus standard anglicized pronunciation. Xiaohao starting here on the Raptors often does these days in the jungle. But again, we've seen Zyra attempting to Skarner before, to mixed success, shall we say.
I feel like Zyra is theoretically a counter. Will outclear, will outscale the Skarner at one point once you get that Leandris with the Rylai's, because you're just going to be able to zone them out of fights. Major issue, you're immobile. You're not a Lilia, which is the strongest counter, but as you see the engage from the EDG bot lane, it's just going to be a little bit of trading with the Halo Blades going down on the Kalista. Halo Blades Kalista.
Yeah.
That is a throwback to Lethality Kalista of MSIs of yesteryears.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're thinking about going for that lethality version. I somehow doubt it. Does allow you to get slightly quicker trades onto things like the Rel or the Ezreal who might otherwise get out of range. So, see how exactly Elk decides to build. They've gone for the Nico as well, so it's a very aggressive bot lane here with the Kalista Nico.
Yeah, Kalista Nico is maybe synonymous with the same idea of the Kalista Renata. Really those aggressive bot lanes that you kind of just want to pummel the lane, get ahead, get that first item spike, that minute or two before enemy AD carry, translate that into the map, and then just take over thanks to the Fate's Call and using the Pop Blossom to just find the engage. Big thing for the bot lane of the BLG though is they are relatively squishy. Nico is an excellent engage support compared to the Kalista, but it's still a mage. So like, you're gonna be susceptible to possible blow-up combos from the Zyra, from the Ambessa coming in, from the Ryze finding the damage. But that ward in the triple bushes saves BLG bot lane. Way's also hovering, so it's probably gonna be nothing, a bit of a nothing for you.
Yeah, Way's also around for potential counter gank him. Elkanon, much like Jackie and Chris, have been known to overplay the 2v2 to the extent that enemy junglers find it quite easy to get in and mess with that lane. In we go though, bit of a dive onto wing. Still got the crash down there, so unlikely under true threat here. So it ends up being slight chunks onto supports, not too much more seen here. Xiaohao's still around actually.
Look at this.
On very low. Here comes the speed up from Wink, goes full tilt. Elk has to flash away. And Xiaohao sticking around does earn an additional flash there.
Flash, Xiaohao. The thing is, I feel like with the more I look at the EDG composition, the more I feel like you're kind of leaving your Zyra out to dry. All of EDG's composition has some degree of high mobility. Ryze doesn't really have it nominally in his kit, but he has the
phase rush, yeah.
So this Zyra is going to be most likely the main engage target for all of BLG's composition.
There's a lot of engage. Every single champion, in fact, has pretty solid pick. Even Kalista with her Fate's Call can basically say, I now use you, Nico, as a bowling ball.
Yeah, pretty much striking down the enemy. So, you know, it's kind of a bit of a situation. So, but ZD, I feel like this top matchup, I still am on the fence about. So, you know me, I've been a top laner for
sure, yeah. I mean, you've had the displeasure of having to deal with my level of solo queue once or twice. At least the stream account. It's forever caught in unusual positions. Bin eats a fair amount of damage. Probably does need. Oh, great read, Xiaohao reads the flash. Flash on point for ZDC. Another turret shots.
No way!
Oh, Xiaohao had done the Lord's work, and then the turret says no.
So good from all two. ZDZ was kind of the one that put the play in jeopardy, but Xiaohao predicting the flash, Bin saving the counter strike to get rid of the last shreds of damage because it does dodge Zyra plants auto attacks. And then ZDZ just fumbles the execution on the turret because that Jax had no counter strike. He had no way to get out of the damage. It's genuinely surprising that like Xiaohao can do so well. Ben can be caught out with the flash, flashes into the grasping roots, and it's not enough because ZDZ misses the cunning strike. He misses the cunning strike on the turret.
Sometimes it just goes wrong. ZDZ was a player we were chatting about a lot earlier in the day. He's going up against Bin. This was always going to be a rough time to be a top laner because Bin, for the last few years, has put his name in the hat as the best in the world. Yes, there's been contests. I think Zeus probably in the end won out over him in community consensus and probably in that finals and level of play just about. But he's been right up there as one of the very best who have ever played the game, period. And ZDZ has been a journeyman. Had to go through, I think it was 4 teams, we think, last year. Like, he was all over the place. It's been very hard to grow as a player, especially to be able to match the likes of a Bin when you're just constantly shifting rosters, constantly shifting your roles within teams. Elkanon now under attack. That's a nice little route over the wall, but only to a chunk or so. And it is giving a bit of freedom for the side away to pick up that first set of grubs. Knight now roaming to match Angel and looking to probably try and defend around this dragon fight, even if we are seeing a little bit of Elkanon being shoved into turret beforehand.
The one thing I'm kind of worried about more looking at these compositions, the game is relatively even still. Ben has a slight lead, but then Xiaohao has a slight lead in the jungle thanks to the clear speed of the Zyra getting the assist on the kill. I'm looking at this BLG comp and I'm thinking beyond 25 minutes, where is your gas? Like, where's your fuel tank beyond 25
Well,
minutes?
yeah, it's Jack split push, win condition or bust. And don't get me wrong, you're going to have fantastic pick for the entirety of the game. So there's always a world where you catch Ezreal sleeping. Oh, hang on! Stranglethorns come on through, and on just about survives the turnaround now coming on through. Nice tangle. Not tangle barbs, is the Nico Q. I'm trying to remember now. No, I'm thinking for Zyra.
Zyra's grasping grip.
Grasping Grip, that's the one I was thinking about. I was trying to remember what the name of the Zyra was, because I got confused by Nico names briefly.
Well, Nico confuses a lot of things, especially when she changes form.
Yeah, it's very true.
The way he picks up a full wave, it's a cannon. Ah, no, he missed the cannon!
The observers in the LPL are known for being unapologetically brutal, zooming in on missed cannon minions at every given opportunity, so do keep your eyes on that one, as you may have to deal with that trauma a few times yet over the next few games.
But as we see, the map state is pretty even. Like, you've got Ben, of course, like edging out this top matchup slightly because of the gold lead. He has that extra phage with a little bit of more extra HP. He's taking these good trades with the grasp, you know, using that leap strike and that empower to just, you know, confirm the winning trade, move back, use the D-shield and the cookies in his inventory. Probably also has second wind to just...
I would be very surprised if he didn't, to be fair.
Yeah, kind of made... I feel like Resolve runes plus D-shield have kind of made laning nigh impossible into most bruisers. Because...
Yeah, I mean, unless you're willing to run range champions is the honest answer, because that probably is the way you deal with it. You just say, well, cool, you're going to do this, and I will just, like, stay miles away so you can't get grasp procs.
Yeah, but then you like run your own example on Jax, you can run PPA. Or
Yeah.
Or even Aftershock if you really want to. You do have CC in your kit. But the thing is, like, a lot of the meta has been kind of stale around these bruisers, and most top laners have been more than happy to just say,
Alright, back.
Oh,
Gonna look for the side of On. The heal comes on through. Gonna run away. Wonderful double root into the Stranglethorns. Xiaohao just won't leave bot. And wait. Just clearing his jungle. That is what, the fourth gank we've seen from Xiaohao. Finally earns them a kill.
I mean, yeah, you could say he's putting down roots there.
Oh, boo. Boo that man. Elk. Supposed to be at home in the forest. And Xiaohao says maybe you should have taken some more forestry classes, because that plant is poisonous. Stays alive, but again, you've run this Kalista Nico lane and you've not been able to get a lot of pressure out of it, because basically the Zyra's put down a tent.
Yeah, I mean, really good job on the side of EDG trying to just exploit BDG's bot lane, because they've been known to
Overplay.
force it too much a little bit sometimes, but so I feel like Xiaohao is kind of just setting the tempo of the game, and sometimes he's been griffed by his laners a little bit, but you know.
I mean, he just came off a fantastic Lilia game. He very, very nearly carried that last game for EDG against WE. Knight now coming over the wall on his Ari Dog Seal available. You know what that means? Stack time, baby. Teleport's now coming on through. On straight into an Impale. Angel did not enjoy them, but now the turnaround comes on through as the Rune Prism is there. And Wei is just the pro team this time around. He is building up the strength. Bomb Blossom comes on down as the Realm Warp leads on into a very swift grave. Knight continuing to throw out some autos, but they still actually managed to get turnaround onto 2. So it ends up being a 3 for 2, all things said and done.
Triple kill for the Rise as well.
It is. Oh boy, 2 for Knight.
Hell yeah, and the blue buff on the Rise as well. Now he's going to
no.
be able to restore, get that Rod of Ages, but what an excellent fight on the side of EDG, using those cooldowns, knowing that they can't tank the initial gauge to just turn around. They have the damage, they have the power. Here, excellent pick by Knight. He finds the angle to blow up Wink and tries to snowball the fight off of that. But look at Xiaohao on the side, putting down the damage the entire time. Excellent Impale by Wei. Instantly snaps Angel, but then there's no gas. All of it has run out.
Elkin on a run, yeah, and then the Realm Walk comes on through here. And I genuinely thought after this Pop Blossom catches 3, it might be a disaster. But again, this Rise is actually safe. He's untouched and gets so much damage at the end of it all. Stranglethorns comes on down and be coming to life, and all of those plants in the bush immediately empowered. Oh my days, BLG just have to leave the grubs alone. They do get 5 of them though before they're run off. So actually, in the end of it all, we kind of missed the start of it, because clearly BLG did manage to claim at least a few before EDG turned up in force.
Yeah, but EDG are running around the map trying to fix mistakes. I feel like they've kind of been a little bit on the back foot at the beginning of the game, and now that Xiaohao is in full stride, Angel has his Rod of Ages already picked up. I feel like they're starting to like shift gears and get into the game a little bit more, but then we see On is just
Yeah, he did not get a Fate's Call time, but actually the turnaround is brutal! They take out Angel as well. Overplay from EDG and a double to Elk to bring him back to a much better spot in this game. He has been put under the cosh of this EDG focus early on. Finally gets some value. And actually, you'll note as well, look in the inventory, it is the Lethality Callista, aware that he's going to be under threat for the majority of the game and going, look, I just need to have value some way, and this can help.
And to be honest, there's no true tanks on the side of the
Yeah.
so the lethality will get the value. You're gonna have a tough time dealing with this Ambessa, but Ben with the first item completed, you know, the Trinity Core is hit. Oh,
Hang on! Flash for Flash. Just about doesn't get the kill. The Grandmaster's Might came on through, especially after that last Sundering Slam went significantly wide.
yeah, he has to retune his sights a little bit. His aim has been a little bit off with those the cunning strikes and the Sundering slams. But here On just kind of left on an island, but then EDG forget that there's a Skarner.
Yeah, they do.
Where are you going, Angel? Where are you running into? But as we see here, the great collapse, the great impale from Wei finding through. 90's ready for the follow-up, gets a little bit more stacks on his Dark Seal. 6 stacks right now, Malignant's completed, slight gold leading the mid lane, but the Rise is going to outvalue and outscale if this Ahri doesn't really get one.
I mean, that's the reason the Dark Seal stacks will matter. 6 already is a big deal. That's already an extra what?
It's 4 AP per stack.
So 4 times 6 is a significant amount, 24 AP, right? That's a lot. And again, if you get the full stack, it's an extra 700 gold worth of stats. And we know what Knight is like with Dark Seals on Ahri. He buys Medjais nearly every game he can. I think in this game, you probably want to. You're running a Lethality Callista, you're running this Ahri. Your whole job is 15 to 25 minutes. Break the game beyond repair. Angel being died might be a starter that they got the Fate's Call to bring out onto safety. Don't even need to. Just use the heal to speed up instead.
Really good dive on the side of BLG. They know they have the manpower. They know there's not enough members of EDG on that side of the map to counteract the dive. They know there's no counterplay on the map available, but as we see here, ZDZ might just try and force something on Knight. The charm lands. ZDZ doesn't seem to be able to land any Sundering slams today.
Struggling on that front wall while I've been with all of those 5 grubs and the teleport forced by ZDZ, just going to claim that turret down bot lane. Public execution onto Knight, does have the flash, gets to burn the ult himself, looks for a decent chunk, and then ults back on out. Will be forced to leave. Ult for ult, but again with the Malignant, it's not going to be on the longest cooldown anymore. Needs to be a bit wary here. As Wink and Xiaohao were, but with that ward in the river, kind of a known quantity.
We've been praising Xiaohao a lot this game. The major issue that we're running into is I feel like Wing and On haven't been able to exploit their laning phase as much. Like, they were playing the Ezreal Rel into a relatively squishy combo. You've had Xiaohao be in your lane so many times, and yet they could never quite find the setup. They found, what, 2 kills?
One.
In total?
Yeah, they found 1 kill on Elk. They got 1 on with the dive topped up, but that wasn't an attack on the bot lane, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So,
What?
bit of that one. EDG gonna have to leave Angel to back away. Has been having a very good game so far, with that first turret complete as well. The Trinity Force, the Steel Gaps, Knights on top lane. Remember the 5 grubs as well. This will disappear in short order. I'm also seeing a Aether Wisp in infantry. I think he's going Lichbane second.
I would hope he's doing Lichbane. Lichbane is still the highest first 2 item combo.
Oh, it's ridiculous, yeah.
That you can get on the Ahri. Like, you know, that cap is not valuable enough because you don't have quite as much AP. Lichbane giving you that extra auto when you dive in with the Foxfire, with the ultimate. It is just so much damage, it catches you off guard. Because ever since they changed Sudden Impact to work on the next auto, or the next proc of damage, like, Ahri has been a prolific user of that. As you see, there's the stumps of the turret with Faker's signature because, you know, Knight is playing with Faker's skin. But as the Herald will go down for the side of BLG, BLG are getting everything to control map pressure.
Yeah.
And, like, I feel like when you have been on Jax, 5 grubs, Herald, you have the premier side lane picks in the Ahri and the Jax with the cover of a Skarner. When you look at the EDG's comp, you're kind of looking at it and I'm like, who matches who? Because the Jax, if he gets on top of the Rise, he will blow him up. If you see the Herald will go down the mid lane, this is going to be maybe a tier 1 going down. The health bar is not quite low enough to burst it. responses here for EDG, but we might not just be forced out.
There we go. The Stranglethorn comes on down. Knock up onto Elfin Knight, but it doesn't stop the turret falling. Does go. There you get the Impale. Onto a pretty key part target. Angel, though, does get to survive. Not quite enough follow-up, and they run away. Happy enough with having taken the turret. System pings going on towards that top tier 1. Now, they might want to try and defend that. 1:35 until the next dragon. I think that turret is still going to go there. They're not going to play against that. So they'll take the tier 1 in trade eventually for the tier 1 top. Mid lane, slight engage coming on. Too much avail, really.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, honestly, how Angel got caught in the Impale. I felt like he misstepped once he had the phasor speed move going.
Let's have a look again.
Yeah. But as we see here, the Stranglethorns go down, the Pop Blossom goes down. Like, look at this Impale. Like, I feel like Angel just walks into it.
Oh, he does, yeah. Moving back and forth a little too fast and just gets caught out. Doesn't end up having to burn all that much as a result, but I think in another world he just gets eviscerated.
Yeah, I think if they have something with more stat lockdown, maybe something like a Leona, could have probably killed him there. But it's not Leona, it's a Nico, completes the Proto Belt on the first item. With the Swifties, there's 2 items on Elk as well. The Edge of Night on top of the Yomu's Ghost Blade will give him that extra ability to just be aggressive, look for that insta Hail of Blades proc and then back off, because you have that Edge of Night to just sustain the CC or sustain like the first damage spell that comes through your way. But as we see, Angel is matching Knight on the side lane. There's a level difference, it will be equalized once the Roa gets to 10 stacks. But I feel like on the side of EDG, you're kind of already running out of potential to take this mid game. I feel like this mid game is the part of the game that you should contest the hardest, because if you can get through it relatively unscathed, then BLG have a really tough time into winning.
And Venice, they're only at 1500 gold ahead. It's not like they're miles and miles ahead. That said, it's just where that gold is right now is what's scary. They're ways a bit behind. Boo-hoo. Muscana's just fine. Your Ari, your Jax, and your Kalista actually in really good spots this game. I don't know whether Knight has quite completed the Lich Bane, but I don't think he's going to be miles off. It's the clone from Nico that has done it going on forwards as the Piercing Roots comes on through, and yeah, not quite completed as yet. But again, you look at this Kalista, Edge of Night, Ghost Blade. Actually quite tricky to kill now. Can play from quite a long way away, at least for Kalista's.
But it will be the Lich Bane, almost confirmed. There's an NLR, there's the...
Yeah, it's just not finished yet, exactly.
Not quite finished, but I do feel like you're running into an issue on the side of the EDG as well, because Zyra is a jungler that requires setup.
Yes.
In terms, not necessarily in terms of CC, she requires to literally be in position to place down her plants. Otherwise, her fighting, her skirmishing are not as good. And this, on the side of BLG, they've been doing an excellent job keeping her at bay, finding where she is, and then just moving in, denying the vision, finding the poke, just using that Nico clone to just get information and see where she is. Honestly, it's a bit sad to see Shaha, after an excellent early game, finding and forcing so many leads in this early game, trying to get the dives, forcing the bot lane, forcing the sun so many times. And then you're kind of just stuck in this situation where you're like, I want to do something, but I don't have the bodies in front of me to walk in and try and set up plays.
Yeah, and I think at least now, Angel got the Seraphs completed, or stack off fully, stacking that Roa, that'll be done in a minute or so. You've got the Ryalize done, you've got the Shojin done. You are getting to a point where you can start contesting a bit more freely again. The only problem is on the other side. These 2 item spikes between the Lethality Kalista, the Lich Bane now done on the Ari, Jax at 2 items with the 24 from the Sundered Sky. Very, very challenging to beat, at least in those kind of skirmish scenarios, especially if BLG are the ones with better control of the river.
Exactly. Like, on the other side, you are getting those 2 item spikes as well on your own Jax.
Exactly.
Ezreal Muramana, fully completed.
Dangerous.
It is really dangerous. The Shojin completed on the Ambessa gives her so much burst at this point in the game. It makes it so much simpler to just blow up the first target you hit with the public execution. You're just going to have so much damage available. But you're also going in... You have this 2 item spike into 5 champions that excel at 1 or 2 item spikes.
Yeah.
Because the Jax, once you get that Sundered Sky, he is a monster in the side lane.
That's a shout out to all solo queue players. Don't go Blade of the Ring King. Please pick up the Sundered Sky. It gives you so much more power. Arndt, driven into a wall, had got the Pop Blossom over it from the Raptor pit as well. He doesn't get a chance to flash or E. Once he's hit into the wall, you should have used those summoners earlier, my boy.
Did he have E available? Why didn't he E away from the...
Right, I know!
Initialise Impact, like... It's not that expensive. You at this point, you're at 2 items. You're going to get that cooldown back by just lasting those mystic shots. But he ends up going down, and then now you just give up so much control. Yes, the Impale is gone from way. Yes, the Pop Blossom is gone. But Elf just gets to run at you for free now. You don't have any of the long-range damage. Bin threatens the flash. I saw it. I've done it plenty of times.
I was the guy. I saw that flash. I was like, oh boy, that would have been a...
That would have been a 3-man counter-strike. That would have been really good, but like...
Okay, so on, he must use the E hit, moves the E here. Thank you, observers. In that case, I'm sorry, you have to flash.
You have to flash. You know there's the possibility of an Impale bringing you back into more CC.
Oh, beautiful.
You simply don't have enough information to not flash.
Yeah.
Like, if you had information on where the Nico was, if the Nico was far enough away, if the Ari was far enough away, sure, you get away with just not using your spells, not using your summoners, but, like, you had no information. You don't have the luxury of not using your summoners. It's greed that's getting in the way of EDG's victory.
And I'm just saying this after a game where Arn had a fantastic mid-game, and then 3 fights in a row. 3 turn fights in a row, he's hit by Skarner, Impale in team fights on Kai'Sa, with Flash, with ult. That cannot be the way things are, and this is for a player who was expected to come in and be a veteran, classy player. Knight comes on in on the flank, looks to get onto Arn, can't quite do it. Xiaohao just falls. Did get the Strangle Thorns off first, the Pop also comes on through. Angel flashing away, make sure they don't die, but unfortunately the Ren comes through onto Wink. Bin jumps onto ZDZ, the Rune Prism is solid, but there's the Counter-Strike part 2. Flash this time for the Counter-Strike, and ZDZ gets enough to shield with Repudiation to stay alive. They lose 2, critically smite down. Atakan is up, and BLG go, oh, we're having that one.
How did nobody die on the side of BLG? A perfect Stranglethorn. Xiaohao, again, doing so much for his team, and there's not enough...
You couldn't have asked for much more there, really.
Yeah, he throws down every single piece of his kit, and it's not enough. This Zyra has the issue, run into the issue of being immobile in a comp that has so much pain.
You know what's happened when Ari has gone back to base?
Yep.
By the book.
We've gone to the public library, picked up a book, this time free of charge.
Exactly that, and I know we've got a lot of new subscribers in chat today. If you check out the emotes, there is a buy the book emote. We are big stands of the Medjai's on the Ari in this chat. We're just a big stand of Medjai's in general. You can use that emote, it's a great emote. Consider using it.
You should also spam it in every single LEC and or LPA broadcast anytime you see an Ari, just because we can.
We can,
but as
exactly.
we say, the fight here, the Impale on Xiaohao just buys just enough time. The Pop Blossom is great, and then Angel and On, yeah, they're relatively unscathed, but how can they fight this fight? Like, it's genuinely impossible for them to lay down the damage over the wall. There's no front line, there's no vision, there's no control on the side of EDG. While in the meantime, BLG have this 2-item Jax, now has completed the Seeker's Arm Guard. Like, you look at BLG's side of the itemization, and you're thinking, okay, what do you have on EDG's side where you can maybe bait this, maybe you can force this as On ease forward. Doesn't end up burning the spell shield, but the auto attack from the Zyra plant will, as EDG are trying to force this mid lane turret, but the beat thing.
On goes in, flash for the 3-man Pop Blossom! Knight follows, Wing just about alive, but importantly, On is out. Knight gets the reset, gets away, that's the stacks on the Medjai. They jump onto ways, EDZ into the backside onto Elf. Got a lot of HP to work with, but there's 5 members of BLG's amongst. There's just not enough. The Ren comes out for an additional slow, and On picks up the Ambessa.
And yeah, BLG, honestly, team fight and pick masterclass. If you want to learn how to play the pickups, if you want to learn how to punish your opponent for any single overextension, look at this team. So beautiful, honestly. Wei finds the Initialise Impact, finds the 2-man Impale, the 3-man Pop Blossom from On, just to punish the slight misstep from EDG trying to force that mid lane turret. They knew they had burned cooldowns to try and force it down. They knew they didn't quite have the map position to back away safely. There is so much mobility on the side of BLG that a punish like this can happen in this game, and they will force it every single time, and now their eyes are set on the Baron.
And they've got Callista, so it's always going to be a weighted fight. There is no blast cone, there is no flash. Xiaohao has to enter the pit through the front on the Zyra. I don't think it's doable. Not even going to get here in time. Smite secured. Baron down. You've got a 17 stack Medjai's on Knight after that fight as well. It isn't getting easier. The gold lead finally balloons to a significant margin. Jump wide. As Knight weren't looking there, and I don't blame him on. Just about okay at the end of it all. Those Lichbane procs hurt, folks.
Those Lichbane procs are finding the difference at this point, I feel like. Knight has so much damage available to him, it is kind of unfair.
He's going to be going either Shadow Flame or Deathcap next, I guarantee it.
Deathcap.
And here we go. This Pot Blossom is extraordinary. It sets up for Knight on one side. It sets up for Wei on the other. We don't even need to talk about it because the observers were giving the cinematic view. It's just that pretty.
Yeah, honestly, ZDZ tries something in the backline. He has those 2 items to try and find the pick afterwards. But then, like, the kite out from the side of BLG is so strong, and the re-engage. There's not really, on this side of BLG, if you want to re-engage and kite back and engage and like find something, you never really run out of fuel. The stun from the Shattering Strike on Wink will actually save his mid laner this time. As we see, Angel's forced to go towards Zhonya's 3rd item. Like, that's not the item you want on this Rise at this point in the game.
I will say we see a lot on LPL Rise, so they do this even from behind, or from ahead rather, because you just feel like you can be really, really, really tanky, basically Seraphs and Zhonya's, because you've got enough damage normally. But that has been an LPL specific thing. Didn't see it so much internationally. Nemesis obviously tends to favour the Deathcap and stuff. We are into a quick pause, our first of the day. Looks like it's an EDG related pause. The first person up on camera tends to be the culprit.
Look of shame.
There we go, and we'll bring people back up.
Hi.
Hello folks, thank you very much Mecha for an additional gifted sub. Mecha the Oiler in chat continuing to basically fund our lives right now. I mean, this man is ridiculous. Thank you all for coming on in. Again, this is Harold. He is not Nymaera. I am Initialise. I am not Nymaera. Nymaera is currently at LEC meetings. I'm sorry, guys. He can't be here. So it's me. And therefore...
Sadly me as well.
Yeah, exactly. And what was supposed to be a surprise for Alex
yes.
has instead turned into an impromptu additional cast. Fortunately, Harold is a wonderful caster. Glad to give him an opportunity to come on in here. Yeah. I've not cast with you in a hot minute, mate, so it's been really cool.
I don't think we've ever cast.
Have we not?
I don't think
Did we never do a VL one?
I know, because I got in VL really late. Like,
and I think I was casting you not casting with you.
Finals,
is what it was. That's correct.
But like I think we did like I asked to do you and Alex to do review for me once to see if there was anything from like some other cast, but like otherwise
that sounds familiar. About that.
Otherwise, no, I have never cast with you or Alex.
Well, there you go. Well,
kind of hard to cast with Alex when we're both color casters.
Well, yeah, but we'll try cast at some point. But anyway, always glad to have you here. Pleasure to have you in. Thank you for the cheesecake. It was genuinely wonderful.
I still haven't tried.
It was really good. It was really good. I enjoyed the cheesecake. The raspberry glaze is excellent. Shout out to Shakarez, which was this was a gift from Howard. He went and ordered a cheesecake from Shakarez. Yeah. It's good shit.
So it was supposed to be a running joke where I usually bring donuts. I send donuts. It was supposed to be a kind of a joke like that where you're streaming and I show up with a cake and like, yeah, but...
Sure, when I was here, but Alex, I'm not even joking, I just dropped it because we'd been setting this up. So I was like, yo, he's going to be on stream. He's going to be on stream. And he was on stream, and I get a message that was like, yo, I need to leave. And I was like, okay, well, I guess it's me then.
So I guess he has a surprise when he tunes back into the stream.
Let me check out the other chats. Hello there, dearest Onivia chat. How are you doing over there? Another pause, folks. We've got a lot of Korean viewers out here. Of course, glad to have you in. And of course, big fans of League of Legends, it turns out, Korea. No real surprise on that one. I'll hop over this one so we can have multiple chats up at once.
I do hope my presence is not too hard. I am trying to become a better caster, so any chance I can get.
Having a second cast is helpful. It saves my voice, and we're back into game.
We're back in, as we see, we're always back in this bot lane trying to see this 3-2 down. Using the Baron up cannon minion way, just being a meat shield in front of it, just we're trying.
Onivia, one of our collaborators, just saying, wow, Nymaera grew that stash fast. I know, right? Crazy left for 5 minutes and came back with a stash.
As you see, Ben diving ZDZ.
Good, Sonya's! Times out the public execution, ZDZ.
Still taking the turret.
Hang on, yeah, he is. He has to flush through the side of the struggle. I think he might just die. No, he's gonna run away. No way! Trying to get the grass proc and the sun and sky healing. No! No! That is illegal. That is absolutely illegal.
Oh my God! Been showcasing what an LPL Jax can do. Catches out ZDZ. And honestly, this should be game over because Knight might fall to Angel's damage, but it's not quite enough. There will be the inhibitor going down on the side of for the side of EDG. BLG forcing the fight. It ends up being a 1-4-4 basically, because ZDZ was not so low in terms of HP, he couldn't participate in the fight anymore. 3 members go down, and the Drake will go down for the side of BLG. This is only their second Drake, but man, bin.
I mean, this is just... If you want to remember why we rate BLG so highly, they've got players that can just do this.
Yeah, honestly, really good showing of mechanics. Here gets caught out under turret, manages to buy just enough time to get the counter-strike back up, finds the Sundered Sky proc with the grasp, lives long enough, uses the counter-strike afterwards to guarantee the kill onto Xiaohao. Now An's overextended, he gets caught in the strangler, in the Pop Blossom.
Yeah.
And the fight kind of just ends at that point. The impale onto Wing to secure the third kill. It will be the tower going down, it will be the inhibitor going down. Honestly, 25 stacks on the Magi now for Knight and the death cap.
I mean, yeah, and they just killed Arn off screen. He's dead again, and you've got Baron in 2 minutes. You've got not a lot to work with. I mean, this Ahri is about as strong as an Ahri gets. Yeah. She probably just needs a Void Staff at this point. And the thing is, as she's sole AP, I mean, obviously, there's an eco support who's actually going towards a second AP item, so it's quite scary. This is the replay of what happened while in the replay, because I think Arn just face checks and gets absolutely annihilated.
Was that a half prediction? Because I feel like An wasn't on vision for most of that, but we don't see the POV with the vision control. But I feel like Knight has kind of been unleashed now on this map. You're kind of looking at this Ahri and going like, yeah, what can we do?
Understandably, people have had to build towards armor, really. There's not a lot of mattresses. There's a Merc Tread or 2 here, that's it. And unfortunately, with this amount of AP, it's not enough MR to really save you from the Ahri. The moment she picks up a Blighting Jewel, I think it's lights out.
I would also like to point out, Ben is building an Abyssal.
Correct choice. I like that actually quite a lot, because you've got your 2 raw AP building support and mid laner. The Abyssal Mask really helps it, I agree.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you recognize that Knight's going to be the one to win.
Oh! Finds his way into the backline. Arn stunned up. They'll pick off the Zyra. They pick off the Rel. Arn can't run far enough. Another death. Another moment of weakness at EDG. We'll be saying GG, I think, in very short. Angel goes golden. But unfortunately, he is fallen this time around. Wings plucked. And out they come. Bin lands another counter-strike into the Fate's Call. They wipe the squad.
The turret's still up. Man, they dove a turret with no minions
twice. From there to just get to end the game. It's over.
No, BLG, honestly, a masterclass on how to use your mid-game spice, in how to use your snowball composition to just force fight after fight. EDG showed a good early game, not enough. Not enough. You can't have only
dive on both sides, and I feel like the counter punch from both sides is pretty intense.
I feel like whoever gets that first kill in any fight is going to kind of snowball it.
Potentially, yeah.
I do think there is the possibility that Monkey can find the windows to just snowball this game with the Nafiri on the side. You have these one really strong laner and one neutralizer laner. I feel like it's the same thing on both sides. But the Nafiri has so much more potential to snowball than a Vi does. It kind of goes into the idea of trying to make the game as chaotic as possible, get Monkey ahead on this Nafiri pick, and then just run rampant around the map and use the Galio as possible backup.
Yeah.
Because the composition allows for it, you can make it happen. But then again, this is Weibo, a team that can control the tempo of a game, slow it down, and then just kind of exploit your weaknesses and your mistakes in macro control. Xiaohu is, he has many nicknames, with Spring Tiger, for example, but I've always looked at him like a bit of a general. Like there's always this talk, the Korean generals and whatnot. I feel like Xiaohu has always been one of the greatest in-game leaders for his teams.
For sure. And I think in this game as well, when you're on the rise, you can play that macro move pretty wide, can be pretty big. And I think these mid jungles could well be pretty important, as they are the kind of the dive pairings of the day. WE, a little bit more range. The Ezreal Jace, that poke could be really problematic if Weibo Gaming, tap, don't manage to find the all-ins themselves. The Rise Exante a lot shorter range. Yes, your Varus will help out a little bit with some of that poke. I suspect it will be that lethality version with the Comet now locked in, but enough of that for now. The crowds have a final word for the day. We see how it all plays out. Yeah, a little bit of luck in top side. They were a little bit muted, actually. It's a long time in the day. Obviously, the mics might have been in the wrong part of the crowd for that one. There we go.
As we see here, the laning setups, almost every laner has gone for a laning setup. The Conqueror on Xiaohu, actually, a really good shout. He's into a triple melee composition with the possibility of a Jace going in.
Don't worry about it. You've got to be a little bit wary down there because there is a power button that would turn the PC off. So if your foot was alarmingly close to, so I was like, oh, it needs to move.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that could have been bad.
Yeah.
There we go.
As we see here, I feel like everybody's gone for laning runes except Xiaohu.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror on Rise is one of those ones he can stack quite fast. He tends to weave quite a lot of autoism with what he was doing, and gives you a little bit of sustain, but it means it's not the phase rush, interesting, which has been the Rise rune of choice. Has gone for the Ghost to try and manage that, but he's really looking to brawl this game, and I suppose in extended plays with something like an Inferior or a Galio, I can see where the value might come on in.
I wonder if he's going to go for a more like pseudo tank build, where after he gets his 2 mana items, he's just maybe go towards something like a Spirit Visage and Dead Man's Plague.
Could do. I think might just go for the Zhonya's still. You're into triple AD. I think the Zhonya's is just really high value this game. And that does tend to be the LPL item of choice, occasionally a Banshee's Veil as well.
Vampire getting control of the bush, using the Ezreal's early power to just guarantee that lane pressure.
Ooh, nice chunk.
Whoa, Taeyun.
This will be his third Ezreal game of the day as well. Had a great first showing on it, just about converted into a win. Like pretty rough early on. And also that lane pressure allows an invade in from Monkey on this Neferi, looking to split the map and really take value out of that Ezreal shot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I think I'm gonna go for a level 3 dive as soon as she kills this drum.
She can fly around it. She's just gonna hide in this bush and try and catch out the Vial on the wrong time. It is now spotted out. Gonna leave this one out. Instead, looking for mid lane. Don't know what's. Yeah, Xiaohu, Flash, Ghost, maybe forced to burn one or the other. Nice Rune Prism, shielded around, comes on through, and Xiaohu just gets to walk away. Enough speed up just from that passive to get on out of there. Here we go. Gets across the wall, throws down the corner of the pack, gets a decent chunk, forces to flash out of Xiaohu. Can look for something more. Actually, he's ghosted here as well. Does he really want to go for the 1v1? Can try and get that kill. Burns both summoners. Can't quite get the additional bleed stack with the Dark and Daggers though.
Really awkward play.
Tien? That's a bit bold. He's now in danger himself. Has to flash away, and then Vault Breaker 2. Summoners blown everywhere you can look for the side of Weibo Gaming in the mid jungle.
Yeah, I mean, this is just now. Xiaohu, I feel like, is going to be the point of attack for the side of WE. A really good job on the side of Monkey, try to find a cross map, knowing that maybe Xiaohu is just going to try and walk back, trying to force again with that E over the wall. But as we see here, Tian is going for the Skull Crab, but it's going to be contested, but he has the smite available.
Oh boy, okay. And again, the thing is, Monkey's pathing has meant that he's got a lot of camps still up. It means we'll either delay that first recall or kind of give Tien the ability to get a little ahead of the curve. Because the one thing this has done is it's going flashes, it hasn't gotten kills. And we've seen Tien before play this way and then get way ahead of curve. That initial bit of tempo, that initial first back can really accelerate a jungle, especially if you start to clear those camps that significant margin faster. Just by that AD breakpoint, it's an auto or two's faster, and jungle is all about efficiency. You remember the memes about Grave 1 or 2 AD being nerfed? That meant there was an extra auto every camp to clear.
Yeah.
That slowed him down by about 10 seconds first clear. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I do think the Monkey here is doing an excellent job. I feel like he needs to go for the Eclipse in this game.
You do, guaranteed. It's been seen all the time.
As much as like he could technically go for a Born Lethality option, like you see here, Vampire walking in the mid brush. Couldn't see a bunch of vision. Spotted it with Destroyer's Bloom earlier. Gonna try and take it all away. This is good from WE to try and find windows to attack Weibo in this mid lane. Now that the both of the summoners on the side of Xiaohu are burned, you can look for that instant lockdown. Kara still has the flash available to find the flash taunt, the flash knockup, but it needs to be exploited. But now there's a 3-level difference between Vampire and Hand.
Yeah, that's it. He's been roaming so much. That is a pretty rough state. We should get level 3 off this wave, but still, significant difference there. And Light, one of the most consistent players for Weibo Gaming over his career here. Didn't have the easiest split one, actually. I feel like Xiaohu and Breathe ended up being a little bit more regular than him, particularly in playoffs. But hey, I think got back to standard ways, and despite the early shove coming on through, it's actually slightly ahead in farm, and Varus, once he gets to a certain point between the piercing arrows and the hail of arrows, can just sort of clear waves ad infinitum.
I'm not sure I'm really a fan of the lethality virus this game, I'm not gonna lie. I do think he has windows to have uptime to auto. There's a Rel, there's a Galio, there's a Nefiri. Yes, you don't really want to stand and deliver in front of a Nefiri, but I feel like you have more possibilities. But as we see here, Hang tries to defend the engagement. Really good call of attack from the side of Monkey to avoid the CC, and Drake will have to be given up for the side of Weibo. WE using this Nefiri priority really well. Like, I feel like they're finding angles to threaten. Yes, you don't have necessary prio, but you're doing a lot of what you need to do. But as we see here, this might be a skirmishing coming.
Fury's 100% win rate currently in the LPL. I'll put that out there. In they go. Monkey gets a decent double dagger as the teleport comes on through with the Realm Warp. Shielded around, comes on through. Xiaohu taken down about 10% HP. Over comes Tien. They're looking potentially at Karis. Goes in and gets Shattering Strike. The turnaround comes on through as Monkey. Eviscerates forward. Dice flashed away from the piercing arrow by Vampire. Clutch from him.
Really good kite back from the side of WE. Finding the window. I saw the angle, but you don't have ult to immune all of the CC available on the side of WE. You're not quite at that break point on the Vi yet. Really good damage coming down from Light and Xiaohu. Not enough. I feel like you're skirmishing into a team that does better without its ultimates available yet.
Yeah, and then again, the Fury just gets to hop on forward. It's a really good shielded around that gets Xiaohu kind of out of the play before he can be really all that useful. It does kind of delay the Dragon though, so that doesn't get taken down, and that's potentially good news for Weibo Gaming. Who otherwise might have had an interesting point of view. We've got the grub spawn as well, no one's taken those, so it's been a relatively low objective game in the sense that no neutral objectives have taken, so, you know, it is in fact just a low objective taken game.
Yeah, you could say almost none were taken.
Almost, it was, just none. And as the moment I say that, Monkey heads on over to these grubs. Of course, with the fact you've got your doggos around, can be pretty good to deal with the grubs. They do get shredded quite fast, though, by the grubs. A little bit like Zyra plants, quite hard to keep them alive sometimes. Just to be able to take these grubs very fast. Trying to claim 2 here at once. Doesn't quite manage to do it. It used to be something you could be really, really clever with back when grubs were first released.
They had shield.
They did, yeah. Breathe. Eat a bit of damage there. Gets taken to the skies by Cube. Gets a nice Thundering Blow knockback. Good combo there.
Yeah, good combo on the side of Cube. You know, a bit of a Jason aficionado. This matchup is not as fun as it seems. Like, you're kind of getting away with it because it's pro play and you're going to know the enemy jungler is not going to play towards the Xante. But, you know, Jace has tools to shred tanks at one point. It's just this Xante will take over the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Black Cleaver will help. Obviously, those things. Once you hit 3 items again, you can sort of manage it okay. But it is a certain requirement to go grasp into a lot of these matchups as carries. With the Winds of War, it's a little bit frustrating there for dear old Tien.
Yeah, no, honestly, Karis has done a really good job to just manage it. Pressure.
Monkey's in range. There's a potential Hound's Pursuit coming on here. Look at Vampire. Won't look at it too much. You did wonder. See, the observers were thinking about it too, panning back to show the Rel and the Neferi walking up that lane.
Could they force a pick on the Ezreal here? I feel like
hard.
It's really hard. It's Ezreal. But they're denying the cannon and wins the end not going in the hand. Hang will just take a little bit of poke, but the pressure will, the faster will just, you know, heal him up and he's gonna be fine. I feel like this Ezreal, you're kind of in a weird spot this game.
I mean, you're there with the double poke of the Jace and the Ezreal. I mean, you've got a ways to try and deal with the fact you've got a lot of people diving for your head, and that mobility will help. And tell you, his most comfortable, most confident champion here in a day that matters is the Ezreal. That matters. I do, however, think though, Light saying, cool, I'm going to lock poke Varus and really hurt you in this laning phase has worked out. You're actually up a significant amount of CS now. You're matching, you're slightly behind in the levels because you've been with your support, whereas Vampire's been all over the map. But then Hung is level 6, whereas Vampire is level 4, so...
Not having that Magnet Storm available in the next skirmish, I feel
it's
like
gonna be rough.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, because the Unbreakable Will is. And Who shreds through this Alistair at this point?
I mean, no one shreds through them right now. You've got to wait for that ult to come out. Maybe once you get 1 items in, you can start to do it, but that's going to be a ways off.
You see standard top lane activities, just trying to find the poke with the to the skies on the minions to try and get that extra little bit of damage. Uses the auto passive, the passive auto in the range.
Hang on, pull out. About a good knockback. Couldn't find the Q3 to pull Q back towards the turret. See what he's looking for there. And Casante's core under tower are never quite as caught as you think they are, is what we found over the years.
Yeah, this champion. This champion is now old, air quotes. It is 3 years old.
Oh my days, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I also think like gone for the Thornmail first. I think into Ezreal, into Jace, into Neferi. That makes sense to me.
No, it's a good call. The Thornmail will give you the extra armor, gives you that denies the sustain if they hit you. And you're gonna be relatively fine still. You know, there's a slight gold lead for the side of Cube. He gets that Black Cleaver fully completed, but one of the major things about this that there's no boots, but as we see a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane, and you will try to find the combo on the Yun, but the Ezreal just leaps away and trades back a little bit of damage.
Does indeed. Like eats a Q, that's about it. And the game has been very even so far. I think WE feeling relatively happy with how things are going right now. They managed to get through the grubs, but Weibo Gaming certainly nowhere near out of this game. They picked up a dragon of their own. That slight overplay around the first dragon, notwithstanding, but Eclipse now complete for Neferi, Black Cleaver done for the Jace. We are starting to get to those critical first item points. Not in bot lane yet. That might be important considering grubs are coming up. Keep some chunk there on to breathe before it spawns though. Could be valuable here too, especially with no teleports available on either top laner.
Here's a trade back on the side of Cube. Dodges the Pathmaker. Is it Pathmaker the W?
Pathmaker's the W, footwork is the E.
Yeah, okay, so I remember right. I haven't played Cassandra in a few months, okay? I'm a bit rusty on that end.
And then on Tofo Strikes is the Q.
Oh, that one I remember. That's the two you remember, the ult and the Q. But as we see here, a little bit of contest over the vision for the Grubbies, but that first item completed on the Neferi means that there will be some priority.
Vampire finally hits the level 6. Oh, that Chains of Corruption missing. It's going to suck a little. Light now eating about half his HP bar. That is a bit problematic. Xiaohu's now here, has the Realm Warp. Karis onto this other side, still in the mid lane, of course, can join with the hero's entrance. Maybe asked to use it. Tien on the back of the pit wants to steal at least one of these away. Engage from Hung. Grand entrance. Hero's entrance comes on through. There is no Rakan here. Xiaohu finding an angle. Taeyun forced to cleanse. In goes Cassante. No takes Karis all out. And WE, their battle line's not fantastic. Hung goes in for the double pulverize. Headbutt back on Monkey, who does go untargetable, but has to flash on out. And that leaves Xiaohu to realm walk forwards and look for an angle. They get the single kill, but that's about it. Everyone else has to back away. Flashes blown everywhere you care to look.
Monkey lived for so long and managed to get out thanks to the mechanic of the invulnerability, but really, really good phasing by the side of Weibo. They burn the hero's entrance. They burn the cooldowns on the Rel to try and dissuade the engage. They know they've already started chunking, but they don't want to force that stalemate kind of fight for long, because then the poke will start coming through for the side of WE. They find the snap engage. Hong finds a really good angle twice in this fight here. They burn the ultimate. Xiaohu burns the cleanse on Taeyun. Here Breed finds the Pathmaker to try and just drag back Karis. Karis gets out, and then Han gets another engage.
It's very messy, and that headbutt onto Monkey was nearly absolutely disastrous. Don't quite get him, and then you wondered with Xiao heading on forwards, might get something. Can't quite get that room prison. That lack of vision round the corner probably saves Taeyun's life there.
Yeah, there's a Vite charging the Vault Breaker right there.
With cease and desist available as well, I think. So yeah, it would have been pretty damn scary. And worth noting as well, actually, that Tien has managed to keep that early farm advantage pretty heavily here. That's up about 15 cents, which is significant in the jungle, actually.
It's surprising considering the position that
I agree.
Here, Cube might just be a little bit out of place.
Flashes. I don't know if that's going to be quite enough. Rune Prison comes on through into the Vault Breaker. Then to the cease and desist. Great CC Larry. No Thundering Blow. TM back, but to what avail? Just takes a huge amount of damage. Goes down. Nice kill to Xiaohu. And they've got 3 grubs in place, just falling. I think they can try to race for this turret.
Cube is just
Dead.
Hopeful desperation, I would assume. Seeing maybe I can go, maybe I can deny the vision, but this Rise has full boots. He is faster than him at this point in the game. As we see here, Vampire and Hound just fighting over a control wood. bit of a supportive combat, won't amount too much. Taeyun taking a lot of poke in this mid lane. He hasn't completed the string of force yet. This Ezreal that used that 2-item spike is already fighting into Avaros with a completed Yomu's Ghostblade with an additional serrated turret.
And again, for all that I completely agree with your point about, look, on-hit Varus might have been nice for some of these team fights. For the laning phase, it has really messed Taeyun's Varus up, not Ezreal up quite heavily here. Good value to them there. They get that top lane turret finally, so that's that done. That's first turret secured by Weibo Gaming. Still up for play are the objectives and the kills. Only 2-1 in the kills, and objectives again 2 apiece. Bless you, by the way. I saw that.
No, I saw Vampire miss the crash down over the
so
wall.
I saw you do your little headbutt. Did you sneeze? No, just laughing.
I mean, it's Vampire.
Wow.
As we see here, kind of locked in this side lanes. Karis has access to the Hollow Radiance, will be able to just clear the waves permanently. Like, the wave clear that the Titan gives you is kind of unfair, I'm not gonna lie.
Holy moly, that's a 30 CS lead in the bot lane. That is rough.
That is very rough, considering Taeyun hasn't been able to do anything in the skirmishes that were happening yet. Like, he has always been kind of caught out by somebody on the side of Weibo. Be it the Rise, finding the Rune Freezer on you, forcing you to use the cleanse, and then you just get outflanked and you don't, you never quite find the position to just free fire with your Mystic Shot, with your Essence Fluxy. You have the comp to make this poke composition work. You have the Nefiri going in, you have the Galio to make space with the Rel, but as you see, if you try to run at Shahu Monkey using that Atakan wall to just try and deny division, try and deny the information, to maybe force something. But man, like you're waiting for these tier spikes to come through for the Ezreal and the Jace, and you're quite the ways off still.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? And now we are relatively happy with the game state as it is. Goes that Herald being started up by WE. Now about 2,000 gold. They need to start making these plays work. Vampire being down a fair amount of HP to begin this, though. It's a little bit rough. Down to 1600 HP. We're aware. Yeah, not there in time, but a nice engagement. Hung again on this Alistair. Pop the Rel. Galio comes on in, but Breathe immunes it with the W with the Pathmaker. Karis now in danger. Cease and desist comes on through and interrupts the Justice Punch. Now they can run more further, going behind them all. Here we go. Hound's Pursuit comes on through, but that dog is put down. Going up to the farm upstate. Cube dies as well. And the 100% Nefiri win rate is looking a little bit dicey.
Really, Hong is putting on an Alistair masterclass.
I'll tell you. Oh no, they got the Herald, but at what cost? There's no recall to be found. That Ezreal is having a bad day at the office.
He's dodging a lot of abilities.
To one end.
Not enough. And
The
the last overload will find his target. Yeah, honestly, from Weibo's side, Han kind of exploiting that XP difference, that item difference between him and Vampire to just great effect. Forcing the engage every single time. Every time afterwards, they're forced to burn tools to try and get this Alistair out. But look at this, he finds a double knockup, the Chains of Corruption land, Vampire is gone, and then the Justice Punch knockup gets immune by the single target that was hit, and at this point you still have so much follow-up. And as soon as the Galio died, the follow-up with the Realm Orb collapse on the rest of Weibo.
Remember when you were saying, Xiaohu, one of the things that made him special was just Buffy's mechanics. Good, obviously, but it's the macro moves, it's the foresight and the plays to really take value of the map and Fog of War. That's an example. Mid-fight, Realm Warp, having claimed 2 already, to corral the rest out. It's just very heads up, very smart play at the game. They're invading now for this red buff, and this Nefiri isn't ahead of the curve for the first time in the LPL. We're going to have to see what Nefiri looks like from behind, and I think it's going to be pretty ugly here into a comp like this.
The assassin falls behind. How many times have we told the tale?
I mean, you've got an Eclipse and a Dream, and don't get me wrong, theoretically you can still be a threat on people like Light, on people like Xiaohu if you get a moment or two free, but I don't know how easy that's going to be. You can go in and chunk someone, but getting that reset for the Hound's Pursuit I think is going to be challenging. Monkey, decent W there, but where are you going to go? Got enough ability haste, I think, with the Phage and the Eviscerate to go way over the wall. Season just comes on through. Now the Grand Entrance comes on, and TM potentially in danger. Can look for a bit more. In comes the Hound's Pursuit. Over the wall they go with Breathe, though. Monkey in danger, still picking out the double daggers, and actually they still get the kill regardless. I thought they'd done it for a second or two there, but in the end, Weibo Gaming could follow up just far enough. Breathe ensures that WE are breathing no more. Monkey survives. but the rest of his team, not so happy.
Monkey lives for the lives of his mid laner and support. I don't think that's a trade you want to take at this point. He forces so much distance on the cease and desist, but it's not enough. And then Breeze just flashes over the wall to just help his jungler at that point. Cube is going to get this tier 1 turret, but the Atacon is going to go down for the side of Weibo. You're getting outscaled everywhere at this point. Like, you needed to force something in the early game, you had the setup for it. You had burnt every single summoner from Shadow.
Yeah.
You had the angle to try and the plays. Vampire was all over the map. And you end up forcing nothing.
I mean, I'm looking at Lightspill, for example. He's not had to go the edge of Night Second, which it feels like every lethality Varus feels obligated into. He's got to go opportunity this game, just to be really, really nasty at that 2-item spike. The Ezreal is permanently losing 20% of their HP. Vampire permanently spends them times, losing a third HP every time they come on in. Monkey trying to trade out the other side of the map and get some resources, but is spotted doing so, with Breeze roaming out and realizes, okay, I've got to find my way out of here, and tries to abuse the fact that they're quite quick with the Dust Walk, and it's just not enough. You'd think having Flash, Eviscerate, Blast Cone, and then the hero's entrance would have kept you safe. No!
Even though Light misses the Chains of Corruption in this fight, I feel like there's enough damage on everybody. Xiaohu is on the perfect flank position. Taeyong ends up living, but Vampire's sacrifice. By Vampire sacrifice, Taeyong does live, but it's a sacrifice when you just get fed to the wolves.
Oh, that's really sad to see. Live, my friend! And the other thing is that's now all those withdrawals available, heading towards the dragon. Baron, not going to be a threat right now, but you can just use this moment to force no contest. And you already said, look, you think Weibo at scale? I think I tend to agree with the competition you've got. Yes, you will hit a point where the Ezreal and Jace at like 3.5 items become really, really annoying because of the range advantage. I don't know how freely we're getting to 3.5 items this game.
I think we've gotten to 2 items on the Jason. That's the best we can ask at this point. We have that Malamute fully complete and fully transformed. And you see here Xiaohu just running forward on this rise with the Conqueror.
Goodbye, Monkey.
It's so difficult on the side WE if you don't get an early lead to do anything in this game. And with Xiaohu being just able to run rampant, Light free farming the entire game, Breeze just playing the perfect neutralizer lane, knowing that he's gonna just outscale this Jace come late game. He's just going to be a tank. But as we see here, the round warp he's used to take down the tier 3 turret after taking the inhibitor in mid.
We've lost your jungler and AD carry. You're playing 5v3 and your damage on your dive is basically gone. So what do you even do here? You just have to sit here and watch, especially with the Atacon buffs onto the withdrawals. You just don't have many options here. You can sure burn a load of cooldowns to try and kill off Weibo. They just respawn and you don't get that much value for it.
And even then, I think if you're in a 3v5, if you try and force something, they might just end the game at that point.
Yeah.
I think if the Jace falls there, I think it might have just been game over. But, you know, ends up being 2 inhibitors going down for the side of Weibo. WE, they've tried something, I think, with this comp. They couldn't quite execute on it. As we see here, Tian just finding the perfect line to the Monkey. After Taeyong finds himself overextended. The damage and the lockdown on the side of Weibo, I feel like in this game are kind of overbearing at this point. You have so many tools, so many things to dodge. You're an Ezreal. Ezreal has relative safety. Not when you have to dodge 14 different skill shots.
Wow.
I feel like if you're trying to dodge a Chains of Corruption, you're trying to get away from the effective range of the Rise, you're trying to get out from an Alistar CC combo, you're trying to kite away from a Cassante, and there's a Season Assist buy ready for you. What do? How can you get away at that point? I feel like here Weibo are just using the pressure of the map to just take everything away. They're choking out WE's side of control with just using the first push. They're not using any fancy side lane kind of activities. Monkey is just trying to farm whatever he can, man. At this point, I feel like he's realized the game is kind of done. He's just going to go farm whatever he can, try and get up his numbers, maybe find a miracle fight. But we get those 2 item spikes now on the 2 item carries.
Yep.
For WE. Small issue, the Varus has now 3 items.
Minor issue, I agree. Slightly problematic.
Some would say this, yeah, slightly suboptimal. But as we see here, the bottom will another go now for the side of Weibo. It is likely.
Yeah, Shao's nearly the zombies now as well. Like, how on earth do you ever kill this guy? Like, it's so over. I mean, WE, you have a... It is pray that Weibo Gaming fumble repeatedly around objectives, that you steal a Baron or something, but Monkey can't get anywhere near this time around. Will double dive as it breathes, send the dogs at him, who just doesn't care at this point. The bleed happens for 200 HP as Tien just charged up that Vault Breaker and said, I dare you to keep standing in that mid lane. And at this point, 2 inhibitors down, Waves shoves up, Light does chunk, or get chunked rather, down about a third HP. Could be problematic here, but again, I think even if he did kill Light, I'm not sure it's enough in a team fight.
I mean, I feel like there's a 3 damage carries on the side of a Weibo right now, but as you see here, they're jumping on Breeze.
Flashes away. Does have to burn the flash, but it's done. On the other side though, in goes Hung on to Karis, the easiest target. Taeyun's gone! He disappears. I don't know what happened. It was a magic trick. LeBlanc's not even in the game. Vampire staked down and turned to ash. Welcome to the daylight of Weibo Gaming. They'll be matching the score at 4 and 5 and 1 with Billy Gaming. The tiebreakers will have to come on through. There are no games. It is decided on game time, on head-to-head. We'll have to figure that out just after Monkey tries to go on a house pursuit. Xiao just goes golden. Monkey finally gets a kill and dies straight after. That is the smallest of silver linings you could ask for.
No, I too was an LPL team until I took an arrow to the knee. Yeah, I think it's a good takeaway from Vampire. I would love to see a Leona here. You're into an MF, but it will be the Alistar for Vampire. So WE just stealing the bot lane that Weibo had last game.
I return it. What have we got in draft, mate?
Really strong side lane potential from EDG. WE, a lot of damage, not enough front line.
Okay. Nocturne Aurora kind of does what Vi Aurora wants to do, which is dive a target, and Aurora can always follow up because the ult is just bloody huge.
Exactly.
Ambessa, similar kind of idea. That doesn't have the Vi direct lockdown.
I don't know why they didn't think
engage.
It's open.
I wonder what I'm assuming it's just. YouTube, hello to Twitch, and hello obviously over to Onivia's YouTube as well, but we are into game.
Go to Aatrox skin, by the way.
It is.
We'll have
to hold our breath for a second or two because the crowds, I suspect, will be a little noisy right now. Well, maybe not because it's so damn late. I think a lot of people might have to leave. Because the other thing is I think sometimes the stadiums just close down. It's just
somebody in that tunnel going into the arena still screaming the name, the DIO.
Hardcore fans still sticking around, just about.
I mean, oh, it's on Varus.
Oh, it will be. Okay.
Oh.
I think when you've got a Nocturne and a Rel diving for your head, the Aurora, the Ambessa too, I think you probably do need to get towards some things that can help you stand and deliver properly.
But can you stand and deliver into the enemy comp?
I mean, if you get to Terminus Jack Show,
that's a big if. That is a 4
And
item.
in fairness, I do think you have got an Alistair, the Unraveled Earth, Viego, Aatrox. You've got quite a lot of disruptors that if people do die for you and you're as part of the unit, it will be not as easy as people might think to absolutely delete you if you're in the pocket.
Yeah, but like, if you get locked down for more than 2 seconds and
it's
there's a bullet time running.
Yeah, I grant you, it's a bad time. I've seen some very good and very bad Misfortune performances. Wink flashes in, Vampire then responds with his own headbutt. Valiant effort there. Taeyun takes a bit of a chunk, but Wink will be down that summon. It has the Hex Flash to work with though, so can theoretically look to go again using that pseudo flash.
I think Theon losing more HP than On did, and is kind of the decider here. Like, if you get to have lane presence on MF, it's just kind of over.
Yeah, if you get access to those caster minions at low HP to keep double upping through them, it's pretty miserable because you just can't stand and farm.
Yeah, you can't really like approach the wave, and now they get the forced to level 2. They get this just controlled lead, as you see here. Cube with the counter pick because that was an ambassador blue one.
EDZ gonna do his best. He has not had an easy day, unfortunately for him. Cube on that Aatrox is something he's put a lot of time into over the years. But then again, so have most top laners at this point. It's been a very, very long-standing
top lane tradition to know how to play Aatrox at a local level at least.
Yeah, there are a few champions it feels like you need to know. Or there's Renekton's, there's Narv's, there's Aatrox's. Can you play a Sion? Can you play a Cassante?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I think Rumble these days as well. Like if you're a good top laner, you have to play Rumble.
Yes.
And if you can't play Rumble, it's a problem.
Yeah, maybe like the default tank is not even Sion, it's Ornn. You have to know how to play Ornn.
I can see that, yeah. I think also then you're looking at things, I think more recently about like Jace as well. Because I think for a long time it was like Eastern only tops. They were the only ones who could pilot the laning phase successfully enough to get the lead. You had to. It was a 2-turret plate minimum. Was the line for a long time. It feels these days that Jace scales a lot better than he once did. A lot more flexible in the build-up. I think people put a lot more time into it as well. But yeah, another one of those champions it feels like you have to play.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I feel like top lane is pretty open as a role right now. I feel like there's a bunch of like champions you can pick, bunch of champions. We haven't seen picked as much, but like we've seen in Europe a lot for example. Cho'Gath is really strong right now.
The Shirelius build a lane.
Yeah, but not even in that like edge case build that you can just use to spam wave clear. In a no-fade like tank v tank matchup, Cho'Gath will almost always win because of the sustain advantage and the max HP damage he has available to him.
It's a strong statement that here as well. If EDG lose with so much dive/damage versus 2 immobile carries, they don't deserve to play in summer. I mean, I see the point. They've got a very easy combo to execute, and they can do it in multiple stages. They don't all have to press R at once. You can send someone in, burn the summons, and then have the Nocturne follow, and then have the Ambassador follow. You can layer it. In fact, I recommend they do. That said, the counterpunch is pretty nasty because Viego and Aatrox in particular, if you dive too deep and you go 1-for-1, the body is then stolen. Aatrox has his ult reset, and you can start to go back forwards again, having had all these divers go in. And I always like Viego and Talia, honestly, into dive comps to an extent because you've got so much ability to punish people jumping forwards.
I just realized something that made my heart sink a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
That's Grasp on Aatrox.
It is. Are you not a fan?
No, not a fan. I think the Grasp just doesn't give you anything. As a champion, you want to trade when you have that level 5, level 6, because of the your Q just being so much damage. If you're gonna take a rune that you just don't like, you think you're not gonna interact with, just pick Electrocute. Like, it's just so much more damage available to you to punish if you need to. At what point do we just start undervaluing Conqueror over getting 10 procs of Grasp during the lane phase?
I guess I wonder whether there's a conversation like, actually, if you do go Conqueror, do you still beat Ambessa once you hit later stages with Conqueror versus Conqueror? Because I feel like with the Omnivamp on Ambessa and her mobility, it can be quite hard to land the sweet spots on the queue, so you probably don't win extended trades. Here comes the Unspeakable Fit. Unspeakable Horror is the name of it. There you go. That's the fit. It's a great name.
I mean, I think you do. It's just withstanding to itemization, because a lot of Aatroxes I have seen kind of just default itemize with the same items we've seen in the last year or so. Yeah, we're going Sundered Sky, we're going Eclipse, whatnot. Like, why are I've played a lot of Aatrox this last few months. You can itemize for a first passive auto reset play. You just need to Sundered Sky plus will take Cycle Sword.
Oh, you like that build, right? Oh, hang on. Monkey flashes out. Okay, well, they get the grubs. Karis has to ult away. Monkey has to flash out. You get the grubs. Comes at a slightly higher cost than I think they were hoping for there, though.
Yeah, but then again, you are also guaranteeing yourself silent pressure for later on.
True.
You are burning resources now to guarantee that you're going to have pressure later. As we see on, not really pressured in this bot lane, just being able to free farm.
He's got 10 CS as well, into a Varus lane as well. Varus has often felt like something that can manage the Misfortune, especially Misfortune known for being very lane dominant. This is pre-Vamp Scepter as well, where sometimes you can then mitigate the Varus poke, but hey, it is lethality, it's not Comet, so maybe that poke not landing quite as hard with the Rune Voices right now, and backs away, doesn't feel the need to get a Vamp Scepter, gets a whole ass BF sword here in that lane.
That's a pretty big sword. Some would say not
a big
safe
friendly
for,
sword.
Yeah, not
what it stands for, actually.
That sword, it's a sword. But you know, I feel like Vampire just moving it now out on the map after Wing's presence at the red fight, as you see in the video.
Oh, right, finally Ongo with the paranoia chases! Monkey, despite the use of the ultimate carry, just about 5 seconds ahead, have to flash. Taeyun now in danger. Do get one back, but a flash to the shadow side leaves Taeyun in danger. Gets another with him. All right, Taeyun. That's not bad value there at all.
Ends up being a 2-for-2 thanks to the heroics of Taeyun. But that's the issue with this EDG club. All of your members can get blown up so quickly. You're running into an issue of, can you get the Viego reset? Can you protect the Viego long enough if they're just going to target him on the dive?
That'll be a question, and at least Arn is the other person who picks up the 2 kills, which still leads to both AD carries matching those kills, and with Varus dying, it is still a wave that gets shoved in and largely lost, so it ends up being net neutral to slightly positive EDG, because initially it looked fantastic. That flash to follow the Heartbreaker, great, and then Varus, great work from Taeyun to just stand and deliver.
Really good positioning, really flashing away from all of the CC, getting the tail of arrows, plus the piercing arrow to just guarantee that second kill. Taeyun's heroics make it a 2-for-2, but at the same time, On is still up on the gold lead because he didn't die in the play.
Nope.
He still got the 2 kills though.
Did, and he gets a nice reset back towards Vamp Scepter himself. Still up 10 CS. Dropped away from turret to Taeyun. Not too much more there. Again, you can ask that you didn't lose your Nocturne and Rel on that engage. Honestly, what you could do.
I wonder how close he is to actually getting the Bloodthirster, but as you see here, the Viego just
Probably $1,000 or so, something like that. It's quite an expensive first item.
Is he on vision? Because there is a ward in the pit, but I wonder if he's on vision. Now he's going to get spotted because of the mist getting dropped, but seems to be a no contest on the side of EDG. They will just give up this first straight. But this means that WE are 1 kill and 1 neutral objective away from securing the pizza strength.
Oh, and they did get that first set of grubs as well. So again, for all the kills have been relatively even, that other side of the game looking good. And reminder, the first time we saw this matchup today, WE did have the better start to the game in terms of that objective stacking as well. It was the mid game where things started to fall really hard apart. And having to come back in a very, very late game scenario with double AD carries doing silly things to Arn in particular.
So like, Xiaohao has been kind of in a bit of a limbo today. He's
tried really hard,
really
yeah, his Lyra and Lilia were both really good.
Quite enough, but I do think EDG have, personally I think EDG have the edge in terms of individual laning ability, but WE have shown a great amount of resilience when it comes to the skirmish.
Yeah.
Being able to find the angles to actually take the fight.
And there's Bloodthirster. All this MF, they want to come and play this. Vampire goes in, double pulverized, but now stunned in place himself. Doesn't feel the need to pop the ultimate yet. The Make It Rain comes on down, and there's between World Monkey has to use the ult to get away. So that leaves the cow out in danger, has to flash out himself.
Ultimate and flash burns from the side of Vampire, and the second set of grubs will be ending up going to EDG. No kills will fall, but On's movement basically decides the fight. The fact that he is there, ready, walking in after the between worlds gets dropped from the Aurora, ready to lay down the damage, kind of just forces the entire WE out. Because this is an MF with a completed Bloodthirster. You can't really fight into her at this point in the game. It tends to be really difficult to try and find the windows, but as we see here, the set of grubs will fall on the side of EDG. There is a slight gold lead thanks to the laning prowess of especially On. He has a shutdown on him. There he is. Tiny shutdown, but still a shutdown. I feel like getting targeted because it's not being rewarded. The fact that you have 400 gold lead and you already have a shutdown is
kind of crazy. But again, you did get 2 kills. You're ahead of the 10 CS a minute mark. You can't really do much more on MF in this game in some ways, unless you wanted to somehow hit that 12 CS a minute mark, which is quite hard to do until you start being able to steal additional camps and stuff.
Or just bounce between those, which DMF can do thanks to
Yeah, the W pattern
stuff.
there. She just struts really fast, guys. You've never seen someone on the catwalk move that aggressively.
Yeah, I remember when we first started seeing MF back in the pro meta around Worlds 2021.
Yeah.
You would just use MF as a weight player tool.
Oh yeah, well I mean that's probably why Yumayusi used to be so good at that MF, is because he just used the W to be pseudo global and turn up the fight to would normally be at. It's very valuable for if you're a heads-up AD carry player, your ability to get around the map and use the mobility that MF has, kind of just from the fact she moves faster, is incredibly valuable.
No, I do think an AD carry that has a good understanding of the game sense, that it gets to actually take that move, is an added value to most teams.
And that's what Arn is supposed to be for EDG, right? He's coming in as a veteran, as a duo with Wink for many, many, many years.
I do think On has had his moments where he's played really well, especially like you were saying, the first game of the day between these two teams, kind of showing up and taking the game back.
And then, as the game went on, caught 3 fights in a row by Monkey Skarner.
Yep.
There's been the other side to it, hasn't there? And that has unfortunately been true for both teams. We have seen such wild inconsistency that all the good players are often counterbalanced by equally perplexing ones, is the way I'll put it, because there has been some ones we go, what is the thought process here? Was there a thought process?
What did they think before speaking?
Okay, there's a question as well from chat. So reflected in chat, like, what's Aatrox versus Ambessa like late?
Aatrox, if he itemizes correctly, should always outscale this matchup.
You think?
Yes, because
Even with the level 16 Onivia?
because of the interrupt on her abilities and
Right.
making her basically stutter between every cast.
Right.
If you use the knockups correctly on Aatrox, and if you itemize correctly, as in you get yourself anti-healing, and you need to get yourself that Voltaic Cycle Sword to guarantee at least 1 Q on lockdown, it is a winning matchup for Aatrox. It will depend upon itemization and upon how ahead ZTZ manages to get.
And then it's also very reliant on actually hitting those Qs. You do need to hit them, because otherwise Ambessa has a lot of ability in a kit. That outplay's always there just by kind of, like zigging when you were expected to be zagging.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that people are starting to recognize that Aatrox is a lot more about guaranteed lockup than he is about skirmishing. I do think it is, people need to start re-understanding that Aatrox's role is not to be a frontliner, it is to be a diver.
Yeah.
He needs to pair
Well,
up
his
with somebody.
tankiness is predicated on hitting things,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. There are a few disgusting clips of me, when I play in amateur leagues, there are some pretty disgusting clips of me being on 20% HP, ulting, pressing auto attack on somebody with coil, because Aatrox.
Yeah.
But the idea behind taking Aatrox into the Ambessa is you have an equiparable strength lane phase,
Yep.
and you're going to function effectively the same way, just with more HP in later game fights.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing is, as Emily said in Onivia's chat, Ambessa is still a very slippery lady, so if you do miss those Qs, then Ambessa, still in the extended phase, very dangerous, especially once you hit level 16 again. That Omnivamp is unreal on Ambessa, and again, you still have that kind of backline access that Aatrox really wishes for, because your R is a hell of a drug.
Yep. Karras TPs to the turret and immediately backs off. He sees somebody rotating up on vision, will give up an extra wave, and here ZDZ doing the correct thing and just denying presence. Angel cancels Cube's recall as the first turret will go down.
Towards EDG, and that's valuable stuff. Again, we have seen all set of these early objectives largely go towards WE. They got 2 dragons and 3 grubs. EDG only got those 3 grubs, so that feat of strength market going towards WE, whereas the turret over to EDG does mean we're now waiting on whoever gets the next kill to claim the strong feat.
Well, it needs to be, the next kill will guarantee the feats of strength.
I'm surprised we don't see as much Briar, considering that's in the game.
I think we should see more faster, but in my opinion. But
Oh, no. Well, there we go, yeah. There's a big pullback there as Angel goes between worlds to turn this around. In comes Nocturne, though. The decent healing, though, on the Angel makes it tricky. The fear comes on down, flash in for the Magnet Storm. Crash down, resist, stolen, and down goes Cube's Aatrox.
yeah, the Ignite coming in from Wink as well, denying the little bit of extra healing that he may have had come through with the Sundered Sky proc. But the kill goes and ends up going to EDG. We were talking so much about it. The kill goes to EDG, they claim the feats of strength. As we see here though, WE will punch back on the other side of the map, dropping the Herald, getting the tier 1 turret, probably charging it into a second turret, but this might just be another turret for the
There's no one coming to respond. I think they've just got this, and there's enough members of EDG on the other side to deny the turret takeover here. I think Most Fortune can just ult the wave. It's gone.
Gets stunned by the flip back on the unraveled earth. Not quite early enough to stop the cast of the bullet time. Honestly, a bit of a blunder for W. Like,
I agree.
The Aatrox, they see that they're keeping on the push. You have the Herald down, you know somebody's going to come to answer. And we were talking about earlier, On uses the strut, clears the top wave with the ultimate, immediately runs to mid, starts wave clearing. Here, I feel like it's a good play by Cube, trying to find Angel, finds the second knockup, doesn't land the third knockup, but the lights go out, and then, you know, the health is there, the ignite goes down, no more healing for the World Ender, and he ends up going down.
That is really significant. Yes, you've taken the Herald, that's all well and good, but the cross map is excellent. You get 2 turrets, the Herald only gets 1 in trade. That's a net trade down, and you get the feat of strength. This is all good news, and Nocturne is not bad at turret taking. Remember, he gets increased auto attack speed as he's keep going on. He's running, he's got Conqueror to his name, he gets the Umbra Glaive passive. You know, he does quite a lot of work there. You take that turret kind of for free.
Umbral Blades. Yes, Umbral Glaive is the item.
Yeah, it's Umbra Blades, you're right, it is. Yeah, no, I always have to second guess myself. You're right.
Fine.
You're correct.
I feel like Alex isn't here, but I'm here in spirit
no,
for him.
Well, yeah, you're correct on that one. I always second guess myself. The other one is weirdly for me, it's Maokai W and R. I keep conflating
Nature's Grasp and
Twisted Advance.
Twisted Advance. No,
but I keep
Twisted Advance is W.
Yeah, but I keep wanting to call it
Bramble Smash.
But I keep wanting to call it Twisted Grasp and Nature's Advance. Or Nature's Grasp and Bramble. Yeah, which is wrong. Which is it's Nature's Grasp and Twisted Advance. And I sometimes conflate the two together, which is not
great.
I
mean, sometimes I get like I mix up abilities as well because some abilities just sound way too similar. I have seen so much Akali and Bessa in the same game. I keep getting those.
Public Execution, Perfect Execution. The other one is the Holy Trinity of Malphite, Hecarim, and Sion, with Onslaught of Shadows, Unstoppable Onslaught, and Unstoppable Force.
Yep.
Always fun to get those one around. We've got Binding Eclipse on.
I mean, we have the Eclipse item.
We've got Eclipse item, Eclipse on Leona, Blazing Eclipse from Mel, and Binding Eclipse on Aphelios. Which is purple Q.
We're just using the same name for everything, but as we see here, a little bit of a skirmish. The Nocturnal
Paranoia goes on in, tries to get a big chunk, forces a cleanse out of Taylor's the flash down, Public Execution. That bullet time angle's brutal! Can't quite get the kills though. Monkey gets a reset. They do kill the Varus at the back end of it all though. Another reset for Monkey. Teleport now finds Cube, who begins to end the world. Vampire dead. Massive chunk from Aurora, but it's another reset for Cube as Wink goes the wrong direction. EDG overstep. Monkey survives, steals everybody under the sun, and we said you could overdive into this composition.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good fight from the side of WE. They end up... The Weaver's Wall bought so much time. It was actually crazy the amount of space that the Weaver's Wall was able to get down in the fight. He was able to find a
It's pretty significant, that is for sure. They get themselves a hold of the dragon. This isn't how to close the door. It had slid open there. That'll do just fine. Thank you very much, mate. And don't worry about it. It doesn't stay closed very well. That's why. That's as long as it's mostly closed, it will do. WE get themselves third dragon. They're now on Soul Point. That's pretty significant. As you're breaking my chair along the way. Fine. Just come and sit down. We'll sort it from there. Disaster. There we go. You could have just sat down the other way and twisted around.
It doesn't quite go all the way.
Anyway, it's kind of fun if it comes from this angle. Monkey getting that kill there at the back end of it is great. And then this teleport from Cube. Oh my days. At least you see the additional pickup from Aurora as a minor extra win. But Monkey on this Viego finally gets a look at what the comp is supposed to do, which is punish the dive, use the mobility, claim the bodies.
I mean, I do think like Kares is the silent MVP of the fight. Buys so much time for the side of WE so they can actually get the fight on their own terms. But Alakam will start going down. It seems to be voracious Adakan from the
It
color.
is. It's voracious indeed. So they'll be getting the GAs off this one. There's a reset. Looks like we saw Wink get caught out and taken down on respawn. So that's why this is happening. Nocturne summons the ult. To what avail at this point? You would have just been taking out a GA. So don't really go anywhere with it.
I think as the GA came up, he ulted and he saw that, but the Adakan go down and he was like, I'm not going to commit already this dive. The Caddis is just able to wave clear with the Unraveled Earth and the volley. At this point, you're really kind of looking at your Ambessa Nocturne combo to try and find a combo play. You're also waiting on the 2-item spike to come through for the Aurora, and this is like at that point, your Aurora is going to be able to pop 3 people on the side of WE, but you still are waiting for that breakpoint. And there's a Seraph's completed on Caddis.
Yep, it's getting harder and harder to get the key picks you need, especially if you only get one. You spend like 3 ultimates to kill off, say this Varus was like, great. You still want to deal with the Aatrox and the Tilia and the Viego in the mid game when they are probably at their most potent.
That is the advantage of having a quad carry comp, basically.
Yeah.
Because you can lose one and the other 3 can still wipe up the
And
fight.
reset comps as well, because
Exactly.
Aatrox Viego resets here are really nasty.
At the same time, it goes the other way as well. There's 4 carries on the side of EDG. Both teams are kind of just going, balls to the wall with these 2 comps.
200 gold separates, and I suppose the difference here now has to be looking at the Dragons WE. They are at soul point, and if they get the Infernal Soul this comp, oh my god.
You see here the weaving kind of disgusting damage coming in from the buddy already.
I think she just finished Shadow Flame. I think she might have.
I would assume so, but as we see here, BBG getting poked a little bit by Monkey.
Here comes the Paranoia. How long have we got left on the revives? Oh my days, that bullet time! Brings them all desperately low. They will surely fall. The withdrawals now come on through. The overchase. Vampire goes for a headbutt pole to no avail. 600 gold towards EDG.
Not quite the Adakan timer. There's still 30 seconds on the GAs, but that is.
But you've got to take it where you get it.
Yeah, that is 3, maybe 4. Did Dayon die?
Taeyun,
He was in base where the others respawned, but
yeah.
I'm not sure. But still, that is for sure 600 gold going in the back pocket of EDG. Karis just running it on, but on using the strut plus the Swifties to just get away from the damage.
Yeah, Taeyun did lose that withdrawal. You can see it on there, so that's 800 gold all the way over. That's not bad. A minute and a half until Soul fight. That will be a big, big win for WE. Trying to hold on to this mid-tier 1, which they've still not really done all that much damage to. Wave falls on. Swift enough with that strut passive to back away from the seismic shove and doesn't get caught by it.
Yeah, I do think at this point you're really looking at your Aurora in the fights, because if you can't find the key pick, the fight becomes really easy. You can't expect every time that you have ZZ buying so much time and then on finding the perfect condition, the perfect angle to cast an excellent bullet time. The flash here just buys enough space. Public execution is great, and then the magnet storm guarantees that all the damage coming through from on is enough to make the fight a win. You get withdrawals instead of kills, but still, that's 800 gold going in.
Xiaohao and Angel caught Taeyun out separated on the other side of that fight as well, over by the red buff, so that's why he died. So it ended up being like 800 gold, and that is potentially pretty valuable here coming into this fight. The only thing is, you don't have the flash on ZDZ, you don't have it on Wing. All the flash is available right now for WE, and coming into a critical fight, it's a big deal. Stopwatch also available for Karis, courtesy of that arm guard. Vision setup though, largely EDG favoured, though in we come with WE fighting to make sure they've got command of that jungle entrance between the Raptors and red buff.
W just want to approach this through the mid lane, probably just get pressure on the wave, and then in the attack the Drake from that mid brush. Vampire is in there with the control word, now walking into the banana brush.
You've got Chunk. I'm had to burn his ultimate there as well. That's actually huge coming into this fight. Angel and Arn didn't even have to burn any particular cooldowns for that.
No ultimate pieces for the Aatrox in this fight, no extra AD, no extra healing. You're kind of just relying on Monkey.
Careful, he's been jumped on. Public execution comes on through, but he's in a 1v4. Dragon's being taken. May well be asked to trade his life for the claim. The Dragon! Oh my god, Angel! He's the Angel of Death. Just takes them all down. Uriel, rename yourself. Still lose an Octane, that's a bit too far. Vampire tanky now, as Arn and Wink need to back away. Maybe force the flash one out. Monkey goes looking forward with the Heartbreaker. Over the wall goes Angel, and the stakes are well done. Cube and Arn trying to trade it up, but there's just nowhere to go. And Monkey claims another couple kills at the back end of it all.
The power of the bruisers in the melee range. Angel is desperately trying to make this happen, but the flip!
Dead to rights.
On the grill like a steak, well done. Angel goes down, and WE are looking
Straight to Baron. Yeah, I mean, you killed the entire team. It looked, honestly, at the start of that, with ZDZ getting caught. Oh no, it's gonna be tricky. They take the dragon, and Angel pops in. Okay, 4v4, we can do this. And I can't speak to the extended fight, but Monkey just somehow gets to body hop for the entirety of the fight.
Monkey's the highest level on the side of the same level as in the
Yoko looking on him. That heal from Cube with the ult running is just unreal.
Welcome to Aatrox, baby.
Yeah, Sterex and Sundered Sky, he's gone to be a bit more of a bruiser build than a straight assassin, but definitely showing up here.
I do think, as we see here, how Cube burns his ultimate. With the wielding and finds the shotgun damage, but the button is not quite enough to take down the Aatrox with the low health. But the ultimate is not used, is not available for this fight. ZDZ here just called out of position. He gets caught by the flip, and then Vampire's right there with the follow-up CC. He immunes it with the public execution, but then you're melee range to an unhit Varus.
And that's a really good pick from Angel though. So you go, okay, the 80 carries down to the top lane. You're kind of okay with that. Dragon's found, and then straight after we go back to live, and Arn is dead to Monkey. Oh no. It's happening again. The jungler of WE keeps assassinating this AD carry. Two different sides of it. One time was the CC, one time's the damage. And either way, it's WE now marching on into the base of EDG with the wave clear, all but dead. Angel and ZDZ alone must do their hardest here to clear the wave. Clears out the Alistair at least. But what else can you do? There's Baron, there's double cannon minions. You're desperately trying to clear things out. The public execution is solid, but it's to get to the wave. Angel hops across the veil. But the turrets are gone, and WE, supposedly the worst team in the whole damn league, beat EDG twice today to make sure they are still in with a shot of getting to the Ascension group. EDG, Edward Gaming, legendary organization, sent down in 4th place. They've